Where crimes are baked in every show, mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We stand in time to go. Whistling through this battering news, mix the story, solving the lies. In this kitchen, secrets are broken. With a spark in our eyes. In the broken baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the blues to find the news. With a spark in our eyes. In broken rise. Broken rise. Welcome to the broken baker. Get ready. Let's go.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whoever you are, whatever you are, what if anything you are. And welcome to this day 19 in the case of, I don't know. What's this going to be today, Jamie? Rumors has it.
I know.
Buchanan.
I want to say it, and I'm that Buchanan.
Yeah. Might be on the stand today.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
In reality, just get us the Cellbrite expert who will testify that Cellbrite doesn't work, because then we get all the world's appeals from now on. And get us Proctor, get us Nick, and get us the ME. Then we're done.
Yeah.
Ciao, goodbye. And then we
I
can
wanna
get on
see-
to the defense part.
Yeah, I want to see the ME. Come on.
That's all we really want.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Marissa, and Cindy Lou Wood, Sebastian Müller, and Reindeer. Julie Fraser. Oh, and welcome to the Mo Raiders. I saw I just got rated. I was setting up my Rumble. I forgot to do that. Peter A. T for 2. Thank you. And Fuba. Aussie
Hey,
Insiders
guys.
post from half an hour ago. Very interesting to read. Listen. Yeah. Her and Olivia is really they're finding the little funny things that doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I really would like when Bev have her next White Clawcation, maybe try and get Olivia on and ask questions, because she knows everything.
I know. It'd be lovely to hear from her.
Hey, Helen from Holland. You was dreading going back to work? Well, we will entertain you. How long ever it is. Hey, Fundian and Mo Raiders and Aaron Olivia, JD, Panella, Jess Rubio. Hey, Joe. Volstrom over at Valhalla's. Yes, remember to wish Valhalla a happy birthday. Hey, Carla. Jamie Hound. I won't let me send my super chat, but please gently affix to the Brandon board in a late fashion. Feel free to add colorful language. Well, it is the month of the rainbow, so I would affix you in the latest of ways.
Aww.
Yeah. Which character shall we see in this soap opera, Canton Cooks?
I know, right?
You've been on since Shizzy this morning. Yeah, Shizzy, he it's so annoying. It's always at I need my sleep stream schedule when he's on. Hey, Welsh lady.
Hi, Welsh lady.
And Snivels. The great job on the Young Jerks panel. It was amazing to be on with them. Lovely people. Never talked to any of them before. Maybe I've been on one show where Andrea that were there for just a brief second, but yeah.
She's great. I love her.
Marissa will be joining us because I have a meeting at 1. So she will be joining, taking up the slack. And I haven't asked her yet, but I have court tomorrow, Marissa.
Oh, we don't
So
have trial tomorrow, right?
Oh, Marissa,
We
forget
have
it.
full day today, full day Wednesday, half day Thursday, no Friday, and no Tuesday, right? Everybody, I believe that's what it was.
Yeah. Jamie, you what? What did you do, Jamie? Oh, I forgot to send
What?
Mo an invite.
Yeah, get Mo on YouTube. Oh
Mo,
yeah,
Mo.
he Zach was in the chat and he was yelling at me like he normally does, and they thought he was being like for real rude, and they like they like kicked him out. And he was sending me a message because he was like, they kicked me out, and I was like, I didn't even see his message, or I would have defended him, but oh, that's funny.
Yes, rumor has it that it's a special Japanese day today. Sadly, Melanie Little didn't join. I would like to talk to her as well. I love
Oh, I know.
meeting it because I'm such a small channel. I know nothing. Well, I know everyone knows I know nothing, but I know no one as well. You could take me to do some boxing training. No, because boxing demands cardio, and I don't have cardio. I have power. How can you do this to the jurors? Actually, if I was a juror on this trial who were promised on the first day, this will be between 7 and 8 weeks. We are now starting week 6.
Mm-hmm.
Will she whenever the defense goes on say, yeah, you can't ask that question, next witness? Or will she let lallygag all day long? For the next,
Yeah.
Lally is missing 30 witnesses. His average speed of a witness is roughly, I would say, probably around 2 hours. If it's a non-important witness, he can do it in 45 minutes. But 30 witnesses, just on the low end, 30 minutes per witness.
Yeah.
With cross-examinations, that's 6 witnesses a day. That's 5 full days. In Bev's court, that's 45 days of court. How can you? I know they can't do anything, but I would send someone to her office and say, "Ma'am, we are not coming in Monday. You lost it. We're gonna vote not guilty because you lied to us, and we have a life, and we really want to get back to it because you said 7 weeks. It's now been 2 years. This is going to take longer than the OJ trial."
Well, that too, it's becoming summertime. Like, jurors are going to start getting irritated. They're going to want to not be there because they want to like go do things. And it's like, she thinks she's being helpful, like, oh, let's just give them a week off for this or that or the other. And it's like, no, but you're wasting so much time. And this poor woman who's sitting here on trial,
Yeah,
it's about her.
the party boys. Oh, the ones who were at the house. Yeah, I missed all of those. The only party boy I saw was Bright Jr. And I bet you he watches more makeup commercials, makeup tutorials on YouTube than Jamie does.
Hey.
What, if any time, will the jury rage quit this trial and bring upon the apocalypse? That's a good question. They haven't talked about anything meaningful. Well, they had the magic jeep that all of a sudden appeared. It hasn't been in any police report, and all of a sudden 3 witnesses said it was outside the house at the mailbox, which they forgot to tell the witness, Ryan Nagel, that he should say, oh, there was a truck there, so I couldn't park behind Karen and she couldn't move up the way I testified to it 3 times before. Every time Lally brings in one of these new theories, he directly contradicts 3 of his previous theories.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes how much he does that, and it makes everything so much more complicated. But sometimes I think that's his game. let's just throw all this information out here, complicate everything, and then nobody's going to know the difference.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Schöne Nachmittag.
But think of all this time they've had off too. Like, can they even remember what was said like day one, day two? I mean, come on.
No, again, how will you, Jamie? I take notes, then I do my recap, then I throw it on the floor, like a boss, and and then I have this weird brain when I read stuff down, I can recall it later, but I can't. I can only remember the highlights of the Kolyakakis. I can't tell you the timeline on that day. If I go back and fish up some of my notes from week one, well,
Yeah.
I have disposed of my trash since then. But and I read some of it, and I sit here and say, at the bar, high top, next to two guys. Will I talk about next to two guys? Hey Mo, will I be able to remember that? Oh, the brides were on the other side doing a little of the grabbity appity, or will I just remember? Yeah, they were at the waterfall.
You're right.
Yeah, you would think that as a professional courtesy, or at least, a courtesy to the jury, that they would try to put this in the most, concise, easy to understand, because allegedly all of the jury hasn't, paid attention to this case, have any biases. You can't do a throw the spaghetti at the wall with nothing. I am confused.
I know.
Yeah,
we need to stop taking so many breaks. Like, get on with it.
And again, as I saw it, I forgot it. If you spend 9 weeks presenting 1 week of testimony, just again to do this good old trick, see all the witnesses, I have a case, and then the defense comes in and wraps it up in 2 weeks, where everything is told as a story. Every witness comes off as quite defensive. What will the jury remember the best? That Jen said in week 3, I heard her say, I did it. Or will they remember that story when Jen is recalled, where she's constantly harassed with her own previous testimony, not stating anything about that?
I know.
I don't understand. I really don't understand, one, how you can have this bad of a courtroom. It's worse than Judge Mommy.
Yeah, no, we hated her, and oof, this is.
We thought the Brooks case was bad, and then we saw the Vicene trial. Oh my God, that was bad. I'll just have to take a break. Jury, can you please remember? The reason I uphold the appeal was because in Massachusetts v. Gordon, it states that the defendant must know that 45 minutes later. So that's what I want to put on the record. Yeah, can we just move on?
Right.
So, yeah. Well, that police chief was guilty of hitting a guy with her car and trying to cover it up. It's funny. There's a time and a place for everything. Not sure about the place, but the time for playing grababbery is moist o'clock.
Oh my God, stop it.
God.
Oh, now you got people
We're trying
using
to
that,
be an adult.
using that term. Oh,
Enemy
God.
romper. Good morning, Toy.
Oh,
Where Carita's going to move to after her acquittal. Well, she has a house in another town.
Follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with
audio,
anyone
but
since
no
we left here last
video.
week. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes.
We hate you,
nodded
Bev.
affirmatively. Did
We hate
anyone
you.
Yeah,
happen to
pretty much.
see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last here? No. Everyone said no. Now, jurors, before we start, I do want to give you that instruction again on what is evidence. So in considering the testimony of any witness, remember that the questions that are asked are not evidence. Only the answers, which are really the only part of the exchange between the lawyers and the witnesses that are under oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no, then based solely on
Wait,
that,
can we listen to that trial? That sounds more
no
fun.
evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the
up,
witness
Bev.
knew that the uncle left the witness money, or that the witness poisoned him. So keep that in mind for reference when you're
Oh, I've-
listening to testimony.
They
All
aren't
right,
listening to you,
Mr. Lally,
Bev.
who's your first witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Okay.
Who?
Kevin O'Hara.
Yeah, the who was more wide. We haven't heard
I
his
know.
name.
No, I just repeated it to myself because I'm like, wait, who? Kevin O'Hara?
And again, she's been at home for the last 7 days, figuring out that Alan Jackson and Yannetti are really good at putting things in folks' heads. So now she just had to do that again.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why they were doing that.
I do.
Because it's not
Morning.
for defense. Brother of Scarlett O'Hara. Thank you, Cowpoke.
Well, who is that? I don't know who that is, but anyways.
Scarlett O'Hara?
Yeah.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn what you know.
Oh, old movie thing that I don't know. Gotcha.
It was the first time in an
Forgive
American
me, Your
movie the word damn was used.
Okay.
Gone with the Wind, Jamie?
No.
Hey, K squared.
Anytime you're ready.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name? It's Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A. And how many employees are there? I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police. And how long in total have you been a member of the state police? Just over 22 years. And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant? 4.5 years. And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police? I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT. And the CERT team within the State Police,
He was the guy who led the
members
investigation
of that unit are?
at the scene.
We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them. Now, generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the search unit within the State Police does? CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the State Police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security. And how long have you been assigned to that particular unit? Since 2014. Now, were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020? Yes, I was, sir. And at some point in the afternoon on that day, we were contacted by Lieutenant Brian Tully in station. Yes, at 2:32 p.m., Lieutenant Tully gave me a phone call. Now, as far as Lieutenant Tully is concerned, were you familiar with him, or were you familiar with what units he supervises? Yes, I know he's the supervisor for the Norfolk County State Police Detective Unit. If you could describe to the jury sort of process.
I don't know where Lally's mic went. I put the booster on because sometimes they forget to turn it on for the first hour, and then they all of a sudden turns it on. But
can we ask them to turn it off because of the lip smack? I feel like this is something I'm going to need to take care of on my first day in office. Remedial.
Everyone gets hand jobs.
smacking
No
help.
one gets lip jobs.
I have standards, yes.
And who this be the leader of the CERT team for 22 years? who didn't find one single piece of tail light, but found a shoe and a hat when they searched the scene, I believe 10 hours after the accident.
By which your particular unit is activated? Is that an instantaneous thing, or how does that work?
Normally, we'll receive a courtesy phone call, which is what I received from Lieutenant Tully, seeing if we were available. We had members that could respond today for an incident he had ongoing. I told him we would be available. He then has to submit a request through his chain of command, which is the Division of Investigative Services. I also have to submit a request up my chain of command, which is through Field Services. To get approval on my end, has to be approved by the Special Operations Commander, which is a major. And depending on the request, it may even go above his level to the Lieutenant Colonel who is in charge of the Division of Field Services.
So that initial call that you received about 2:32 in the afternoon, how would you characterize that first call?
Again, I'd say it was more of a courtesy notification, just to make sure we weren't on another assignment, that we had members who could respond that day. Obviously, there was the weather issue that day, making sure members could respond to the scene.
And the weather issue that day, what kind of weather issue?
It was a blizzard. I think most areas had received between 18 to 20 inches of snow.
Except Canton.
And as far as that initial phone call,
Yeah, pretty much.
As far as what was described to you, as far as the situation that you're responding to, or what, if anything, did you say about that?
He said they were conducting a death investigation on the town of Canton. He was looking for CERT assistance with an evidence search.
And how did you respond to that request on that initial phone?
I told him we would have members that would be able to respond, and that I would start working on the approval process. Looking out my own window, I had been outside my house that day. I had large snow drifts at the end of my driveway. I told him building a roster and having members clear their driveway at least an hour plus on a response time.
And following that initial conversation, did Lieutenant Tully reach back out to you at some point?
Side note, he says they couldn't attend to this because of the snow. Tully said he was on the horn with them for 8 minutes trying to get them there, but because it wasn't ruled a homicide, they didn't want to come. Just if anyone forgot that Tully testified 48 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not positive if he called me or if I called him. I think after I'd cleared my driveway, I spoke to my captain just to make sure, see what the status was on the approval process on our end. He said we were cleared on our end. So either Lieutenant Tully called me or I may have called him, because I was getting nervous that now that my driveway was clear, that the town plow was going to come back and bury the end of my driveway again. So I'm not sure who called who, but I called
In the morning.
him and told him we were cleared through the Division of Field Services. He also told me that we were cleared on his end. The approval requests have been approved.
And do you know approximately what time of day it was that you had that second conversation with Lieutenant Tully?
It's probably about 3:45, because we sent out an alert to our team at 3:48 telling them that we were authorized to respond to Canton.
Oh, so they weren't
And
called.
as far as your team was concerned, can you speak a bit about sort of that process as far as the response and who was to respond and how you were able to sort of pull together the body to respond?
So CERT is broken up. We're geographically dispersed across the state. So we have an East team, West team. I had reached out to a supervisor from the West team, someone I knew who I wouldn't request to drive that far in the snowy conditions, to set up a roster for us. So he sent out an alert to the team at 2:53, requesting an availability list. I told him to just confirm that the people responding either had a truck or some kind of four-wheel drive vehicle to respond.
And where was it that you were told, or where did you eventually respond?
Lieutenant Tully told us that we were going to 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
And from the time that you cleared your driveway, secured response from your higher-ups, what time was it that you left, or how long did it take you to get from your home to 34 Fairview?
Well, like I said, the alert went out authorizing the team to start responding at 3:48. I got the exact address via text from Lieutenant Tully at 4:10. We sent out another alert message at 4:17, just reminding people to bring shovels, brooms, rakes, etc. I left my house at 4:13 in the afternoon, and I got on scene at 4:56, so it took me 43 minutes to drive there.
And from your house to that location in Canton, about how, absent sort of weather, how long a drive was that going?
Probably 20 minutes, sir.
And when you respond, how many other members of the unit were able to respond to the scene?
Initially, we dispatched 8 members, including myself. Only 7 of us made it to the scene. One of the members could not get off his street. The end of his street had been plowed in by his town, and he had called his town DPW to try to get some assistance, but he was not able to make it to the scene. So we only had 7, and after we initially started 8, which should kind of shift some of the dynamics of how we ran the search on scene.
And getting to that in a moment, when you first arrived on scene, I think anyone else preceded your arrival? Who was on scene with that?
Just one other trooper from CERT, Trooper Jay Bousselet, was on scene. I believe he arrived 2 minutes prior to my arrival.
Could you say that name again and spell it for us?
Yes,
please?
sir. It's Trooper Jason Bousselet. It's Beausoleil.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Lieutenant Rao, when you arrived on scene, where did you park in relation to the house, or where was Trooper Bousselet in relation to the house?
Trooper Bousselet was just past the driveway of the house, so just north of the driveway. I parked almost at the end of the driveway of 34 Fairview.
And you recall, at some point, your attention was directed to an area with a flagpole and fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which direction either or both of your vehicle and Bousselet's vehicle were facing when you parked in that area of the driveway?
We were facing away from the flagpole originally. Eventually, we moved Trooper Bousselet's vehicle back towards the flagpole. Just we wanted some extra headlights to light up the scene, the area we would be working in.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, was he on scene when you arrived?
He was not.
And at some point, did you reach out to him?
Yes, I gave him a call. He stated he was just leaving. Canton PD would be on scene in about 5 minutes. That was probably around 5 o'clock.
Now, as far as the house that you were parked in front of him, as far as the residences on that street, who, if anyone else, as far as neighbors or anything like that, or people from the house that you see outside the house at any point in time?
We didn't see anyone outside the houses. A resident of 34 Fairview exited briefly after we were first on scene. That was the only person we saw.
And exited and came down to where you were, or where did that person?
No, he was, if you look at the house, you could consider 2 front doors, one closer to the garage, which would maybe be a mudroom or a den. Adult male exited from that door, had a hooded sweatshirt on. He asked us if we were here for what had happened earlier. We said yes, and we walked back inside the house.
Now, as far as mentioned a bit about the snow, as far as the roadway conditions of the area where you were in, what if anything did you know or observe in regards to the roadway and how it had been treated with plow prior to the plow?
The plow had really only cleared the center of the road. There was a good 3 to 4 foot snow drift coming off each side of the road. So maybe enough for 2 vehicles to pass, but not cleared curb to curb.
And as far as Lieutenant Tully arriving on scene around.
But our good friend
Why-
Brian Higgins said it was a one-way street and he had to drive in the middle of it. Can they-
All this snow talk is so BS because we all saw it. It was not that
Yeah.
bad. Talking
And
about
that
people
was-
couldn't get out of their driveways and stuff. Get out of here.
No, because actually this could be that bad because they weren't contacted until 2 in the afternoon. Because remember, Tully called them at 6:37 or 38 in the morning, got told, well, it's not an active investigation. And then he apparently called him back at home at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's when everything started moving. And remember, the snow didn't pick up till around 6 in the morning. So there could be those 45 feet of snow they talked about. But
Yeah, sure.
it's going to be interesting how the Canton police didn't find the shoe, the hat, and I think maybe they found 4 pieces of tail light. I'm not sure about that. but under 45 feet of snow with
Mhm.
rakes and shovels. Again, in an unintended crime scene.
At some point, did he, what if anything, where did he direct?
He had instructed us that the death investigation involved a motor vehicle. He told us where the motor vehicle was believed to have been parked and wanted us to search from that area south towards the flagpole fire hydrant.
Now, as far as this type of search was concerned, have you, what if any experience did you have doing this type of searching?
In blizzard conditions, we've really never done evidence searches like this. We've done missing person searches we've gone out to, but for evidence searches, nothing like this. Something, if a scene could be secured, we really wouldn't respond in a situation like this unless we really needed to.
Now, as far as the search that your team does, if you could, was it typical or not typical as far as conducting a search of an area that had already been gone over by another agency or by?
Oh my God, come on, move along.
Yeah, we're a stage 2 response, so pretty much every search we've ever done has been previously searched. We're never really the first persons to search an area.
And can you describe sort of, I guess, sort of the difference between what you do as far as searching is concerned and sort of looking or making observations or things like that?
I think our training is a lot different than maybe the regular patrolman or trooper responding. There's not much training provided anymore in the academies. So we do extensive training through a lot of the search and rescue groups that we're a part of, which would be the National Association for Search and Rescue, which is NASAR. We do search and rescue initial actions. We do line searching, managing lost person incidents. We do multiple trainings a month with a team, which is different than what other personnel would get. I think traditionally, looking back to even my time before I was a member of CERT, a search would be, you go this way, I'll go that way. There was really no methodical approach to the search.
And as far as your training is concerned as it relates to this particular search, what if any sort of methodical approach develop or what did you employ in this?
We gridded off or marked off the area Lieutenant Tully thought would be the best area for us to search. So we had a starting point and an end point. Once all the members got on scene, we set up a line search, or what we would call a grid search, which again would just be a slow, methodical search with all of us working in unison, moving through the area.
And about how big an area was it that you initially sort of set out to search?
It was just over 50 feet, I believe, from the front door, which is the left door, looking at the house from the street, to the fire hydrant. I believe it was 59 feet.
Was that length or width?
That is length.
And as far as the width of the area that you were searching, about what kind of area were you searching?
It's about 3 to 4 feet was the snowdrift coming off the curb.
Now, as far as the information that you received prior to conducting the search, were there any items that were specifically identified as far as items that you might be looking for, or what if anything was given you in relation to that?
Yeah, Lieutenant Tully had informed us that the victim, in this case, was struck by a vehicle. He believed there would be broken pieces of taillight in the area. He also stated the victim was missing his sneaker. So he asked us to search for both of those items.
And sir, at some point, did you ask Lieutenant Tully any questions about the vehicle in question or anything in relation to that?
After we found one or two of the pieces of the taillight, I asked him if we knew how much damage was to the taillight, or if he had a photo that we could get of the taillight.
And what, if anything, did he tell you?
He told us at that time the vehicle was being towed back to Canton PD, so he did not have a photo to show us.
But he sent you one 15 minutes later when it arrived in Canton?
And at any point, did he make any reference to who was coming along with the tow at Canton PD?
He said Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor were following the vehicle back to Canton PD.
Yes, they were looking for taillights. I had the impression they didn't find the pieces of taillights, but till later. But again, they found, I think it's 4 pieces of taillight that day. And then a week later, chief of police who was on sick leave just drove down the street and found more taillights. And then Proctor found more in 4 undocumented searches.
I mean, this is like the all the splinters from, the cross of Jesus, like they just ended up like everywhere, because I am having a really hard time believing anyone anymore with this child.
It's and the way he's talking, it's like yeah. And
It's
again,
okay. This thing can
why
just-
do you need a picture of the taillight? Just find all the pieces of taillight. You just found 4 pieces and thought, yeah, I'll be fine.
You mentioned an alert that was sent out to troopers as far as to rank certain items. Can you describe for the jury sort of the process and what any tools or implements you use and sort of how that sort of.
So like I said, we moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle to face the scene to give us some extra, uses headlights for extra lighting for the scene. All the team members also put on a headlamp, which would basically just be like a hiking headlamp. We all had shovels. We had a couple of rakes, the smaller garden rakes, just to kind of help us sift through the snow. And I also had a small push broom to move the snow around as well.
As you mentioned, sort of the headlamps and moving the vehicle as far as the headlights on the area that you were searching. What was the visibility and what was the lighting conditions around that area at that time?
It was poor lighting. There really wasn't much as far as what we felt enough for street lighting, but with the headlamps, we had decent visibility.
So when you first arrived on scene about 4:53 p.m. or so, was it dark out there?
Yes, it was, sir.
It remained dark while you were still on scene.
Yes, sir.
And in the area that you were looking, your testimony, there wasn't much overhead sort of ambient lighting or street lighting in that area as far as you recall.
Nothing that really helped.
Remember, this is in the afternoon after they determined that she must have hit him with a car, because Jen McCabe called them back at 9:30 and told her, oh, by the way, she told me she hit him.
Yeah.
That's when it turned into a car accident.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, don't bring up, if I'm a juror, do not bring up one more cop who's going to tell me how things, it's not standard operating procedure, but we're in the middle of, Snowmageddon 3, the Sharknado crossover. Bring the medical examiner on, because I need to understand how this man died, for the love of all that is holy.
I know.
Yeah, and again, we spent 30 minutes talking about they were at the scene. Look, and I totally lost interest in it. And I didn't even know they found 4 pieces of tail light in the morning. I thought they didn't find it until 4 days later. But still, at this point, what if anything do I care?
Pretty much.
So the area that you were searching was in the area of the fire, is that correct?
We started almost directly across from the front door and moved south towards Chapman Street, towards the fire hydrant.
And to be clear, as far as the area that you were searching with,
Oh, of course, they have
several of the
cameras and
other,
everything, because they're used to crime
implements
scene.
in the snow.
Evidence markers.
Where was your focus as far as the street versus the front wall?
Our right flank was on the curb, and then we moved out across the street from there. So we were lined almost shoulder to shoulder as we moved south through the area we were searching.
You're primarily
And again, another witness ruining their story, because why didn't they then find 45 pieces of tail light? Why did they only find 4? They were moving shoulder to shoulder, going over every inch, but still missed 41 pieces of tail light.
Yeah, this thing is really it's gone beyond farce, and now I'm thinking, what else are they trying to bury the lead with? Because this whole case has been kind of burying the lead. We have to clear everyone else's name, And then maybe if we get to it, we'll talk about, John O'Keefe.
Yeah, he's not that important
have-
in this case.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like this trial's about him. It seems to be keeping the Alberts and Colin and, the entire investigation, CYA, like we did a whole bunch.
Yeah, we had a lot of people, and they're going to bring in every guy on the search team to say exactly the same as this guy. And I'm going to, even though it's illegal in Denmark to own a pew stick, I'm going to find one. And I might have a hot dinner tonight.
You are entirely searching along the roadway, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And as far as some point did you, in the course of sort of shoveling it and removal of snow from that area, did you approach or come in contact with the area of grass in front of?
We did, as one of the members who was working along the curb, he started to clear some of the grass on the front lawn. Yes, sir.
What, if any, issues did you encounter when you got this grass?
It was very difficult to clear the snow. I don't think we had very good visibility on what we were moving, even with the push broom and the rake. It was very difficult to definitively say we'd cleared the lawn properly. So we didn't focus too much of our efforts on that area.
We referenced that only 7 members of your unit were able to respond because one got stuck in the snow in the street. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And that had some impact as far as documentation on the scene. Is that correct?
Correct. Normally on a search, if I'm the overall, as a team leader, I would run what you consider a command post or be the incident commander for CERT. I would stay behind a line and kind of document our efforts. But because this was such a small search area, it wasn't really an issue because we weren't breaking people off into teams. No one was out of my sight line. And we had multiple detectives on scene that were able to fill that role for me.
And you still,
So at that point, as far as the 7 members from your unit, in addition to the 7 members from your unit, with anyone else present for the course.
But there's 5 other members. I believe there were only 2 that I recognized from the state police. I'm not sure who the other 3 were. They were Canton detectives, Canton patrolmen, but they were all dressed in plain clothes.
And as far as documentation for the scene, what, if anything, was done with reference to that?
As we began to find evidence, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully and just confirmed that he was going to document everything we were recovering via photograph and evidence log.
As far as documented photos taken by Lieutenant Tully,
Yes, they were, sir.
and the items that were photographed, were they photographs prior to anyone touching them or moving them or placing them, other than those photo related to the search effort?
Correct. As soon as we found anything deemed as evidence, we stopped our search efforts until they were documented by Lieutenant Tully.
And in reference to your search efforts, what, if anything, of evidential value did you and your team locate?
I found multiple pieces of red and clear taillight.
And where were they in relation to sort of the grid or the area that you assessed?
They were on the street in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And sir, in addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic that you covered, you know approximately how many pieces of that you were able to locate on that thing?
I believe maybe 6 or 7 pieces.
And how big or how small did they range in size as far as the pieces that you located?
There was 3 larger pieces, 2 red, 1 clear, and then a couple of smaller pieces.
In addition to the pieces of red and clear plastic taillight that were uncovered during the search process, what any other items did you locate?
We found a sneaker.
And where was that sneaker located in reference to the scene, your search efforts, and in reference to pieces of clear red plastic?
It was same location. Generally, it was in between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The sneaker was flush up against the curb and it was upside down. I think we had found 1 piece of taillight prior to the sneaker, and then after we found the sneaker, we found a few more additional pieces of taillight.
Now, with reference to the sneaker and each of those pieces of red and clear plastics, where were they in relation to the snow that was being run through? And by that, where were they in relation to?
Can you repeat the end of that, sir?
So, with reference to each of the items of evidence that you're talking about, the sneaker or the red and clear plastic, where were they in relation to snow that you were digging into? Where were they in relation to the asphalt surface?
Close to the curb. As we started digging originally, the snowdrift, the snowpack was pretty solid from where the plow had kind of cleared to. So once we were able to move through that, we started getting into fresh, undisturbed snow, started moving through that, which was a lot easier to move at that point. And all the items we found were close to the curb.
And so my question also, sir, is sort of how deep within the snow that you were digging was each of those items?
They were all found at ground level.
And as far as the area that you were searching, beyond snow drifts and plowing towards the middle of the road, how would you characterize that snow as far as observing footprints, tire tracks, or anything in that area where you were digging through and finding the site?
No, we did not see anything, sir. Like I said, it was all fresh undisturbed snow once we got past where the plow had cleared up to.
How is glass near the flagpole than the curb, but you find shoe and glass at the roadside?
That is
Did
the
you do
whole
like a
thing.
donut?
Like,
a
did
shoe is
her
way-
tail light explode out into the yard? I mean, that's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
The car came from this direction and hit him, and he ended up somewhere we don't know in this area between the fire hydrant
So-
and the flagpole.
She
The shoe was here.
drove almost all the way past him, and then she hit him, and he flew back into the. I'm not good at visualizing.
Well, if you have the
Don't worry,
roadside,
we're gonna. Yeah.
their story is she came back this way and he was somewhere here and then did a magic between 5 and 20 feet flight onto the lawn up here. That's the
So
area
she's-
marked with an X.
Oh, okay. So she very, very, very successfully was able to lightly sideswipe him, but with great force to make him go 20 miles or, 20 feet. Okay. I mean,
And break her tail light. And
Yeah, which then
yeah.
ends up here and here. And that glass on the shoe where all this, he's now going to testify there was a ton of snow here because a snowplow had gone by. How does snow stay, the glass stay in the same, and how does the shoe stay in the same space when there's these mountains of snow and it's plowed? The more I hear evidence in this case, the more, because I'm a visual thinker. That's why I tried to draw it. It doesn't make sense.
Well, that's why I was confused because I thought for forever they thought that she was making the 3-point turn and hit him as you do that little like back up before you swing over.
That was the second explanation they came in with.
I
I know, Mo.
I will
I
say-
know, Mo. I know.
I will say that I'm the world's worst visualizer, so there
I
could be a
need
way to
to-
get this done.
I'm with you though. I need like.
Yeah, someone draw me a picture. We started to find evidence, so we decided to do a crappier job so the blind chief could find the biggest piece. Exactly.
Yeah.
This doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Now, as far as this search being conducted sort of physically exists, you mentioned there's some sort of line that's set up, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of how that line was set up, what were the different functions in different parts of the line, and where were you in relation?
So like I stated, we had what we consider our right flank stood on the curb closest to the house, and then we moved left into the street. As we dug the snow out, it was originally inspected as they would pull their shovel out, make sure they didn't have anything in their shovel to the best of their ability. Then they would bring it out to the street. I was the left flank. They would dump it in the street, and I would sift through it at the end just to make sure there was no evidence that had come out to the street. Once I was positive nothing was in that snow, I would toss it onto the other side of the street. And we just continued that process as we moved south through that grid.
And the depth of the snow that you were digging through, how did that change, or how was that any different from one portion of the section to another?
Where the plow had touched, clear to, I would say that was probably about a 3+ foot in height. But as we moved into the snow itself, getting closer to the curb, that was in level with the rest of the area. What was on the front lawn, which was on the neighbor's lawn. So probably 18 inches of snow.
8.
And so as far as this search was concerned, about how long period of time was it that you were on the scene as far as searching and how long process was done?
Danny T, I was thinking the same thing. You shoveled the entire front yard and didn't find 41 pieces of tail light, but Berkey found it 5 days later, and then Proctor went
Berkey.
by and found more. Come on, do Swedish fish really
this
know
doesn't-
anything though? Let's be honest. Swedish fish is a great candy.
After Lieutenant Tully showed up, kind of informed us where we were going to search. We moved Trooper Boussolet's vehicle at 5:20, and that's when the rest of the team started to show up, right around 5:21, 5:24. A couple other members with extended response time showed up a little bit after that, but all members were on scene by 5:41. We had already started the process before they had all arrived on scene, and we were complete by 6:15. We started to wrap up and clear the area.
As far as the wrapping up, how was that decision arrived at, and sort of what led to that decision?
So after we found the sneaker and a couple additional pieces of taillight, we moved south for, I'd say, over 5 feet, maybe closer to 8 to 10 feet, without finding any other pieces of evidence. So Lieutenant Tully and I had a conversation. He was very satisfied that we had found everything we were going to locate at that time, and we decided to suspend the search.
How did he know?
And what was, as far as you were concerned, with weather conditions and everything that had gone on, located that one, what was sort of your thought process in relation to any sort of situation of search that's submitted?
I told Lieutenant Tully, I mean, we'll do a debrief at the end. We'll go over probability of detection, how I feel, whether we would have found everything that was there. I told him that there was a good chance we did not find everything. I said, if you want us to come back in the daylight, which give us better lighting to search, or after a couple of days, the weather was supposed to warm up. If you wanted us to come back after there was some snow melt, just to reach out to me, and we would come back.
And as far as suspending the search at that point, was that something that was your decision independent of Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was in consultation with Lieutenant Tully.
Which means he told us not to look anymore.
You mentioned troopers Buchanan and Crocker, or you received information that they were following the vehicle to the station, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
At any point in time that you were on scene, did you know either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Crocker?
Yes, I know both of them, sir.
And at any point in time that you were on scene, did you see either Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Crocker in the area of critical care the entire time? Okay.
No, they were not on scene.
So the other sort of troopers that you mentioned around, they were not, right?
They were not there, no, sir.
Now, as far as the securing of evidence, how was that done? Generally speaking, in relation to searches that your unit conducts, and how was it done in this specific?
So we don't recover evidence. We'll stop and halt our search. Sometimes we've been waiting for a crime scene to show up for 2 hours before we continue to search. So once we found the first piece of taillight, again, I conferred with Lieutenant Tully, asked him if he was documenting it and recovering everything. He stated he was. Once we felt comfortable that he had done that properly, we then continue the search.
So Tully,
So once you get sort of that initial parameters as far as where and what you may be looking for from Lieutenant Tully, is Lieutenant Tully directing your search efforts in any way, shape, or form?
He is not, no.
Is that typical as far as how searches will be conducted?
Correct, yes. Yeah, they let me run the search the way I deem best.
So in addition to photographs, what if anything else was done to document?
no, this is the guy from the search team. Proctor is the leading investigator. So he's the guy who Tully and this guy in the end reported to. But Tully didn't tell us anything about what they found at the crime scene.
We haven't heard from Tully yet.
One of our members used a handheld GPS.
Didn't we hear from Tully? No, that
Link.
yeah.
I thought,
Tully
No,
was
we
the
haven't
one
who
heard
is
who
the
was
brown
at this,
guy?
he was the guy who was in the house.
No, that was Link.
Link,
Sergeant
I'm sorry, I know nothing.
Which we use a Garmin 64 ST,
Tully
And he-
took it down.
marked each item we found, which we then can upload later to a map, which we did later that evening.
If you could just describe through that process as far as mapping is concerned, as to how mobile positioning system or GPS is utilized in creating that.
Correct. So the Garmin,
Yes, it would. But instead of any glass being embedded into him, there's a cocktail glass shot embedded into the bumper, allegedly. So, Brendan, you've been with us for the last 6 weeks. Nothing makes sense. But thank you so much for the super chat. But, and again, no one knows where he is because no one took a photo of the geographic locations at the scene with a little evidence marker anywhere. Maybe in the afternoon, but not in the morning. So that's why I said it doesn't make sense.
GPS we use, it connects to 4 different satellites to get you a best range of your location. There obviously is some range error involved with GPSs, but he was able to stamp 3 of the items, so 3 pieces of the tail light. But as he was marking those items on his GPS, because they were in such close proximity, they were almost marking directly on top of each other. So he only marked 3 of them because it was just going to clutter the map as we continued if we were to mark all the pieces we located.
So with respect to the 3 pieces of tail light that were marked on the diagram, excuse me, were those the larger pieces, smaller pieces, or something?
They were the larger pieces, sir.
Congratulations
Yes.
with the pregnancy.
Oh my God.
This is going to take forever. No. Speed it up some more. Looking at the photo. So now we're going to see the crime scene in dark because they didn't search the crime scene too. And again, they did all that in less than 2 hours. All the
So I'm showing you a series of 24 photographs. Briefly, I'm going to ask you in a moment if you recognize it.
Well, technically, it's Jimmy's business, not just the front. We can speed this up.
Do you recognize what's in the photograph, sir?
Yes, sir. It's the area we searched and some of the evidence that we recovered.
I'll come out to seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Yannetti?
There's no objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm just going to mark all 24 now before we go. Well, we can speed this up again.
Jeez.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. She needs to.
Lally, you are a real time waster. Let's go.
Yeah, you're a real
Yeah.
idiot. Well, at least now we're going to see some evidence. This is the first evidence we've seen. Only 8 weeks into a
You
trial.
know what? But we didn't need to spend 85 minutes on talking about snow things.
I think we needed to talk more about the snow.
You stop it. Right.
What,
now.
if any,
Yeah.
feelings did the snow have? Did the snow?
All the feelings.
Yeah. Did the snow agree to be searched by you? Did the snow?
Yeah. Was it
Agree you
consensual?
could just shovel it around like a 2-bit posse? Hey, whiskey. Hey,
Oh my God.
divergence.
Do you think Lolly has a what if anything counter that he uses too? Like he's so upset with this case. He counts himself what if anything. And at the end of the trial, he's going to reveal that it was, like 7,766, but he had to do that 11 more just to make it, or 10 more just to make it 77.
I think he's real proud of
I
himself.
love that he's become bolder doing this.
Oh, he
trial.
has.
His balls were up here.
But he's still rocking that shark fin. He thinks it's cool.
Well,
Yeah.
at least it's not a soul patch with it. I mean, he does have limits.
Well, after this trial, I bet he'll pick up guitaring at the streets with a soul patch and a shark fin. Because
shark
being a BA clearly isn't a job for him. Oh, come on now.
Yeah.
I love that we have wasted so much time, but we're still running at 2 speed, trying to catch up.
Okay. Why can't, boring nerd who looks like she's got nothing to do help lady who's having to talk into everything and, stickers?
I know.
Well-
I think the same thing.
It's very important to keep our record straight. It will be important for you during the deliberations that we do this. Sometimes it takes a while. We're fortunate we've got such a great court reporter here to take care of this for us, but sometimes it takes a while. I caution counsel that maybe you can all work together so that we don't do this, take up any extra time.
Hey, Bev, honey, remember when
Hey!
they pre-marked every evidence, and after 2 days, your court reporter effed everything up, and you said, we're just going to go by the numbers now, not what's it pre-marked as.
And every time she says, we really need to work together to get this. Ma'am, you just took 85 days off. Shut your mouth.
We can make
Unless you're
bigger
going to
work
get
with
your lazy ass off that bench and help everybody out. Shut up.
Brandon. I'll work for it because Jamie still needs that 500 a month to let me stream.
Yes, please.
I realize his script strength is just gone. After all that writing, he'll take one look down and realize his script strength is just gone. This is going to be good.
All right. Do you need those photos back, Mr. Lally?
Can you report on that one?
Approach now.
All right.
Can we send the jury home for the day and just back to 0.2 speed? And the grip split.
I just get so mad when she mentions anything about like chip, chop, chip.
Yeah, after she
Yeah.
just had a white claw occasion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
last
and
night.
it seems like different.
We made Legos yesterday, me and Valhalla.
Ooh.
Your Honor, post submission, may I publish those, what's just remarked as those exhibits for the jury?
Yes.
Approach the witness room.
Yes.
Jeff Floyd is raising points, and that points really higher than that.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant O'Hara, just going to this, on that. Lieutenant O'Hara, what you have up on the screen before you, is that what you have as exhibit 134? I'm sorry, 111.
Hold on, might be backwards here. Yes, 111, sir.
And if you could describe the jury, if you don't have any point, what if anything is sure?
For God's sake. You've got to be kidding me.
This is the flagpole in front of the house. As you move south, this appears to be one of the pieces of taillight that we recovered.
I'm sure, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom back out a little. Now, as far as when you're conducting,
Sorry.
I appreciate
Can you see the piece of tail light where that's positioned? On top of the snow.
Where? Oh, right there. That little,
This,
there it is.
oh my gosh.
It's on top. You smart Alex.
There's a ton of snow being moved around here. There was a lot of snow at this time. This is laying on top of a pile of snow? Is this after they sifted it, or did he testify to that? That absolutely makes no sense. Is this after they dug it out and can't testify where they found it because they moved everything on the crime scene? This,
I mean, it works for me, but even if they plowed it, you wouldn't. I don't see a scenario where you can actually take it as, fact that they found this on a snow pile where plows had already been used. That could have come from any number of cars because it's been plowed and pushed over. But
Yeah,
luckily they were able to put all of it together.
I mean, the search, when the actual searching process is ongoing, what was the weather doing while you were doing it? Is that visible in this photo?
Yes, because of the air conditioning. So you need to speak up really loudly if you don't have a microphone in front of you.
And so, Lieutenant, during the course of the process that you're conducting this search, what was the weather doing, and is that something that you can observe in this photo?
It was still snowing, and you can see some of the snowflakes falling here by the flagpole.
What was
As far as the wind was concerned, what if any impact did the wind have on the course of the search that you conducted?
It was windy, but it really didn't impact how we were searching through the area.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next photograph on top.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
It's sort of a different perspective of the same area that you were talking about in the last photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
If I could have the next photograph on 13. Again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you as 113?
Yes, it is.
And again, sort of a closer perspective to the piece of taillight that you were referring to, is that correct?
I can't
Correct.
when I have it in full screen mode.
If I could have the next photograph.
Okay, you really have to speak up.
Again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you?
Yes, it is.
And again, a closer up image of that same piece of taillight as it was observed when you covered it.
Correct. And you can see right here to the left of the taillight, that is the molding of a shovel. So this piece of taillight was picked up with one of the team members' shovels. And as they overturned it, you can see the taillight came up as they were searching through the area. And this is kind of the markings of the shovel itself.
And the next photograph.
So we're going to have to turn the air conditioning off for this. We can't hear you at all.
The issue is I'm trying to move away from the podium.
I understand. So we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you.
So you get.
Yes, please.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have for you as the next?
Yes, it is.
If you could describe the jury what we're looking at is.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned snow from the shovel. And again, seeing the markings from the shovel from where it was overturned.
Oh, bull.
And the next photograph. This particular piece, is this one of the larger or is this one of the smaller pieces that you were describing earlier?
This is one of the larger pieces, sir.
And as far as length of the size of it, if you know, how much would you estimate it? How big?
I guess a couple of inches, but I didn't measure it, sir.
And this coming, if I could have the next photograph.
That's at least 6 inches.
And Lieutenant, if you could describe to the jury sort of what is depicted or what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo.
So this is the CERT members working through the area again, working on as a line through the grid formation. One of the things we stress is critical separation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece of evidence. If you're too far
So
apart,
everybody knows.
we'll miss that. A lot of times before searches,
But
we will
missed
take an item of similar
a lot of people.
similar size item that we're looking for, and we'll space out because this was such a condensed search area. We
That
just had
is
the team
not
stand
that much
shoulder
snow.
to shoulder as they search through the area.
That is not that much snow at all.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, if you could describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at or what, if anything, of significance you observe in this.
Maybe a little difficult to see from a distance, but right here, this is the sneaker that we recovered.
And as far as the area of the curving that you indicated that the sneaker was recovered in relation to, where is that?
It's flush up against the curb.
Yeah, I'm sorry, using the laser
I
pointer.
apologize, sir. Right here, this would be the curbing right here.
The next one.
Oh, remember that they cleared the curb that morning to figure out where the curb was when they were first arriving at the scene?
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't find this one. Oh, I really hope Janetti is as young
Oh
as I
my
am.
God, please just end this so we can get to cross already. Good
Yes.
God.
please.
Graph is coming. So similar, as far as this photograph is concerned, what if anything you observe in that photograph?
That's a closer photo of the sneaker. The sneaker is in the bottom right down here.
The next photograph. And again, what if anything we're looking at in this photograph?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed
How
in
the hell did
photo.
it end up like
And this
that?
would be the curbing right here.
Struck him with a car and flew
And the
off.
sneaker as it was portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
I
Next
like that
photograph is coming. Or the other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Is that fixed sort of in relation to the curve that you described earlier in the testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. Now, as far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
The next photograph is still.
None of this makes sense.
Yeah.
And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How the cured mine was discovered.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is still. Next photograph is coming. And sir, in this photograph, if we could use the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed.
This is at 125. It's the photo I have in front of me. This might be difficult for them to see, but this is a clear piece of the tail light right here.
And the next photograph is coming. And again, sir, what is depicted in this exhibit 126?
See a little closer zoomed in version of the clear piece of taillight that was recovered.
As far as what the area of snow surrounding, did that sort of the depth at which that piece of clear plastic taillight was discovered?
Correct, sir.
Next photograph 127. What anything we're looking at in this one?
A different angle of the piece of clear taillight that was recovered.
Next photograph is 128. So if you could describe to the jury what is depicted in exhibit 128.
It's difficult to see, but there's a piece of clear taillight right here. I can see with the photo in front of me, but I'm not sure if the jurors can see it from that distance, but there is a clear piece of taillight in this location.
Next photograph 129. Again, if you could demonstrate to the jury what anything is significant to your jury.
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight right in this location.
Different piece of taillight than the one you were referring to previously in the prior exhibits.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph 130. What, if anything, what are we looking at in this?
Again, there's a piece of clear taillight. Again, it might be difficult from the distance for the jurors, but it's in this location here.
Next photograph 131. What, if anything, is depicted in exhibit 130?
There's a larger piece of red taillight located on the ground in this location.
And next exhibit 132. What, if anything, are we looking at in 130?
It's a closer photo of the same piece of taillight right here located on the ground.
And the next exhibit 133. Now, what, if anything, is depicted in 130?
There's a small piece of taillight, I believe, in this location right here.
Where?
And lastly, exhibit 134.
No, that was the wrong location.
It's a small piece of taillight right on the ground right here in this location.
No.
John Mayer.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Man.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do, sir.
What do you recognize those?
This is the mapping system we use to map evidence we recover.
Are those diagrams created pursuant to that mapping system?
Yes, they are.
Where
What's
everything-
contained in those diagrams is that a fair and accurate portrayal of where items were recovered in relation to various markers on scene at 34th Fairview on January 29th in the afternoon.
Yeah, the marks showing on the map, they're a little offset, but that falls in the range of error with the handheld GPSs.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
follow up the section. No objection to the maps.
All right. Thank you.
Oh my God. They are
Kim, T-Rex Trucking, Eileen, Secret Squirrel, True Psych Ward, Wanda Stevens, Vinosaur, and Boomer, Melissa Joy, Troy Cadisa were gifted memberships by the
Thank you.
friendly Brandon.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those to one of these succession to the jury?
Yes.
Let's put it up so we can read.
Now, Lieutenant O'Hara, would you have for you the first diagram 135? Is that what's up on the screen?
Yes, it is, sir.
And you mentioned something earlier in your testimony just now in regard to sort of items being found in close proximity, creating some overlay with the GPS system. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And you mentioned range of error. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Describe what a range of error is and how that impacts or how it's depicted in this particular diagram.
So for GPS's typical range of error on a clear day is up to 16 feet. Obviously, we didn't have a clear day. We had atmospheric conditions, cloudy, snowy conditions. GPSs can be affected for their range accuracy by a few different things. One is the satellite geometry. As I said before, the GPSs connect to 4 different satellites. You also could have signal blockage. Blockage could occur from trees, buildings, bridges. Then you have atmospheric conditions, like I mentioned, and then you have the receiver end, any issues with your receiver end, which is actually the handheld GPS. Those would be the four main issues and why you may have a little offset on your GPS readings. But again, typically under clear sky conditions would be up to 16 feet.
And so using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what is any sort of significant markers or what has been marked on this particular
We've listed as the command post, which is where my vehicle was parked. We have the address, which is the house, 34 Fairview. And as you move further south, you'll see the first red plastic that we recovered, which again was a larger piece of red plastic. They're kind of stamped on top of each other, but you'll see the sneaker, you'll see a second red piece of plastic, and you'll see the fire hydrant all marked on the map.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cameron, if I could have the next diagram, please. Again, so what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you? Is it 136?
Yes, it is.
And again, if you can describe to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this diagram, or what, if anything, is different between 136 and 135.
We just changed the layering on the map just to make it a little easier to read. So we removed the taillight pieces, and now we just have the sneaker and the fire hydrant listed on the map here.
And that area, as far as you were talking, sort of the concentration you search was in the area of the flagpole and the fire hydrant, is that correct?
Correct, sir. Again, we started closer to they're almost directly across from the front door. The evidence recovery all happened between the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
And if you could, or if it's possible on this diagram that you have up on the screen, could you, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to sort of where the search and where the items of evidence were located?
Search would have begun right in this area.
Yes.
And as we moved south, we started finding pieces of evidence right around here.
And then the area that you went, about 5 or somewhere between 5 to 10 feet, is that your testimony beyond when you started to not find any more items of evidentiary value? Was that correct?
Correct. We'd gone past the fire hydrant, hadn't found any other pieces of evidence for it's probably closer to 8 to 10 feet, and that's when we suspended the search.
And so just using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to that 8 to 10 feet, in which direction was that from the items of evidence?
Heading south towards Chapman Street. So down in this location would be where we stopped.
Thanks. Your Honor, may I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships to Pam Graham, EP Crew.
Now, sir, at any point in time that you were on scene, were you able to look at or see any sort of photographs or any images of the damage to the taillight?
No, I was not.
So fair to say that at the time that you're conducting your search on that particular afternoon, you weren't aware of how much taillight could be there or how much you might be looking for, correct?
Correct. We did not know how much damage there was.
Now, so you talked a little bit about, let me ask you this, as far as from your training and experience in relation to conducting these types of searches, are you familiar with a term known as POD?
Correct. So that'll be probability of detection.
And I believe you referenced earlier in your testimony some variables that go into that terminology, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what some of those variables are and how it related to this particular search?
So probability of detection, it winds up turning into a mathematical formula to make it simpler, give us more of a baseline objective on how well we did search in the area. Covers 10 different categories. We'll rate those categories 1 through 10 on how we feel we did and kind of come up with a score to give just a baseline on what we think percentage-wise we would have found the objects we're looking for. Those categories would include the terrain, as number 1, hazards would be 2, lighting would be 3, weather would be 4, vegetation would be 5, which in this case would have been some of the grass we encountered as we got on the front lawn. As you continue on would be your spacing, which again is how the team members are separated as we're searching through the area, the tactics you're using, the area size, then the team composition, and then the last one is instinct and variables. And really the last 2, I think, is what works best for us. What stands out most about our team is your team composition and the instincts, just for the experience we have in searching.
So was it those variables that sort of led to the conclusion in conjunction yourself and Lieutenant Tully as far as to cease searching at that particular point after you had gone 8 to 10 feet south of the evidentiary items without locating any other evidentiary items?
Correct, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, sir.
Come on.
Oh, come on, please.
Because they're specialists in finding evidence and doing crime scenes. They don't even have floodlights, but they are specialists in crime scene investigations. So they had a car point the headlights at the scene instead of putting up floodlights. And when Tully said, "Hey, do you want to search anymore?" "Nah, it's almost 6 o'clock. We've been here for almost 1.5 hours. Yeah, we're probably going to leave." And I always self-report myself at an 8 out of 10 when I do my self-reporting, just to make sure there's always room for improvement. Jamie rates me at a 1. Yeah, no floodlights, but they had instincts.
Good morning, Lieutenant. Morning, sir. Sir, so you will agree with me that it was Lieutenant Brian Tully who first called you at 2:32 p.m. to ask that your team come out for an evidence search?
That's correct, sir.
And you knew at that time that Lieutenant Tully was he was in charge of the Norfolk County State Police Detectives Unit, correct?
Correct, sir.
Attached to the Norfolk County DA's office, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you also knew Trooper Michael Proctor at that time?
I knew who he is, yes, sir.
And you knew that Trooper Michael Proctor was in the same unit as Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I don't know if I knew he was assigned to that office. I'm not sure where he was assigned, sir.
You've since found out that he is.
Correct, sir.
Now, you told Lieutenant Tully during that phone call at 2:32 p.m. that you would make your team available that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
But at that point in time, Lieutenant Tully specifically held you up, right? Because he didn't have authorization yet?
Objection.
Is that true?
It's not.
Okay. He told you that he did not have the green light, correct?
He had not requested official response from sir at that time.
So you were not authorized to respond at that time, correct?
No, neither one of us are allowed to dispatch my team. We have to send up formal requests to get authorization to respond.
All right. Now, by 2:32 p.m. on January 29th, when you first spoke to Lieutenant Tully, snow had been falling consistently in Canton since the early hours, correct? The early morning hours?
I would assume so, yes, sir. It wasn't my house.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't my house, so I would assume so, yes, sir.
But you lived in Massachusetts at that time,
Correct,
right?
yes, I did, sir.
And you weren't hours away when you were contacted by Lieutenant Tully,
I
correct?
was not, no.
Now, you were aware that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn at 6:03 that morning?
I believe when I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, he told me around 6:30.
Okay. Well, let's go with 6:30 then. So when you received the call from Lieutenant Tully, snow would have been accumulated from 6:30 a.m. approximately to approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And so snow had been accumulating at that point when you first got the call for about 8 hours after the body was found, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, before you conduct a search, is it important for you to know in general terms the working theory of the police and the investigators in terms of what had happened at the scene?
It's not. I want as detailed information on what we're looking for. As far as the investigation is concerned, that's not interesting to me. I'm not interested in those exact specifics. I just want to know where you would like us to search and what you need us to find.
Right, but in order to know what you are seeking to find, you'd need to learn from the investigators what they believed happened that would leave that evidence, correct?
Correct, sir. He told us we were looking for pieces of taillight from a vehicle.
All right. You'd also want to know prior to getting to the scene who had access to the scene before you got there, would you not?
I did not need to know that information, no, sir. And I did not ask that.
Right. Is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
Sometimes, but a lot of times when we're involved in searches, we might not be out for days later. If search efforts have been exhausted and they don't think any evidence can be recovered, we will go out to scenes that have been left unsecured for days on end.
Sure. No, I understand that, but that wasn't my question. My question was, is it important to maintain the integrity of a crime scene before it's searched or processed?
No, you can leave it unattended if you don't believe it'll be disturbed or anything will be taken, sir.
Is it preferable to leave a crime scene unattended prior to searching it?
No, I think they would have searched it before we arrived, yes, sir.
Again, I'm going to ask if you would. Please just respond.
It's a simple yes or no. Is it preferable that you don't touch a crime scene before the experts arrive?
Yeah, pretty much. And he's like, nah, I guess not if it's like snowing outside. We're allergic to snow.
We never saw snow before in Massachusetts, so...
I mean, imagine if this had happened, say, in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, where they're just like, meh, you know what? We didn't secure the scene of the crime. We're not going to take a look at any of these videos. You're just guilty. This is mind-boggling. I can't imagine that in his other duties as a cop, he would say, yeah, you know, I mean, we'll get to it when we get to it. You know, crime scene, YOLO.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Do you remember back in September 01? It wasn't that important. Who would disturb any of that? It couldn't be that important. We could look into that 5-6 years later. It's not that important. And Brandon, what a smart POS. If I don't have gold posted, dab a little gold glue on there. Yes, sir. It's really making me work today.
What my preference would be, sir, yes,
Don't
I
skip
prefer that it
leg
was
day.
secured.
Okay, that wasn't very difficult.
Apologize on the
Objection, Your Honor.
So, no comments, Mr. Yannetti.
At the time that Lieutenant Tully first called you, were you aware that no one from law enforcement was controlling that crime scene?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
Were you aware at that time that no one had been controlling it for about 6 or 7 hours before you were called?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene had been abandoned by the police and investigators at about 7:50 in the morning?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was not aware of that, sir.
Were you aware that the scene was left open to the public for hours before you were asked to search?
I was not aware of that.
All right, in any case, when you got there was only one trooper on scene, and that was a trooper from your unit,
Correct, sir.
Beausoleil?
Correct.
Nobody else was guarding the crime scene at that point, correct?
There was not.
In fact, at that point, did you know where specifically on the property you were going to be searching?
I did not.
And in your experience, is it proper procedure in an investigation that requires a search for law enforcement to give up control of the area that will be searched?
It's not unusual for us to respond to scenes like that, sir.
It happens, but is it proper procedure, sir, to give up control of a area to be searched prior to the search?
If they don't think anything will be recovered in the meantime, sir, it's something we encounter all the time on our searches.
Right? So in this case, is it your testimony then that the investigators didn't think that anything would be recovered?
Objection.
I'll sustain the objection.
Why? That's
All
what
right,
we said.
well, you recorded that there was a second alert regarding this case at 2:53 p.m., correct?
That was the initial alert, sir.
Maybe we're getting into semantics here, but you were first notified at 2:32 p.m. by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
That's him calling me. The 253 alert is sent out to my full team.
Okay. That 2:53 alert is the second time that you're receiving information about this case, right? The first being 2:32 from Lieutenant Tully.
No, that's not new information. That's me taking the information I received from Lieutenant Tully and sending it out to the rest of my team. Because they were not aware of the circumstances yet.
So you were the one to send out that second alert, or that alert?
The West Team supervisor, because I was going to start clearing my driveway. So I reached out to a West Team supervisor. He sent out that alert.
And who was that?
That was then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Simpson.
And the alert that Sergeant Simpson sent out was an instruction for members of your team to begin clearing off their cruisers and their driveways to get ready to go, correct?
That was an availability alert to see who would be available to respond.
And that they should begin clearing off their cruisers and driveways, correct?
Yes, so they would be able to respond.
But your team was still not activated at that point, correct?
Correct.
In fact, Sergeant Simpson explicitly wrote in that alert, quote, "We do not have the green light yet," end quote, correct?
Correct, sir.
Sergeant Simpson at 2:53 p.m. in that alert actually typed it in twice that your team did not have the green light, correct?
Correct. It's a voice generator response. It will normally duplicate the instructions. So as they listen to it, if they miss it the first time through, they can hopefully hear it clearly the second time through.
Okay. And it was very clear that you didn't have the green light from that alert, correct?
Correct. So we weren't authorized to respond yet.
Okay. Now, you stated that you were in Massachusetts at the time you were first contacted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how far were you from Canton?
Normally would be about a 20-minute ride.
All right. With the blizzard conditions, however, it took you longer than that?
43 minutes, sir.
Now, you're familiar with the CERT Administrative Journal extract?
The Daily Journal, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That recorded, and when I say that, I mean, you called it the Daily Journal?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll call it the Daily Journal. That Daily Journal recorded the initial contact that you had with Lieutenant Tully at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, that was entered in the Daily Journal.
And then the second entry was the 2:53 p.m. alert that was sent out by Sergeant Simpson, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's in the Daily Journal or not, but that would be the alert, sir.
May I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
No, Julie Fraser, other than seeing pictures of...
Your Honor, I'd like to hand the witness this document and leave it there. I have an extra copy. I have no problem with him referring to it.
Very, very important.
Once you've had a chance to review that, Lieutenant, if you look up at me when you're done.
All set, sir.
So you'd agree with me that the 2:32 p.m. phone call with Lieutenant Tully is in the Daily Journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the 2:53 p.m. alert by Sergeant Simpson is also in the journal, correct?
Yes, it is.
Both of those have a timestamp, do they not?
They do, sir.
What is the next entry on that journal?
It says, CERT activated en route to Canton.
Now, there is no time entry next to that. I'm sorry, no time is entered next to that entry, correct?
There is not, no.
The previous alert said only to clear the vehicles and driveways, essentially, right? To check on availability?
Correct, sir.
So the time that your team is alerted was entered in the journal, but there is no time entered in this journal as to when you were dispatched, correct?
Correct, sir.
But you have a memory of after that 2:53 p.m. alert sent out by Sergeant Simpson, that Lieutenant Tully called you back about an hour later?
It's not a memory, sir. Our alert for the team to respond is timestamped at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, and that was Sergeant Simpson that recorded that, correct?
Correct, sir.
But that's not in the Daily Journal, correct?
No, that's in the Health and Homeland Alert Network, which records all our alerts that get sent out, and that was timestamped at 3:48.
3:48, okay. Now, other than authorization that would have been obtained after the 2:53 p.m. alert, did you ever ascertain what else changed on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit that allowed you now to have the green light?
Once I was done cleaning my driveway off, which took a significant amount of time, I spoke to my captain. He said we were approved through our chain of command, and that's when either I contacted Lieutenant Tully or he called me. He said he was approved through his chain of command to include the deputy superintendent who was authorizing a response. Okay, so several layers of the chain of command that have to approve a response for numerous reasons. Staffing reasons, they know I'm pulling, again, I said some of my team members aren't full-time members. Some of them I have to pull off their assignments. So if they're on patrol, I'll now be shorting a barracks. They take that into consideration, overtime consideration, safety consideration of now additional members driving through, so whether to respond. So that all gets discussed at levels above us.
All right. That answer applied to strictly issues regarding authorization on both ends, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You recall my question, which was, other than authorization, did you learn what, if anything, had changed in that time period from 2:53 p.m. to 3:48 p.m. on the part of the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit?
No, sir. We just talked about the authorization process.
Sometime shortly before 4 o'clock, we're talking about 3:48 being the alert authorizing you to depart. Sometime before 4, Sergeant Simpson informed your team to start heading to Canton and to report to you, correct?
Correct, sir.
That meant that team members should basically...
They always do that, especially police officers. But again, how did it take more than an hour to get a search in a homicide approved?
I know.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
all the weird.
Yeah, and it's and a response team that couldn't respond. And again, I don't know Massachusetts where it is located. I know it's down by the border to Mexico, where it snows very infrequently. But whenever it snows where I live, I have my snow shovel and a broom next to my door so I can go out when there's a layer of snow, then I remove it. Then I go out later, remove it, because I don't want to shovel 45 feet of snow. In Massachusetts, because they had never seen snow before, they just let it all fall and then you clear your driveway. Because you're on a response team that is supposed to act fast, so you don't clear your driveway.
Stop what they're doing, the ones who are going to be going, get their gear ready, suit up, get in a car, and start driving to Canton to meet up with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And we've already discussed that on this particular day with blizzard conditions and the roads as they existed, that would obviously take more time than it would on a clear sunny day, correct?
Correct, sir.
And I believe your estimation is maybe about a 20-minute drive in good weather with good roads versus the 43 minutes it actually took you to get there, correct?
Correct.
Now, the 7 members of your team who did show up were Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Louise, O'Brien, you, and Viscardi, correct?
Correct, sir.
You all arrived at about the same time, sir?
No, we have pretty significant difference between arrival times.
Okay. Is there something called a personnel status report that records arrival times, sir?
No, it doesn't record arrival times. We just enter who's responding. We use our geotab, which is our vehicle locator, to determine arrival times.
Is it your testimony? I'll sit back this way.
legs today, so my arms might be wrong.
Is it your testimony that the personnel status report does not record the date and time that somebody arrived on scene?
No, that's all manually entered, sir.
Do you deny that the personnel status report in this case recorded the date and time of each of those officers that I just mentioned who came on scene?
It has who arrived on scene, yes, sir.
But it doesn't just say who arrived on scene. The personnel status report says when they arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, whenever they would have been entered into the system. But that doesn't mean they were officially on scene yet, sir.
But again, that's not what the document says, right? It doesn't say we're entering this into the system because they're arriving. The document says on scene and it gives a date and time, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
All right. Now, your testimony is, oh, and by the way, the personnel status report, you'd agree with me, has everybody except for you and Beausoleil showing up at 5 p.m. on January 29th of 2022, does it not?
Yes, it does, sir.
And it has you and Beausoleil showing up 5 minutes before that at 4:55 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
But it's your testimony that when you got there, it was just you and Beausoleil, correct?
Correct, sir.
Which actually would be consistent with the personnel status report, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that has you two showing up first as well, right?
Yes, sir.
And then your testimony is that other members didn't show up until between 5:20 and 5:24 p.m.?
Trooper Bearden arrived at 5:21. Sergeant Luis and Sergeant O'Brien arrived at 5:24. Trooper Viscardi showed up at 5:34. Sergeant Carrier showed up at 5:41.
Okay, and so the last member of your team, which is, again, Carrier?
Carrier, correct, sir, 5:41.
He showed up at 5:41 and now your team was all there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So is it your testimony that you did not meet up as a team somewhere and head to 34 Fairview? You all arrived individually?
That's correct, sir.
Did every single trooper who arrived have their own cruiser?
Yes, they did, sir.
All right. Now, you would agree with me that when Lieutenant Tully first contacted you at 2:32 p.m., it was still daytime, correct?
Yes, it was.
So it was light out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that
Only cross.
at around 5 o'clock on this late January day in Massachusetts, it was dark out by the time you got there, correct?
Yes, it was.
So when you finally arrived on scene, after getting the team getting the green light, it was dark for the start of your search, correct?
Yes, it was.
When you got there, you set up a command post.
Well, you could call my cruiser command post, sure, sir.
Well,
It's
I
not
didn't use the term command post, sir, did I?
You did not.
Who used it first?
We marked my cruiser as a command post on the map, sir.
Okay, all right. And a command post is a base of operations at the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you parked your cruiser basically in front of the driveway at 34 Fairview to serve as the command post?
Yes, right side of the driveway, yes, sir.
And you were initially facing away from the flagpole when you did that?
Yes, sir.
Which would mean that your cruiser was parked technically on the wrong side of the street facing Cedar Crest because you were against 34 Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And then ultimately turned it around?
Well, yes, myself and Trooper Beausoleil moved our vehicles.
All right, and you initially parked there in part because you wanted to keep the area where you were searching clear of vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was where you met at the, we'll call it a command post because you did, your cruiser. That was where you met to discuss the parameters of the search?
Until Detective Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, that's what we spoke.
Okay. And you would agree with me that it was Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detectives Unit who told you where to look and what to look for, correct?
Correct. He told us the area he thought would be the best probability to find what we were looking for.
In addition to your team, the 7 of you, you noted that there were 5 other officers on scene at various points, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was about 5, sir.
They were all in uniform?
They were not.
Some were in plain clothes?
They were.
And you didn't know who those 5 other officers were, correct?
I only recognized 2 of them, sir.
And so the other 3, you didn't know if they were state police or Canton police?
Correct, sir.
At that point, were you made aware that the Canton police had been conflicted out of this investigation?
I had not, no, sir.
All right. Now, Lieutenant Tully directed you to an area where he said that John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
He directed us to where he believed the vehicle involved had been parked and to where the victim's body was recovered.
All right. So again, in answer to my question, he did direct you to an area where he believed the victim's body was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that he believed that,
If there's a crime scene log, it will be brought in with Lieutenant Tully, because he was the one who did all the documentation that day. He didn't do anything; they just showed it to him, and if he found it important, he put it into the report. But again, they arrived the last one at 5:35, and they went home at 6:30, so they were at the scene for less than 2 hours.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know if he needs a pee, but he's very unsteady, and I need a pee. The more I
that
look at
victim
him, the more I
officer
think, yeah.
was hit and dragged by a motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I believe he might have said possibly dragged.
All right, but in terms of your paperwork on the case, there's something called a final mission report, correct?
Yes, there is, sir.
And what is the final mission report?
That's just a brief summary of the actions conducted by CERT during our assignment.
And with regard to, just going back for a second, with regard to those 5 officers, you mentioned that you recognized 2 of the 5 officers that were in plainclothes at the scene?
Correct, sir.
And what departments were they from?
The only 2 I recognized were from the state police.
Okay. Now, getting back to the final mission report, you called it a brief summary of what you had done with regard to the search, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just because it's brief doesn't mean that it should be inaccurate, correct?
Correct, sir.
It's important with regard to anything that you submit on this case that you be as accurate as possible, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you try to be, correct?
Do our best, sir.
And there is an entry, there are 6 different categories on, or I should say 7 different categories on the final mission report. The first being the mission name, which you entered as the Canton evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate. The evidence search occurred, and it occurred in Canton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also put the date and time of the first call, and you entered that as January 29th of 2022 at 2:32 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate because you've testified that's when Lieutenant Tully contacted you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a entry or a question or a box that says general terrain, and you entered that as neighborhood, snow-covered street, and front lawn, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that was accurate, right?
Yes, sir.
And in terms of incident type, you entered evidence search, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's a final mission report that talks about your mission and starts with, 7 CERT members, and that's the CERT team, right?
Yes, sir.
7 CERT members responded to the scene, and it talks about, the snow in the area where the victim's body was found, the plows hadn't cleared the street, et cetera, et cetera. That paragraph is accurate as well, correct?
Yes, it is, sir.
And then there's a final mission report by, and it gives your name, Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, and it has your accurate badge number, which is 3042, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, everything that we've just discussed in terms of what you put in your final mission report was entered accurately, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the final category is general description of mission, and would you agree with me that you entered the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
I don't remember exactly how it's worded, sir. That could.
May I put you on?
Yes.
It's been a recurring theme. Do you need,
I do not.
glasses? You
I do
don't?
not, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
So that's not what everyone else thought happened. That he was hit and dragged.
Yeah, where did this? Now it's dragged. Like, good lord.
Yeah, because it's going to be interesting where he got that from.
That's new.
Yeah, if that was the theory they had at the scene.
All set, sir. Thank you.
Let me approach you.
Yes.
Lieutenant, having read that portion of the final mission report, is your memory refreshed?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. And did you enter in there, the off-duty officer was hit and dragged by a vehicle at approximately 12:30 a.m.?
Yes, it is. I did, sir.
All right.
This,
Now,
what he's
with regard to the area that, or I should say, Lieutenant Tully's direction to you to search the area where the victim's body was found, Lieutenant Tully never informed you that he was actually present and saw the victim's body in that spot, did he?
He did not, no, sir.
Did you mark the place where John O'Keefe's body was found with GPS coordinates?
We did not. He wasn't no longer on scene, sir, so I think that would have been not 100% accurate.
Okay. You also mentioned that Lieutenant Tully directed you to the area where the SUV had been parked, correct?
To where the vehicle was believed to have been parked, yes, sir.
At that time, did you know it was an SUV or not?
I did not, sir.
All right. But in any case, Lieutenant Tully didn't tell you that he ever saw the vehicle parked in the area to which he directed you, correct?
He did not say that he saw it there, no, sir.
So Lieutenant Tully told you to look for a man's sneaker, correct?
That was one of the items missing, yes, sir.
And he told you to look for red and clear plastic pieces of taillight, correct?
He just said taillight, didn't say red clear, but taillight pieces.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Tully give you approval not just to search outside the house, but also inside the house?
No, we never discussed searching inside the house, sir.
And you had mentioned during your testimony that you confirmed that the homeowner was there, right? Because he came out of the house at one point?
I don't know if it was the homeowner, but an adult male exited the house while we were there, sir.
Sure. And he appeared to live at that home, correct? Let me some more. All right. Now, with regard to the area that you were searching, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Tully was the one who directed you where to search and what to search for, correct?
He gave us the best idea for the search area, yes, sir.
And it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search.
He told us where he believed the vehicle was parked and where the victim's body was found, and I decided how far of a distance we would search.
Okay. So that's another way of saying it was based on his direction that you created a grid and began your search, correct?
And I based it off of the information he provided, yes, sir.
So the answer is yes?
I guess so, sir.
This was not the first time that you and your team have done a search in the snow, correct?
Not for evidence. We've never done a search like this before, just for missing person searches.
I see. But in any case, you've been trained to search winter crime scenes that have snow, correct?
Correct, sir.
There are proper techniques for conducting such searches during or after a snowfall, correct?
Yeah, we have best practices we use.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, we have best practices we use, sir.
Of course.
Hello,
Best practices
my
would
third
include
favorite thing.
documenting the scene and the area to be searched with photographs and diagrams, correct?
Yes, sir.
It would also include using, gentle methods to remove snow, correct?
Yeah, the best.
Do it gentle. Do it slowly. Do it doucement.
That's what you can, yes, sir.
That might include, smaller hand tools, brushes, gloved hands.
Only if you would have a real small area.
It would include removing snow layer by layer and then sifting it and documenting evidence again for each layer that's removed.
Yeah, I believe that's how we went through, sir. We went slowly, methodically, and sifting through the snow as we progressed down the area. Correct.
And best practices would mean documenting by photographs along the way the progress of your search, would it not?
That would be up to the detectives or the crime scene unit, sir.
Well, but you were the one who was making those decisions, correct?
Not for documentation purposes. No, that's not our responsibility, sir.
Okay. But you would agree with me that it would be advisable to document your search in that way, would it not?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
Okay. Well, would it harm your search in any way to fully document it along the way?
It would not harm it, no, sir.
You want to take your time and work methodically and thoroughly in the search, correct?
Correct, sir.
Yeah, they found the shoe at the curb of the road. Again, I don't understand how a guy gets hit with a car. He flies 5 to 20 feet off the road. Taillight fly even further, but his shoe stays on the ground.
Yeah. Oh, well, remember, he was hit and dragged now. So.
Yeah, now he was hit and dragged. Go back and watch. You can watch Lally on a 45% increased speed. Watch. Yannetti is mostly just pointing out there's a lot of mistakes in the reporting as usual.
Yeah.
And you want to collect evidence as it's located and immediately photograph it in place before it's disturbed, correct?
As evidence is discovered, it will get photographed in place. Yes, sir.
During your search in this case, your team found a sneaker and pieces of red and clear plastic, correct?
Correct, sir.
The evidence that you found was basically on top of each other, within a few inches of each other, correct?
Within Foot or two, a couple feet, yes, sir.
Well, you testified at a prior proceeding in this matter, did you not?
I did, sir.
And you were sworn to tell the truth during that prior proceeding as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that testimony was closer in time to the search that you conducted on January.
Because Tully gave him this information. He is just searching for the evidence. Tully is the lead at the scene who's figuring out what happened, what they should be looking for. Basically, this guy is just the cleaning service, and his job is to say, "Not my job," whenever they ask him about specifics.
29th and today is, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
And your memory would have been better then than it is today, correct?
Probably, sir.
You were asked the question, quote, and as far as the red and clear glass you believed consistent with the taillight, was that found in the same area as the sneaker or somewhere else? Do you recall that question?
I believe being asked that question, sir.
And your answer was same area within a few inches, less than a foot, correct?
Correct, sir.
So he
Now,
also changed.
you mapped out GPS coordinates for what you found?
One of the team members did, yes, sir.
Your team did?
Yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully from the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit was present during the search, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was the one that was photographing the items that were found?
Yes, he did.
So I'd like to ask you a few questions about your observations about where these items were found in relation to each other. Was there a piece of red plastic located on the roadway left of the flagpole when you look at the house from the street?
Left of the flagpole, yes, sir.
All right. Now, given your testimony about these items essentially being in the same area, less than a foot away from each other, it could not be true then that from that red piece of plastic that was found in the street, that 3 feet south of that was a black Nike sneaker found under the snow. That couldn't have happened, correct?
Well, I don't know where the distance between the objects as far as the mapping purposes, sir, but as far as how far apart, the first thing we discovered was one red piece of plastic, and then further south, that's when we found the sneaker and additional pieces.
Right, but again, they were all in the same area, less than a foot apart, correct?
The same general area, but could have been over a foot, sir. I'd have to measure between the GPS markings.
Okay, well, so is your testimony
GPS mark
today
is 6
that
feet
what you testified to
inaccurate.
in that prior proceeding, where everything was less than a foot apart, that wasn't accurate?
Objection.
Is that your testimony, sir?
Best recollection that they were close within around a foot, but to be 100% accurate, you would have to measure between the two GPS points, which I have not done.
Sure, but if your estimate is you didn't even say a foot, you said less than a foot, correct?
I believe that's what you read around a foot, yes, sir.
Which is what you testified to, correct?
Correct, sir.
So if it's less than a foot, then by definition, the sneaker couldn't have been found 3 feet south of where that red piece of plastic was, correct?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
You don't know what's accurate.
Well, you're saying 3 feet. I don't know if that's accurate, sir.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Is it accurate?
I don't know, sir. I'm not sure the exact distance. I didn't measure the GPS marking, sir. I'm not.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't know where you came up with that number 3 feet, sir.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay.
Well, I'm just asking questions. All right, so.
I'm just asking questions. Are there aliens out there? I used to be on SEAL Team 6. Why? You testified earlier that it was in a general area within a foot of each other. Why make
Yeah.
it 3 feet now? You read that testimony before you put yourself on the stand today. You had a week to prep for this. This is way too easy to, again, sow doubt. He shouldn't be caught in, call it an inaccuracy, because we can't prove he lied, because Lally won't charge him with perjury. But it's really easy to say, well, we found it in a general area. And then he can say, within a foot of each other, probably, I don't remember. And,
Yeah,
and saying that you want to measure GPS coordinates that you testified is 16 feet inaccurate.
Yeah, none of this is making. I thought maybe we were going to get some answers and, demystify some of this, but now he's like, look, I measure only in meters. I don't like, inches and feet. So it was, a gajillion centimeters.
Well, exactly. You should
And
be
again,
accurate.
as Nick says, it's almost like it's just dumped in the same spot. At least they can do like we bakers when we throw a flour on the table, because we try to get it all over the place. Can you explain where John's belt was? I don't know where John's belt is. I now here can reading my chat that they found it. I was told he was found without a belt on. I don't know. I will look it up while we put this on. What about those who doesn't measure their things in feet? Well, 2 inches is still something in a feet, but just way smaller.
With regard to, let's assume for a moment that the sneaker was found 3 feet south of that first red piece of plastic. From your observations, was there a clear piece of plastic that was found a few feet south of that black sneaker?
There was a piece of clear plastic found just past the sneaker.
A few feet south of the sneaker?
I don't know where you're getting that from, sir.
Again, you don't have to like worry where my questions are coming
So,
from.
Mr. Yannetti, no comments. Next
Sure.
question.
I'm just asking a factual question. You were there, I was not.
Mr. Yannetti, just ask the
Yes.
question.
Shut up,
Was
Ben.
a clear piece of plastic
Let him ask it.
Yeah.
a few feet south of the black sneaker, which was found 3 feet south of the red piece of plastic? Did that happen?
I don't know the distance, sir. No, not without measuring it. But I wouldn't think it was that far of a distance. They were much closer than that.
Right. I mean, you say you don't know the distance, but you testified to what the distance was in that prior proceeding, did you not?
Objection.
Next question, please.
All right.
Why?
What?
Shut up.
And then, moving along, we have the red piece of plastic, 3 feet south, black sneaker, a few feet south, clear plastic, and finally, several feet south of that clear piece of plastic, was there a second piece of red plastic found? Several feet south.
No, again, I don't agree with your description of the distance, sir.
Okay. All right. So we will agree that, 1 piece of red plastic, 3 feet south sneaker, a few feet south clear piece of plastic, and then several feet south more red plastic. That didn't happen, correct?
I don't agree on those distances, no, sir.
No. Okay. Now,
Who is sighing?
you testified that these items were buried under some snow, correct?
Correct, sir. They were under snow.
Can I have those exhibits, please?
Like, you let Lally go on and on about some BS crap, and you're giving Yannetti a hard time. Get out of here.
Yeah, these are distances that prosecution got in there, and now he says, I don't remember, and then let's move on.
Can I display exhibit 113, please?
All right, the jury needs to take a break. Why don't we
sure.
Why don't we have this?
Oh my God.
Take like 15.
We all need a break.
In the actual snow, like, I can't with this.
Yeah, and again, it's I'm sitting here trying to find the thing from FUPA. Again, we start out by saying, yeah, it's all over the front yard, from the fire hydrant to the to the flagpole, and now all of it is within a foot. How long is a foot? I need Massa here. He knows, because I have a centimeter measurer. I don't have a foot measure, so I have to figure out how long a foot is. And FUPA.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, it's also you maintain that you took all the notes, did all your due diligence, but now you're like, meh, I don't know. Maybe it was like a foot, a half a foot. Why are you making me give specifics like I was doing a job?
Yeah.
I don't know. Is testifying something I ever done in my life? I'm not sure. Well, all of us have been lying about or making fun of the Canton PD's leaf blower squad. FUPA have proved us wrong, because FUPA used to be a firefighter and have sent me this evidence that it's clearly a common household product for every firefighter team.
Yes.
Oh, that makes my day.
30 centimeters, 1 foot. So all of the evidence was found within this distance. But now he's claiming that a shoe was this distance away from the other one. And then again, this distance to another clear piece of glass. That's 180 centimeters. That's at 6. I think that's about as wide as my boards are up here.
Yeah, it's just
No,
it
they're only
seems
40.
very random that it's going to fall exactly or very close to 1 foot, then 3 feet, then another 3 feet.
None of these batteries have leaf blowers have batteries in it. No, it's because they have to keep down training costs, so they trained with them without batteries in.
I love when he also asked, so you go layer by layer and you document that? Well, I mean, we sort of do sometimes, but leaf blowers.
Yeah, do you like your crime scenes to be undisturbed? Well, sometimes we arrive 70 years later, so yeah, it's not that important. Well, would you like that no one have disturbed it? Well, I don't. At this maybe Sunday, I don't what. It's like those mysterious moving rocks in the desert. Yeah, it's almost again. If everything was within this area, Nick is correct. It seems almost like someone walked past and just dumped it on this unprotected crime scene. Even if you had
Well,
it at
yeah.
this distance, none of this is consistent with someone hitting someone with 24.2 miles per hour, throwing them 5 feet to 20 feet up on a lawn, and all the evidence ends up neatly, let's just put it within 3 feet of each other. And his phone is not there. It's up on the lawn. Again,
Well, and
make it
have they
make sense.
factored in
Yeah.
plowing? Because the plows take the snow and then push it all to the side. How do we even did they do, or have they said they did any sort of mask spectrography? Look, I don't know the word, but basically they make sure that the chemical makeup is the same or similar to what her car is.
Well, they will have a crash report by the state. We know that because they asked the guy, said, "Hey, you did the crash report and for the state," and he said, "No, I didn't." Well, your name is on the report. Yeah, well, I didn't do it. So who did it? I don't know. It wasn't me.
The crash wreck ferry.
Yeah, it's again your entire. Well, when I heard this and all the evidence they found and all these taillight pieces, I thought they didn't find taillight pieces till later. I thought, man, that could be pretty good because now the jury, the taillight was broken at the scene. And then Janetti goes up there and says, "Did you state that you found all your evidence within this distance? Why are there no overhead shots?" Because there's a really big difference between how you do things.
Mhm.
Am I closer now than I am this one? Yeah, because I just changed the angle of my camera. I'm at the same distance from my table, but I'm way closer to the camera all of a sudden because I took in the angle. Why are there no establishing shots from the scene? So you could put down an evidence marker and say,
Yeah.
again, the description is road fire hydrant, flagpole. And he said, in the area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. And then we had the shoe down here on the roadside, and everything is somewhere between 1 and 3 feet of that shoe. How does that end up 5, 10, 20 feet away from? Again, your testimony doesn't add up, brother.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you so much for another 10 gifted memberships, Brandon, to great success. Sunbird, Sona Maybe Slander, J-Bug, Jill Surtis, Emily Suzanne, Amber Umti, Linz, Robin Lane, Go Joe. Thank you so much, Brandon. You are 30 minutes behind Rewinded. Well, you can catch up during the break. Cross is really good. You can't decide between Jamie and Mo's eyelashes. Oh.
Ooh.
That's
Jamie's
good.
are much better. She gets them all done and she doesn't mess with them. I realized I couldn't deal with there was always that one like floater lash that you just want to get off and then things don't look even, and I am too nebbish to have eyelashes.
You're just like this witness who clearly needed a pee. I don't think it was the jury who needed to pee.
Yeah.
No, it was Bev that needed. She every time something starts getting heated, she's like, "Okay, we just need a break."
Well, and why is the state seems to let Lolly, if he thinks of a good jib jab, to go ahead and go, but she wants to get on Yannetti, like, no comments, Mr. Yannetti. I would have all the comments. These people are annoying AF when they're like, I don't understand the words that you're pertaining to this thing. Were you there? I don't know. I mean, it's just.
Back in September 15 motion hearing. What? Someone asked the question. What? And no one saw the shoe in the morning when there was less snow on the ground. Yeah, and where they cleared off a piece of the curb. It's so weird. And Baker needs a green chat so he can afford to eat. Well, I have to afford to pay Jamie first.
Whatever.
Remember, I start every month 500 in the hole. And then I have to pay 40% taxes and pay her 60% of my income.
He's such a liar.
That's right. I have to pay 42% taxes. But still, 60% to her. Mo, we have a question.
Oh, no, that's actually been taken down. I'm going to have to frame all those. I am working on a new project, though, so it keeps my hands from doing all of the pointy things when I'm annoyed.
Thank you, Legendary. Brandon said you need to eat. No, I don't need to eat, but I like to do it.
Aw, you're so sweet, Legendary.
Yeah.
He's gonna hate it.
But again, we've been here for 2 hours. We only had one sidebar. That's something. And we had 5 minutes of putting numbers on evidence. And could we please help each other so we don't have to waste more time? Bev, honey bunny, you were the one who ruined all the pre-numbered evidence. And no. I pay Jamie. It's I'm supposed to be cleaning as I listen. You're not helping. Well, you can still vacuum to our deep thoughts.
Yes.
Because, again, a 2 hour, well, let's be honest, 1.5 hour of testimony. And it's, again, started out, I thought, pretty good for the state. There was a lot of things that I wasn't remembering. Felt like it was, the timeline was pretty weak with the 2:32 call, and then they weren't at the scene until 5 o'clock, and then they left again by 8:15, or 6:15. But they found the evidence at the scene. I think a jury would hear that and think, well, she clearly must have had done it. And then within half an hour, I'm sitting here thinking, who were at the scene and when? 3 people you can't recognize. Do they also work for the Canton PD who shouldn't be there at that time because they're conflicted out? You lied about, well, didn't lie. You just misremembered. I have to say it that way. You misremembered the distances that you testified to in the FBI interrogation. And now all of a sudden, everything seems way murkier than it was before. And again, how accurate are any of these descriptions of distances? Because there was clearly piled up snow, so there had been a plow through at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he said, the fact that he said we don't generally, secure crime scenes if we don't think anyone's going to mess with him. I mean, y'all are trying to catch criminals. Don't you think that maybe criminals would try to obfuscate or change evidence that was kind of bad for them?
Yeah, and it.
I know. But as little time they spent there doing any investigation just is ridiculous. And if they think they did a good job, they've.
And why didn't they? Why weren't they given the green light? Who was supposed to give the green light? He started out saying he was a lieutenant, and normally it had to be a one above him. But if it was really important, one above him. But Tully called him at 2:32, and they didn't get the green light till roughly 5:15, 5:30. They had. Oh, I wish I had Olivia here now. They took possession of her car at 4 something, I believe. And he testified to that the Trooper Proctor and Bukaki was tailing that car home. So again, it just gives credence that someone could have taken those pieces of evidence and thrown them at the scene.
Well, yeah, and they could be from someone else's car. I mean, maybe Maine has really good plowers, but it is not out of the realm of possibility that you might get, if you park on the street, your mirrors and lights or taillights may be affected.
Yeah, and again, what tail light from whom, from what? Now I'm losing connection. So I hope you can still see me. But how can they assemble an entire tail light from the pieces if that's what they claim they can? The probability of those tail light pieces still being there 4 days later when Berkowitz drives by is highly unlikely if anything had melted, especially when it was laid on top of the snow like that.
Is anyone a true crime fanatic to the point that when they said Beausoleil, I thought of the Manson family? Just asking for a friend.
Yeah, we don't always secure crime scenes. No, again, it's not my job.
Yeah.
Yeah, he remembered the timestamps, and that's why it's clear to me that he read his report a lot the last week, probably because I'm not saying Lally told him what to say, but him and Lally have had a meeting or two, which he will testify they never had, and then he can't remember his prior testimony about every piece of evidence is within a foot. Well, I can't remember right now. Well, there's a big difference again if you take a foot, 3 feet, or as he now claims, I can't even, I have two short arms. Ow.
I'm
Well,
not a
6 feet.
physiologist, but Baker, can the same action both pull you, drag you, and push you at the same time?
No, because it's 3 different motions. No,
That's what I thought,
two
but I
different
failed
motions.
physics. I failed physics,
Because
so
because a push is you moving away from the that's you were transferred with kinetic energy and pushed. At drag, you're caught under something and goes along with the kinetic energy. It's not transferred to you that way. So that's 2 different things. And again, at drag, where did that come from? Who said that? Why did he put? Because again, it's not his job to know what happened. He was told, you have to go look for evidence here because we think someone did something. We think this happened. See if you can find evidence to prove it. And then he can come back and say, clearly not what happened because we didn't find any evidence consistent with that. But he's only a small cog in it. But Tully must have told him, we believe she hit him with the car and dragged him. But then how did he end up on the lawn?
Yeah.
maybe Karen was
Justin.
doing donuts. She went all NASCAR up in there. Did some donuts on the front lawn.
But just Rubery, you have to remember there's a little bit of a kerfuffle with that 5:30 statement because that's what he's trying to put in. Because they put it in an hour later than they did it, because he claimed it was because of daylight savings time that they made a mistake because they put it in an hour later. Thank you, Ekelin. It was yeah. Well, not everyone gets the measurements. Kinetic
Right.
energy. Telekinesis, baby.
Yeah.
Well, at this point, it would have been easier if no one was accused of doing something to anyone. Just make it a slip and fall. Tilt-a-whirl. It could be a tilt-a-whirl. That would explain how he, instead of going, again, as Mo started saying when she came on, she struck him in the perfect position. So instead of going backwards, he flipped to the side. So she struck him exactly on that sweet spot where all the kinetic energy flung him to the side instead of flying him back and to the right. Back and to the right. What's that movie reference, Jamie?
It sounds familiar. Oh, is it? I got nothing. I'm losing.
Fedorowski's in chat. Ask him. Well, great success. No one have stated anything like that. And there's no drag marks. Again, why did they say it?
So we could have objected for facts not in evidence. I mean, if they because they've brought nothing in that even halfway proves that he was hit by a car. So really, the facts of him, I'm confused.
I have to figure out that I have to give Nick the same treatment I give Brandon. Read everything. Just this looks interesting. I'm going to pull. Oh, he mentioned blood lizards in the end.
Karen wouldn't have dragged him on the lawn at great success because there was no
There's no
tire
tire
tracks.
marks.
There's no tire marks on the lawn.
Well, and if he was bleeding from his head and she dragged him somewhere, there should be drag marks in the snow. If you go layer by layer, there should be, I don't know.
And again, there should have
there was
been injuries.
barely any. Yeah.
This would be injuries consistent with anything like that.
Well, then you would see the road rash because she's dragging him on the road.
Maybe it was ice. Maybe it was the aliens. So
Well,
far, we
maybe
don't know
What
anything.
does maybe it was ice mean? What difference would that make?
Yeah, she couldn't drag him over that nasty curb. And again, if his shoe is perfectly positioned up against the curb, it must have gone off somewhere out there and then been pushed into it by a snowplow or something later, because his foot couldn't have been there when it landed the way it landed, because it was flush up against the curb. And we know. Oh,
And we
Marissa,
also
do
know
we
there
have
was
those
no-
pictures in Discord? Because apparently they'll take a 45-hour break. I have a meeting in 2 hours. If I can find those pictures, because I'm pretty sure they dug.
What pictures are you talking about?
So, chat, here's my question to you. Between this witness and 111 other witnesses, when are we going to get someone to explain this crash with the little dummies and some CGI? Because I cannot figure out.
The defense has crash reconstruction experts, but the prosecution doesn't have anybody to.
Oh, for the love of all!
They
that's
have a crash
horrible.
reconstruction
They don't have anybody to
report
rebut any of that stuff.
made by a guy who doesn't know he made the report.
Just like the town, IT guy was like, "This isn't the Memorex CD-ROM that I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
I gave you a floppy disk. Damn it! Doesn't even have his favorite playlist put on there."
Oh, noise!
Jesus! All I want to hear is the medical expert
And the lead
Cellbrite
detective.
guy and the lead detective. None of this matters anymore.
Thank you. Be seated. Close back.
All right, Ms. Giannetti, you can go back to the podium.
Thank you, Rob.
Now let him do his
Maybe
job,
she hit
Dad.
him.
God.
Maybe she hit him on the road, and then Plow Cop hit him. Dog finds him and chews on him, and then Colin beats him up while he's on the lawn. You are missing
Hey,
the aliens.
that works.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
the aliens had help
came
out with cloaking, devices so that
Oh yeah,
no
they had to
one would
cloak
see
his
his
body
body
so no one
until
can see.
the conspiracy was all done. Like we had to sprinkle the light, the tail light, and a shoe.
What are the chances Higgins Jeep did the deed? Absolutely none, because there's no injuries consistent with any impact from a car, as far as with my limited knowledge of car accidents that I find.
That's the whole
Bev
point.
took a long break. I
is-
bet she dropped the kids off at the pool. I think she's too old to have kids.
Okay. That's the whole point we're missing. Is I don't believe he was ever hit by a car. He does not have injuries that would indicate he was hit by a car.
And again, if her
So
car
far,
didn't
at
hit him
least.
because of the lack of injuries, then his car didn't hit him either. There's no broken bones. You can't be in a car accident other than he has the skull fracture, and that skull fracture is more consistent with something hit him in the back of the head or hitting the side of a table or something like that.
Lieutenant O'Hara, you testified on direct examination.
Marissa, do we have those pictures from the first responders who dug that piece of the curb off free?
That you collected 6 or 7 pieces of plastic, correct?
I believe that's what we found, yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that it's important to be precise in your investigation and your search?
Yeah, that's why Lieutenant Tully took an evidence log, sir.
Right. So as you testify here today,
Have you been hit by a 6,000 pound car going 24.2 miles per hour, or been hit so badly you fell back and bumped your head without leaving any marks? Again, it has to add up, all of it. It's not enough that you just want him to end up on the ground. Just like every piece of evidence, you have to have a chain of evidence that causes it. If he's struck so badly that he falls back and hits his head that way, because there's no stone, there's no anything he hits out there, he just breaks his skull on the earth. Highly unlikely. He must have been hit with a significant impact.
Also
2.5
bruising.
years
I mean,
later,
even
can
if
you
you
tell
didn't
the
break a
jury whether-
bone, you'd have some
No
kind
break-
of,
okay.
I would think there'd be some kind of bruising. Let's say he didn't
Yeah.
break a bone. Okay, but where is there'd have to, I can't imagine there wouldn't be any bruising on the body, especially when you're hit so hard that you busted a tail light.
Yeah.
it was 6 or 7 of the pieces of plastic that you actually found?
Not those ones, the ones from the first responders, not from the CERT team.
Never seen the evidence log from that night, sir, so I'm not sure exactly how many he recovered. Again, I was partaking in the search, so I'm not sure what the exact number is, sir.
And you would agree with me that you only mapped 3 of them on the map that was introduced here at trial, correct?
Correct.
And again, that was because the pieces were essentially on top of each other, correct?
Correct. As you would mark them on the GPS, they were marking almost directly on top of each other, and we knew that was going to...
And they certainly were not being marked feet away from each other, several feet, correct?
No, sir.
All right. And you are aware that Lieutenant Tully photographed 5 pieces of plastic that day, are you not?
I'm not sure. I'd never seen the photos until probably about a week ago, sir.
All right. In any case, you did say to the State Police Detective Unit at the end of this search that if they wanted you and your team to come back out during daylight hours, you would, correct?
Correct, sir.
So I'd like to direct your attention to 6 specific dates, and then I'll ask you a question. February 3rd, February 4th, February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, and February 18th. Those 6 dates. And my question is, did the lead investigator, Trooper Michael Proctor, ever call you on one of those 6 dates to come back to the scene to conduct a further search?
No, he did not.
I have nothing further.
That's because that's when
Redirect,
he found
Mr. Lally.
additional
Just briefly, Your Honor.
evidence. Come on.
So Lieutenant O'Hara, with respect to both yourself and Lieutenant Tully, as far as being dispatched, that decision comes from above both of your heads with respect to each of your units. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, sir.
You were asked some questions about a daily journal. Can you describe for the jury sort of what that is or what kind of information would typically be kept in that?
They'll just be our day-to-day activities. We'll give a quick gist of what we're doing each day. Be more general than that, doesn't get too thorough.
You made mention during your testimony of some other documentation that would be more specific. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And what would some of those be and how would that be more specific?
That's a report that gets generated through our mission manager software, so it creates a little bit more detailed response.
And are you familiar with an AVL?
I am, yes, sir.
And what is an AVL?
It's the Geotab GPS on the cruiser's automatic vehicle locator system.
And the vehicle that you were operating that day, was that with an AVL?
Yes, it was, sir.
And is that how you're able to tell the precise time of your arrival on scene,
Correct, sir.
as well as each member of your unit? Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as the items and where they were, again, I just asked from the photographs that were marked as exhibits before, where the items were when they were located by members of your team, they were photographed as they lay. Is that correct?
Correct, sir. As they were discovered, they were photographed.
But regardless of inches versus feet versus whatever distance it was, you didn't measure that. Is that correct?
We did not, no, sir.
But as far as where they were actually discovered or where they were recovered, they were photographed where they were when you found them, correct?
Correct, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
That was so pointless.
No, it was really good. Again, a shot.
Mr. Yannetti, this is your paperwork, I believe.
No, his redirect was so
Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Maureen Hartnet to the stand.
Maureen Martin.
I don't know.
Maureen Hartnet. He made coffee at the fire station that day.
Yeah.
Had to make it extra
Probably
strong
did.
because of this thing.
Right up there, just watch your step for me.
Is this the ME?
You saw me on the other side of the court hearing the case.
Oh, she has a report.
Yes.
Whew. He has a report.
Oh, holy hell, we might actually
What?
get real cogent answers.
Are we getting something serious now?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the
Or the lady who took
Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
All right, Ms. Hartnett, I know I'm going to ask you throughout this to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And Ms. Hartnett, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long in total have you been with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
In total, approximately 8 years.
Now we get
And
into
I'm going to ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go as far as your undergraduate?
I can take a pipe break.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Bridgewater State University.
And following receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven.
And after you received your master's, where did you go after that?
I was then hired by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And when you're
It looks
initially
like
hired,
also.
you mentioned that you're a forensic scientist too now, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
So when you're initially hired, or when you were initially hired at the State Crime Lab, what was your position and what did that entail?
Are you referring to back in 2004 or in my current hire?
You're back in 2000.
In 2004, I was originally hired as a temporary employee in the CODIS unit.
And what is it that you did there?
I collected blood samples for the DNA database.
And did you receive any sort of training in regard to that work?
Yes, I was trained on how to properly collect and seal those samples.
And what did training sort of consist of in reference to that?
I demonstrated being able to take those collections and then properly store them and seal them.
Now, your current position, what is your position at the Crime Lab now?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too in the Criminalistics Unit and Crime Scene Response Units.
And what is sort of the difference between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 1?
A forensic scientist 1 is still in training at the crime lab.
And did you start as a forensic scientist 1 when you came into this particular unit?
Yes, I did.
And about how long a period or process is it from the time that you start as a forensic scientist 1 before you become a forensic scientist?
It took me approximately 9 to 10 months to be signed off to be a forensic scientist too.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what goes on as far as that process is concerned, going from a forensic scientist 1 to a forensic scientist 2?
During that time period, we are being trained in the various types of analysis that we'll perform in the Criminalistics Unit.
And what exactly does that training sort of consist of?
The training is broken up into modules, which addresses each type of analysis. At the end of each module, we take a written exam, an oral exam, and a hand-on practical exam. Once each module is successfully completed, we'll move on to the next module.
And what are your duties as a forensic scientist in the Criminalistics Unit and the Crime Scene Response?
In the Criminalistics Unit, I examine items of evidence submitted by law enforcement personnel or crime scene responders for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, as well as trace materials such as hairs and fibers. I also perform gunshot residue collection and damage analysis.
And with respect to the Crime Scene Response Unit?
For the Crime Scene Response Unit, I respond to crime scenes. I document crime scenes, analyze or test evidence, preserve the evidence, and then transport that evidence back to the crime lab.
And now, with reference to your training experience, specifically in the Crime Scene Response Unit, what is, based on your training experience, what is sort of the definition of what is a crime scene?
A crime scene is any location that may contain evidence related to a crime.
Now,
What is a
with
crime
regard to
scene?
those two positions, what, if any, training did you receive in regard to those 2 units that you're currently in while you were at the lab?
I'm sorry, are you speaking about the crime scene training specifically?
Crime scene training, yes. Let me ask you first to start with the criminalistics.
The criminalistics training, I completed modules on body fluid identification, such as blood and semen, trace analysis, identification of hairs and fibers, pattern evidence, such as blood stain pattern evidence, as well as damage analysis.
And as far as the training was concerned with regard to the crime scene response?
I received training in proper documentation using sketches and diagrams of the scene. I also received training in trace collection at crime scenes, as well as gunshot residue collection at crime scenes.
Now, the crime lab that you work for, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And what does that, as far as accreditation, what does that mean?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance process that the laboratory is a part of, or an outside body evaluates our crime lab to ensure that our personnel, procedures, and instruments are held to certain scientific standards.
And the outside sort of vendor or the outside accrediting agency, who is that in regard to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Our laboratory is accredited by ANAB, which stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board, and ANSI is another acronym that stands for American National Standards Institute.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, how often is that something that that your lab undergoes, or is there some audit process? How is accreditation sort of achieved?
We are audited, I believe, I want to say every 2 years, but I'm not 100% sure. They come out to the lab and they go through certain systems or have a certain scope in which they audit us. We also do internal audits as well.
And as far as that accreditation is concerned, is that something that was up to date in the month of January 2022?
Yes, it was.
And is it up to date currently as well?
Yes.
Now, your work, I believe you just alluded to this as far as your testimony, but does your work go through some sort of review process?
Yes, every assignment that I complete goes through both a technical review process and an administrative review process.
Can you explain a little bit about what each of those is and what it means?
A technical review process is done by an independent analyst, either a peer or a supervisor, who will look through my file and determine whether or not they can come to the same conclusions that I came to based on my notes.
Are you familiar, based on your training and experience within the lab, of something called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what is your understanding? What is a proficiency test?
Proficiency tests are given in the different types of analysis that we do at the lab to ensure that we are maintaining our competency in that type of analysis.
And about how often are these administered, or how often do you take proficiency tests?
For biological fluid identification, I take 2 per year. For trace identification, I take 1 per year. And for crime scene response, I take 1 per year.
And these proficiency tests, are they required by the accrediting body ANAB that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And did you take a proficiency test in hair and fiber identification in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And what was the outcome of that proficiency test?
That was successfully completed and required a remediation.
Can you explain to the jury what remediation is and why this specific proficiency test required remediation?
A remediation occurs when you have an inconsistent answer with that is expected by the laboratory or by the test provider. In this particular instance, I had an inconsistent answer with the expected laboratory result.
And how was the remediation completed in this instance?
After the inconsistent answer was identified by my technical leader, we had a verbal discussion about why I came to the conclusion I did. To be more specific, each item had 2 samples. One of the samples for item 4, I determined as being a human hair without a root, when in fact the root was present. We had a discussion on how I came to that conclusion, and then she then mounted that hair back on the microscope, and we discussed different ways that I could have come to the correct conclusion.
And during that remediation process, were you permitted to continue to perform casework during that time?
Yes, I was. I was permitted to continue to perform casework in hair and fiber identification. However, I was temporarily asked to not perform technical reviews of my peers' work on hair and fiber identification.
And was prior casework that you had completed evaluated to verify that the previous reports were issued correctly?
Yes, they were.
And what was the determination in regard to that?
No previous casework was affected by this error.
And have you since completed additional proficiency tests in hair and fiber identification?
Yes, I did.
And what were the outcomes of those subsequent proficiency tests?
Those were successfully completed without needing any additional remediation.
As far as the remediation was concerned, if you could just explain to the jury sort of what the issue was and what that remediation process looked like again.
Sure. So I received 4 items in hair and fiber identification. Each item was told that they came from the same source. Item number 4 consisted of 2 items. One was a hair with a root. The other was also a human hair with a root, but I had said the root was absent. That was due to the fact that I didn't see anything like that under the microscope. It was something that was new to me. My technical leader reviewed that hair with me under the microscope. She showed me various characteristics, such as the loss of scale pattern and the soft appearance of the root, which I thought was damaged. Because we had this discussion and I agreed with the different characteristics that she showed me, she then gave me several hairs, both with damage and with roots, so that I could basically continue to understand the difference of what I was looking at. Once she looked at all my notes and agreed with everything that I had done, she then issued me an additional test to demonstrate my continued competency in this.
Now, how many criminalistics cases have you processed over your time at the lab?
Over 1,000.
And how many scenes have you processed in regard to your work with the crime scene response?
I responded to approximately 150 scenes, 80 of which I was the investigator on.
And how many exams have you completed with regard to motor vehicles?
Approximately 65.
Now, if I could ask just a general question as far as blood testing is concerned, how is it that you test for blood?
Normally, I would test for blood by locating a visible red-brown stain or an area that may contain blood. I perform a screening test, which is not specific to blood, but other items may also come up positive for screening tests. If that screening test is positive, I go on to perform a confirmatory test.
And as far as the screening test is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what it is that you do in performing that screening test?
The screening test is a two-step process. I take a cotton swab, which I apply sterile water to. I take that cotton swab and apply it to the area that I would like to test. And then I add my 2 chemicals to the swab. Depending on what type of screening test I perform, there'll be a color change, either blue or pink for blood.
I took a very long reflection period just to stay away from this because I knew Lally would be lollygagging.
Yep.
We still haven't got the evidence in?
No.
And with regard to the confirmatory test, can you explain to the jury sort of what does that consist of?
If the screening test is positive, I'll go on to perform a confirmatory test. Or again, a cotton swab is applied to the area of interest, or I may take a cutting depending on what the substance is. I then add a chemical to that.
Thank you so much for that super chat, Brandon. Nope.
Cutting or swab, and then the liquid portion is added to a test card, something similar to a coded, if you've taken a COVID test or a pregnancy test, the liquid is spotted at one end of the card and it flows up the strip. If there's 2 lines, it's positive. If there's 1 line, it's negative.
Blah, blah,
And
blah.
through your training experience and work with the lab, are you familiar with a term called QLIM or QLIM?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the jury what QLIM means or how it's applied?
QLIM stands for quantity limited, which means that the sample, if it's being sent forward to DNA, would not be able to be divided in 2. Typically, we divide each sample going forward to DNA into 2, 1 to be tested in our DNA unit and 1 to be preserved for future testing. If an item is deemed QLIM, it means that item, the entire item will be used up in the DNA processing.
Now, Ms. Hartnet, if I could turn your attention to February 2nd, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes, I do.
And on that date, were you dispatched to the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
I believe it was approximately 9 a.m.
And when you arrived there, who, if anyone, beyond yourself, from state police or other sort of personnel was present at the Canton?
Trooper Proctor, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Clark from Crime Scene Services Unit.
And at some point subsequent to that, were there other members of the state police that arrived in that area as well?
Yes.
And was one of them a reconstructionist named Trooper Paul?
I'm not sure what the name was. I do know that the reconstruction team did come on after I arrived.
Now, where within the Canton Police Department were you directed to go, or where did you go?
I was directed to the Canton Police Department garage.
And when you got to the garage, what specifically did you observe there, and what, if anything, were you asked to do?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And did you then examine that black Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And you made certain observations of that, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, with respect to your observations that you made of the black Lexus SUV, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes, I took notes as I was examining it.
And you mentioned Trooper Clark as well, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And is he from the Crime Scene Services section within the State Police Lab?
Yes.
And what, if anything, was he doing with reference to the black Lexus while you were making your observations or while you were conducting your work?
I believe he was taking photographs. I don't know any other, I don't know what else he performed while he was there.
And you want to may approach?
Yes.
Did she testify she failed her proficiency test?
No,
Oh,
I didn't hear anything.
well, she failed her proficiency test.
Yeah. It's gonna come out and cross.
Well,
them.
it happens.
Yeah.
I'm showing you a 3-page
Not like
document.
she works with clients.
Yeah, testing is just it's. Is it really important?
You know, it's not important.
Do you
to
recognize that
me.
document,
A
ma'am?
hair.
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks like diagrams that I had taken at the scene. However, it appears to be missing some information.
So as far as the notes that you took, they're not memorialized. Ms. Hartnet, you were taking notes on those diagrams when you were at the Canton Police Station in the garage?
Yes, I did.
And that diagram that you have before you does not contain those notes, is that correct?
That's correct.
But as far as the diagrams that you had before you and that you were taking notes on, those are the diagrams or a form of those diagrams?
Yes, that's correct.
And contained on that is certain information related to the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Includes the make, the model, license plate number, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just read from that form as far as what you recorded, as far as the make, the model, and the license plate number.
The make is a Lexus. The model is LX570. The year was 2021. The registration is Massachusetts 3GC684. The VIN number is JTJFY7AX1M434347. The exterior color is black. The interior color is tan. The registrant is Karen Reed, and the exam location was Canton PD Garage.
Approach January.
Yes.
I'm also seeking to introduce in the minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Number 137.
Thank you.
Well,
Ms.
again,
Hartnet, with reference to the diagram that you took notes on, do you have a copy of that with you today?
Yes, I do.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take that out just to, as far as the testimony related to the diagram.
Okay.
And with the court's permission as well, I would ask if we could display what's now been marked as 137 on the screen.
Yes.
Well, see, I didn't even hear her talk about her failed test.
And Ms. Hartnet, before you, I believe, on that desk in front of you, there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
Just click on the button there and point it at the screen if I or anyone asks you to do so with reference to the screen. So, Ms. Hartnet, with reference to what's up on the screen, the top of that first page of diagrams, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what you observed and what, if anything, you made note of in reference to your observations of the black Lexus on February 2nd.
Okay. In my notes, I had the vehicle was in overall good condition, and there was damage noted on the rear passenger side area. So that's not viewable in this particular diagram.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to the bottom.
So in this area here.
And as far as the damage that you noted in the right
all
rear
this-
passenger area, what was it specifically that you noted?
I noted there was a dent.
Yeah, don't read from there. What did you note?
There was a dent in the trunk door. There were scratches on the rear bumper, and there was a broken taillight.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next page, please. Now, from the diagrams that are up on the screen right now, page 2 of what's been marked as 137, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to each of those observations you made and where they were in relation to the fact.
The damage to the dent, the rear door was in this area. The broken tail light was here, and then there were some scratches on the rear bumper as well.
Now, in addition to scratches on the rear bumper on the area of that liftgate in the back, what, if anything else, did you observe sort of within that area?
I observed an apparent hair on the rear quarter panel about here, and I also noted some pieces of glass on the rear bumper. Excuse me, I want to say apparent pieces of glass.
Now, as far as that word, when you say apparent human hair on the rear bumper, why that terminology? Why do you call it that at that stage when you're in the garage and you're making these observations?
At that time, I noted that it was an apparent hair because I had not done any microscopic observation of the hair.
And subsequent to that, did you do that microscopic examination of the hair that you observed in the rear area of that Lexus SUV?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
That was performed back at the lab.
So that item was secured by yourself, taken back to the lab and examined microscopically?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with reference to what you termed as the apparent glass on the rear bumper, similar to the apparent hair, why is it that you use that terminology when you're making those observations of it in the garage?
I did not have any confirmation that it was glass. We refer to it as apparent glass and preserve it for the trace unit.
And when you say reserve it for the trace unit, if you could, just in general terms, describe to the jury what the trace unit is and what is it that they do as far as their analysis in relation to what you do.
Certain items will be examined in the trace unit for identification. So the criminalistics unit does not
Yes,
perform
it
glass
was-
identification. That would be done in the trace unit.
It was on
They would
Monday.
also, they also will look at other items such as plastic and hairs, but I'm not comfortable going into the analysis that they perform. I don't have the details on that.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have the sort of diagram in that. And again, Ms. Hartnet, what's up on the screen is that what you have before you as the third diagram,
Yes.
or the third page of the diagram. And what, if anything, of significance did you note in this area of that?
I noted,
It's now apparent because my boss called me the C word, and it wasn't castigated. Then she's actually castigated me for doing a horrible job. Exactly, Ms. Parkinson.
the items that were located within the vehicle. There were some boxes on the back seat of the vehicle. There was also a package in the vehicle and some clothing and miscellaneous items in the trunk.
Now, as far as the items that were contained within the trunk, how high up were they? Let me ask you this. As far as the rear window of the trunk area, was there anything obstructing that?
Compound.
I don't recall at this time.
Ms. Gilman, excuse me, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Please do, Lally. And please approach some kind
I'm
of.
going to show you initially a set of 18 photographs. That's generally
18.
and
Jesus Christ.
I'm just going to ask you, generally speaking, if you recognize what is contained there.
Flatbed tow truck open to the elements. So she must have hit him really hard for that piece of glass to get embedded in the rear bumper.
Mm-hmm.
Love and Lally tries to get something in, and they have no clue what he's talking about. Yeah, let me ask you this, and you know it's going to be what? Run, stunt, hunt, blunt, C, dash, T, solve this with it. Yep. But I'm dyslexic.
And ma'am, do you, generally speaking, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the black Lexus SUV that I examined at the Canton Police Department.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the black Lexus on that date of February 2nd?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
February 2nd, so that'll be the Monday.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't mean to.
So Madam Court Reporter needs to,
I understand. So all I'm asking, Your Honor, is if I may approach just to show a couple more photographs while the court reporter is reporting so that the witness may review them. Are we done?
Oh.
If anyone speaks before I'm done, it won't be on the record.
It drives to used to drive tow truck way back and you fill out a sheet and marked up all damage. Yeah, and according to the tow truck, as far as I know, there wasn't any damage noted.
Mm.
Yeah, and I can go take a picture of my daughter had my car for a week while I was in the US. It came back with scratches. I hit the hedge. It wasn't that bad. It was a little bad. Well, inside the car, there's hair everywhere. Your car is your wife is letting you buying an M series. Anything YouTube lets buy an M series today. Anything YouTube lets give.
Thank you very much.
But nice, a BMW. That's a nice car.
Your Honor, with the court.
So, Mr. Lally, you really need to keep your voice up, and the witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs that have now been marked for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with 2498. Ms. Hartnet, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is a picture of the license plate of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2499. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnet?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the front end of the Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, 2500. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen as this exhibits 140?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize within this photo?
It's the exterior of the Lexus SUV.
And as far as this is inside of the garage of the Canton Police Station, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to the vehicle, is this a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the garage looked like when you were there that day on February 2nd?
Yes.
And if I could have the next photograph, that's going 2501. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
And which part of the vehicle are we looking at in this photograph?
Looks like the front passenger side of the Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph is Gilman 2502. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And which side of the vehicle are we looking at this point?
The driver's side.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2505.
This is for other game that I didn't make you unlock for a long time.
And do you recognize what's in this photograph, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's the rear driver's side of the black Lexus SUV.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman, 2506. Do you recognize this as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize as?
That's the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
As far as the caution tape that's up and around the vehicle, is that something that was around the vehicle at the time that you first came into the garage?
Yes, it was.
Now, from this photograph 2506, which is exhibit 145, using the laser pointer before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to the damage that you're talking about, or where you observed that located on the vehicle.
There's damage here on the bumper, and there was also damage to the rear door. I think it may be blocked by the caution tape.
Why didn't you get a picture of it?
And this
Where is
if I could have photograph 2508. So looking now at what's been marked exhibit 147, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a little. Now, with reference to the damage that you were talking about that may have been blocked by the caution tape in the prior exhibit, can you see that in this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to where in this exhibit you observe that thing.
Right here. It's on the rear door, right underneath the window.
Oh, so does that look like damage that somebody did to the car?
Machine
After
response
the
is
fact?
concerned.
Or maybe
When you're
someone having
doing
her
this
keys in
kind
her
of
hands, closing the
examination
car.
of a motor vehicle, can you explain to the jury sort of what that process entails and what is it that you're doing over the course of your examination?
Complete an overall visual examination of the vehicle, noting any damage or anything that stands out that should be recorded. I then look for any stains or material that is on the vehicle, specifically any transfer that could have been left behind by a victim.
And as far as making those observations, what, if anything, do you then do with regard to those observations that you made from visual inspection?
I'll then perform testing on any stains that I did note or any areas of interest, and then collect anything that needs to be collected.
Now, with respect to this vehicle and this examination, what is exactly that you were requested to examine?
I was informed that this vehicle may have been involved in a hit and run, so I was requested to examine it for biological material.
And what, if any, information were you given upon arrival to the Canton Police Department in regard to that vehicle?
I was informed that the victim had scratches on his arm, as well as the fact that the car had been towed through a blizzard.
No,
And
no,
did you perform
no, 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 no. He didn't have any scratches to his arm. He had blunt force abrasions. Lacerations, sorry. Not scratches. Scratches isn't blunt force.
Dang it when you go off screen or off script.
Yeah. Please don't tell us what the reality is. Tell us what we wrote in the report.
any testing with relation to the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what was that testing that you performed?
I performed blood screening on the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on each side of the tire flap, as well as the edge of the bumper and the exhaust pipe.
And what were the results of that testing that you performed there in the garage?
Those were negative.
Of course
And
they were,
what,
because
if
that's
any,
how it
evidence
happened.
did you collect while you were either from the vehicle or from any other source while you were at the Canton Police Station that day?
I collected the apparent glass from the rear bumper. I collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear door. I also collected a paint standard from the area of damage on the rear bumper, as well as the apparent hair from the rear quarter panel. And I collected the taillight housing from the vehicle.
Why?
And turning away from that just for a moment, Ms. Gilman,
I
if I
just
could
like
ask
why.
for photograph 2512.
We have seen those scratches only by the defense because so far the state haven't shown one picture of the deceased yet. But we're only 19 days into the case, so we haven't gotten around to it yet. Even
Yeah,
though
it's not a big
EMTs and doctors have testified.
Yep.
I think it's the pointer.
And Ms. Hartnet, direct your attention up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 150. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, of significance in relation to items collected or items to observe, do you observe in this particular photo?
I observed the apparent glass on the rear bumper.
What?
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2515. And again, up on the screen, what's now been marked as Exhibit 153, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Now, as far as that area that you were talking about where you recovered, which you termed initially in the garage as an apparent human hair, do you see the location of that within this photograph?
Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the area right next to the rear tail light?
Pins to zoom.
Mhm.
To the best of my recollection, it was in this area.
Now, as far as areas where you observe certain items or where
It was where?
damage is indicated or observed by you, is that later marked in some fashion?
This
I note the damage in my notes.
But as far as on the physical item itself, is that marked in any way?
Brandon, just don't think about it. It makes sense if you absolutely don't think about a car driving to another town in a snowstorm, being towed by a tow truck. If you don't think about it, it makes perfect sense that what looked like glass just strewn on the striven.
So
Well, they keep saying it's
Maureen.
embedded in the bumper. It looks like it's just sitting on, like they just broke it and threw it over there.
Okay, y'all, was John looking directly at her taillight saying, "No, babe, you got this. Pull back," and then she hit him with a glancing blow to the other side, but he also apparently had his stolen glass and he was like, "No, stop."
And then
None of what?
none of this makes sense. And then the hair. I'm so annoyed by this hair. You never claimed that his head hit the car, sir. So who gives a crap about this hair? And they were dating. His hair's everywhere, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, I shed more than Chewbacca, so yes.
Yeah.
Because we had to do several years of pre-bottle, this is starting to sound like a regular prosecution case in chief. Yes, because now they got into the evidence in the case. Gravity doesn't exist, exactly. Yes, we have seen him break the tail light housing out of the car. But again, these scratches looks kind of like the ones my daughter put on my car after hitting a hedge. We would call these Costco bumps.
How would I guess I don't understand any of this. I cannot wait till we get real experts on the stand.
Yes.
Well, again, it looked like she, like a lot of other female drivers, might have gotten a little too close to something when she took a right turn.
Oh, you don't have to.
No.
I've done it. So
Yeah.
I've hit one of those stupid cart thingies in the middle of the grocery store. I hit and scratched to the side of my truck with one of those bad boys before. That's what it looks like.
Yes, I'll use stickers to indicate areas that I would then refer to back in my notes.
So that second set of photographs that I placed before you when the stenographer was marking those exhibits, do you generally recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
These are pictures of the interior of the black Lexus SUV.
May I approach her?
Yes.
You're on the phone, I'll seek to introduce in a bit. There's 4 photographs as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection to this.
Let me just get to the how did those scratches appear? I need a timeline. I need something.
Yeah, I'm all the
156
confused.
Yeah, that's when the
Thank you very much.
States.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury as well.
Okay.
I'm just going to invite that photograph 2521. Ms. Hartnet, again, direct your attention to the screen. Do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 156?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
that's the driver compartment of the black Lexus SUV.
And if I could have this gentleman photograph 2527.
If you hit a car, hit a person with that amount of force,
Yeah, just a moment.
a lot.
Okay.
So what are we seeing here?
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. So, Ms. Hartnet, direct your attention to the screen, photograph 2527, that's now been marked as exhibit 157. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted in that photograph, ma'am?
It's the front seat area of the black Lexus SUV.
And specifically, as far as the center console area of that vehicle, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed inside the vehicle on February 2nd?
Yes.
And lastly, from this packet, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2535. And Ms. Hartnet, 2535, which has now been marked as exhibit 159, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior of the trunk of the black Lexus SUV.
And is that fair and accurate portrayal of the interior of the trunk as you observed it in the Canton Police Department garage on February 2nd?
That'll fall
Yes.
over the place when she drives. That's
May I
stupid.
approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing another series of 9 photographs and then discussion of those. Look up when you're finished, but really what I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize what's depicted in this?
Is what blood? I didn't see any blood.
Yeah, what's pretty damning? Nothing they've shown so far is damning at all.
I don't know who.
Because here's the thing, guys. Proctor had her car. How trustworthy is Proctor in all of this? Come on now.
And why didn't we see a close-up of that glass? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
Do you recognize what's
odd.
depicted in those photographs, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And generally speaking, what's depicted in those 9, that set of 9 there?
These are pictures of the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
You know, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm open to introducing you as the next item.
Is there any objections to Jackson?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Well, you really have to keep your voice up.
I'm sorry?
You really have to keep your voice up.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Well, my brother took a deer in the front, and he had to change everything in his car because with the new modern cars, all the sensors go haywire. And again, if you hit him back there with a 6,000-pound object, which would be 3,000 kilos, you would make a dent.
160 to 166.
Especially if you break the tail light there. Because again, there's this little thing called a bumper sticking out further than the tail light, which would cap his knees. No, and she hasn't testified to any blood
Thank
yet.
you very much.
She will testify there's blood in the
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I
Still that
publish
house,
portions of this for the jury as well?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2539. Ms. Hartnett, what's up on the screen is photograph 2539. That's now been marked as exhibit 160. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the rear passenger area of the black Lexus.
As far as the damage that you observed from the broken taillight, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to that, or what's visible of that in the photograph.
This area here is the broken tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph 2540. Now exhibit 161. Again, Ms. Hartnett, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe, if anywhere in this photograph, damage to the right rear passenger.
There's damage in this area here to the rear tail light.
From the damage that you observed, it essentially wraps around from both the back and from the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2554. And Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as photograph 2554 to 165?
Yes, I do.
And talking before, earlier in your testimony about some stickers or some sort of evidentiary marker that you would put on an item that you're examining, correct?
Correct.
Do you see any of that in this photograph here?
Yes, I do.
And could you direct the jury's attention using laser pointer to where you observe that and what if any area of damage or what that's denoted?
There's a sticker here, and I know you can't see it. I don't know if you can zoom in. There's a letter on the sticker, I believe it's A, that denotes that there's something there that I was going to collect. And right next to that sticker here is the apparent hair that I noticed.
No shot in.
Gentlemen, if I could have photograph 2558.
What a bunch of BS. I highly doubt that.
And similarly, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize anything in this photograph in regard to something that you had marked?
Yes, that's the rear bumper of the SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in a little on that.
Sorry, this placement makes even less sense if it's on the sticker. You have this piece here. Kind of looks, no, that isn't glass. If this was the glass laying on top, but how the F is he going to embed something in the middle of the bumper on the upper side of it?
I don't know. This makes no sense.
This is the dumbest thing that's ever dumbed.
If on the bumper is John O'Keefe's hair, it's pretty damning. Are you married? Go check your wife's car, or if you're married and your
Yeah.
your wife isn't old, go check your car. I find hair in my car all the time that's long and white, and I don't have long white hair.
Yeah.
Right? And also, remember, they just said he was bumped with the car and his head hit the ground. Where it's just, it's dumb.
And where's all the glass splinters at the scene? They found every other scene glass. I don't know.
So this is why I want the medical examiner. I want the injuries.
And Ms. Hartnett, in this photograph, what if anything is depicted that you noticed something sort of black or further examine that later?
There's pieces of apparent glass here on the bumper.
It looks like
Can I
salt.
approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
How would it stay on the bumper when it drove through a snowstorm? And
I'm showing you another series of 4 photographs.
this is the problem I have with all of this testimony is, to a reasonable mind, well, I can't wait for Alan Jackson to go up there and talk about it.
All right. Over under if he's going to make her cry.
Do you recognize what's depicted in
So
those
with those
photographs? ma'am?
Oh, Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is the rear passenger exterior right below the tail light on the Lexus SUV.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Come up, please introduce you as the next one. Do it. Okay.
Yeah, we saw her car in the driveway. It was filled with snow. Yeah, and then all the snow melted.
Yeah, this magical hair and glass stayed on the car. Like, all that.
169 to 173.
Well, you missed magic glass.
With court permission, may I publish some of these photographs of the jury?
Yes.
I didn't notice that, Mo.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2573.
I haven't seen anything.
Sergeant, again, photograph 2573, what's now marked as exhibit 169. You recognize what's depicted in this?
Yes, I do.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is the area of the rear passenger side of the vehicle just below the tail light.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask sort of towards the top center of that photograph, if you could zoom in on that area. Ms. Hartnett, do you observe another sort of sticker or placard that you placed in that area?
Yes, I do.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to?
I'm sorry, I can't see what the letter is on it, so I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
If I could ask Ms. Gilman.
So, Mr. Lally, when you put your head down to read, your voice goes down considerably. We can't get a recording of your voice, so you need to speak up.
Understood. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2576. And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to the 2 areas up on that, if you could zoom in that area. All right, first on the one below. Ms. Hartnett, can you see better there as far as what the sticker is and what you had noted there?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you had noted in that particular area?
I noted there were scratches in that area.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the one above. Thank you. Also within this exhibit 172, there's another sticker further upward on the vehicle. What, if anything, did you note or observe in that particular area?
In that area, I noted the apparent hair.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another series of photographs of this asking the same question. If you could take a look at those and ask me if you recognize apparently what they are.
I bet they could find the nearest Costco and then match them to a trolley out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm terrible at those. So
Yes, Sue. Go watch that in the break. Apparently, they set up an extra AC in the press box.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll call to introduce the witness. Next exhibits.
No objection.
Come on, Lally, get on with it.
Yes, I will preserve the audio video
That's your mom.
evidence. No, Grant can't be in the courtroom. Apparently, a lot of people liked that he couldn't be there. Yes, they found the boyfriend's hair on the rear quarter panel, not the bumper. Great success. You have to listen what they're saying. They found it on the rear quarter panel of the car, a car that's normally stored in his garage. And magically, they'll find blood in the taillight housing from a car that stood right next to 6 Solo cups with his blood in it the day before. That is what we in the business.
And what does that prove?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd ask to publish some of those photographs as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2558.
I like this picture. That's a great picture.
I'm okay with it.
I can see all the details.
Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Hartnet, you recognize what's contained in photograph 2558, exhibit 173.
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle of the screen. And again, Ms. Hartnet.
Get the hell out of here.
That is a picture of the apparent hair I noted in the area.
Is it the big
Ms. Gilman,
white
if I could
scratch
have,
or the
561?
small white scratch? Because the small white look like a cube.
So
Exhibit 176. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in a bit on the sticker in the middle there. It's hard to recognize what's depicted in this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the damage I noted on the rear door.
And again, how can he be hit in there?
How is he just hit all over this car and his body is showing no damage? No sign of damage.
Yeah, she
I
like
cannot wait to the medical examiner.
keeled asterned him and then
May I approach the witness?
The upside is if you smash this witness, she would not be able to identify you as the father on Murray. Yes.
I'm showing you a series of 3 photographs. Those are finished.
Baker was only here a couple weeks, but he's already learned about our national treasure. The more he told us, so.
Do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of the taillight housing back at the lab.
And what's
Oh my
contained in
God.
that, those 3 photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the taillight housing once you had removed it and taken it back to the lab?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to see introduce the minutes and exhibits. No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, for the first break of Jamie today.
That was funny. Caught me off guard because I was reading something else as you were reading this.
Before we get to those photographs, I do have a few questions. Sorry, it makes no difference to me, but I think we can turn the light back. Thank you, Mr. Officer. Now, as far as the collection of that evidence that you collected from the vehicle specifically, how was that evidence collected? And again, you've received training in regard to collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the collection of evidence that you did.
They had to call in an expert in removing them who couldn't figure out just to unscrew the 3 or 4 screws that you need to remove a taillight housing. So they pried it out of the car, which is going to be funny because if she's found not guilty, they have to turn the car back over to her. And then she can sue them for that as well.
This case was that in conformity with that training and experience that you have.
Yes, it was.
And so how did you collect those pieces of evidence from the vehicle on that particular?
It depends on what the item was, the taillight specifically, is that what you're asking about?
Well, first, let me ask as far as the hair, and then I'll move on to some other items if that's all right. So as far as the hair was concerned, how was that collected?
I would have collected the hair with tweezers, put it in a glassine envelope, and then put that into a larger manila envelope.
And as far as those steps that you take, as far as the collection is concerned, what are What are some of the concerns for that, or why is it that you take those steps?
Prior to touching any evidence, I would put on gloves. I'm not sure in this case whether I use disposable tweezers or reusable tweezers. If I used reusable tweezers, they would have been bleached prior to my using them to prevent contamination.
And so each of those sort of steps that you take in your collection process, is that fair to say that it's in an effort to combat contamination?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the paint chips or paint standards from the vehicle, how did you collect those?
Those have been collected with a disposable scalpel. I use it to scrape off pieces of paint from the vehicle, which are then put in a glassine envelope and a larger manila envelope.
And as far as the pieces of glass from the bumper area of the vehicle, how were those collected?
I collected those with gloves. I may have used tweezers. I don't recall at the time. But again, if I used tweezers, I would have used bleach tweezers or disposable tweezers.
Now, as far as that taillight assembly was concerned, how was that collected, or what, if any, issues did you have with regard to collecting?
I removed the taillight. Once I had the taillight housing in my possession, I did have trouble disconnecting it from the vehicle. So a police officer on scene did help me disconnect it from the vehicle so that I could properly package it.
And as far as what exactly was it that that officer helped you do, or what, if anything, did he do?
I believe he just removed, helped undo the wires that were in the back of the taillight so that I could properly hold it and didn't have to place it down anywhere.
So you had two hands on the taillight as he was performing that, is that correct?
Yes, I believe I did.
And as far as the area of the taillight that you were holding, you were wearing gloves, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as that area that you were holding with your two gloved hands, did that officer touch any area of that part of the taillight?
Not to my recollection, no.
And do you recall whether or not that officer was wearing gloves himself when he disconnected that wiring?
I don't recall.
Now, as far as once you removed that taillight from there, what, if anything, did you do with the taillight there?
I put it into a brown paper bag and then transported it back to the lab where I then properly secured it in a box with added cushion from additional paper to ensure that no additional damage was done.
Now, with respect to your time at the Canton Police Station, were you presented with any additional evidence by any officers from the Canton Police?
Yes, I was.
And what were those items?
I was presented with a broken drinking glass that was reported to have been recovered from the scene at 34 Fairview Road. I was also presented with several solo cups filled with frozen red-brown stains.
So with the drinking glass, what, if anything, did you do with regard to the drinking glass?
I packaged it in a brown paper bag.
And with regard to the cups with red-brown stains contained within, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
I allowed the cups to thaw, and then I took 2 sterile swabs, like something similar to a Q-tip, and collected a sample from the red-brown stains in those cups.
Oh, Jesus.
It wasn't frozen in the picture you saw. The day
No,
before.
but why is she not going, sir, this is not a sterile object that you got collected this from?
Yeah.
So she has to make a very pointed statement that I took a sterile swab. Well, nothing was sterile about any of those solo cups and that blood, ma'am.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All of the evidence
It's
was
all contaminated.
at the scene.
So contaminated.
And then, what, if anything, after you took the swabbings from those solo cups, let me ask first with regards to the solo cups,
Oh
what
my
were
God.
done with those?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. So after you took the swabbings from the red cups, what, if anything, was done with the red cups?
I returned those to the Canton Police Department to store as they saw fit.
And as far as the swabbings that you took, what did you do with those?
I secured those in a glassine envelope and a larger envelope, and then transported those back to the lab.
Yeah, your quality.
After your
Quality
examination of the
and
scene, turn back to the lab, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what items of evidence did you examine first in this case in the lab?
I examined the apparent hair from the vehicle as well as the broken taillight.
Now, starting with the examination of the taillight, well, let me ask, in general terms, when items are taken by you back from any kind of scene or any kind of place that you're processing, and you bring them back to the lab, what is it that you do with them when you get back to the lab?
When I get back to the lab, I ensure that they're packaged properly, that they're sealed, and they're stored in the appropriate location within the lab. I also enter them into our laboratory information management system so that from that point forward, those items can be tracked throughout the lab.
Now, each of those, now when you come in with sort of a case, is there some sort of number or something that's associated with the case when you first sort of generate that?
Yes.
And do you recall the case number that you assigned or was assigned with regard to this investigation?
Yes, I do.
And what is that case number?
The case number at the lab was 22-2184.
Now, with regard to each specific item of evidence that's taken back to the lab and logged in, what, if any, numbers are assigned or associated with those particular pieces of evidence?
Each piece of evidence is given an independent lab item number.
Now, with respect to the taillight, that was labeled as 3-1, is that correct?
That's correct.
So with respect to item 3-1 or the taillight, can you explain to the jury the examination process that went into them?
Sure. I prepped my workspace by spraying it down with a 10% bleach solution. I also sprayed down any reusable utensils that I would need to use. I then applied a piece of butcher paper to protect the lab bench and prevent contamination. I would put on gloves, my lab coat, and mask before I examine any item of evidence. And then I took photographs of what the packaging looked like and then photograph of the piece of evidence itself.
And then from that specific item, did you perform any testing on that item?
No, I did not do any testing on the item.
And why not?
I was, due to the case history, there was no visible red-brown stains on the item, as well as the fact there was a very limited surface area for me to sample from. In addition, I was informed that the car had been towed through a blizzard. So given the fact that there was potentially very limited material on the taillight, if any type of testing that we do would remove additional material. So I made the conservative decision to take a swabbing of the item and send it forward for DNA.
As far as that swabbing of the item for DNA purposes, can you explain sort of what the process is or how that's done?
Yes, we use a polyester swab, which is a flat spatula-shaped swab. I apply sterile water to the swab and rub the exposed areas of the taillight. And then that swab dries before it's packaged and sent to DNA.
Now, got a court submission, could I publish for the jury what's now been marked as exhibits 187 through 189?
Yes.
And it's Gilman, if I could have first photograph 8970. Now,
Can you
Ms.
take
Hartnett,
anything
right
she's
here,
saying?
It was on the rear
up on
corner.
the screen now is exhibit 187. Again, do you recognize what's depicted in there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the taillight that I removed from the black Lexus SUV.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 8971, next photograph. What's now on the screen is exhibit 188. Again, do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, I do.
And what is depicted there, and what, if anything, is, in addition to the taillight, what, if anything, are you?
That is the taillight from the black Lexus SUV from a different angle. I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
And lastly, photograph 8972, exhibit 189. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at, perspective-wise, and what, if anything, you're doing in this book?
That is the back side of the taillight. And again, I'm holding up a ruler to show the scale of the item.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that time. Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor.
Are we done?
Now, Ms. Hartnett, from your initial response to the Canton Police Department, you secured a number of different items from the Canton Police Station that day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were labeled subsequently as items 3-1 through 3-13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-6, that was the apparent hair, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in reference to your analysis with regard to the hair, that QLIM term that I asked you about before, QLIM, what, if any, significance did that terminology have to your examination of the hair?
Per protocol, all hairs that will go forward for DNA are considered QLIM, meaning that the entire sample will be used up during testing.
And with regard to item 3-6, the apparent hair,
It depends on how the jury sees this, but the hair wasn't in the tail light. The hair was on the rear quarter panel of the car. She will testify probably that she found blood in the tail light. And that could be if the jury listens to that and says, well, that proves that everything is bad. but hopefully Alan Jackson will hit her harder than I hit the bottle in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Hey, Ashton.
And then when we get the medical examiner on and they don't none of this will make sense when you see the injuries, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Explain the examination process or what it is that you're doing with reference to that.
Yes. I take the apparent hair and I mount it on a glass slide using deionized water. I then put the slide under a microscope and I'm looking for certain characteristics to determine if that piece of material is a hair or fiber or some other unknown material.
And as far as your examination is concerned in that microscopic analysis, what are some of the things, or what are some of the characteristics that you're trained to look for, that you observed in this specific instance to give you that determination that it was a human?
On the exterior of the hair, there'll be scales, and depending on the shape, it can help you determine whether or not the hair is an animal hair or a human hair. Human hair have imbricate scales, which look like overlapping shingles with a wave-like edge. That is what I observed on this hair. In addition, the internal characteristics of the item are looked at. Running through the center of a hair is a medulla, which is a channel. Animal medullas and human medullas look different in that human medullas will have an amorphous shape, which means they don't really have any shape at all, whereas an animal medulla will have distinctive or can have distinctive patterns within them. Also, the size of that medulla or channel that runs through the center of a hair in a human hair is approximately 1/3 the entire width of the hair, where in animals it may be much larger than that.
Now, as far as based on your examination of this particular item, this hair, what if any opinion or what if any determination did you come to in regard to that item that you examined microscopically here?
I determined the hair was consistent with the human hair with a root.
Now, as far as that item was concerned, was there any measurements that were done in reference to that?
Yes, there were.
And do you recall what the measurements were or what the length was?
I'd have to refer to my notes if that's possible.
Or may the witness refer to her notes just in reference to that?
This picture is good. When you can't tell if it's Brandon or Gerald, something's wrong.
The hair was approximately 7/8 inches long.
Now, with regard to item 3-6, the hair, did you perform any testing on that?
No, I did not perform any testing.
And why not?
The only type of analysis done on hairs in the criminalistics unit is a visual microscopic examination.
But where did the hair go from there?
It's Brandon.
At that point, I cut the hair into two pieces, one end that contains the root and then the remaining end of the shaft. The root end went to our internal DNA unit.
Now, it may be pretty well understood, but when you say root end versus shaft end, can you explain to the jury what you mean by those sort of descriptions?
The root end is the end that would have been attached to the scalp, and the shaft end is just the remaining outer portion of the hair.
You say shaft.
And how is it that you're able to determine sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end?
Through the microscopic characteristics under the that I viewed.
Now, with reference to that item 3,
I didn't think she said 8 inch. It was an 1/8 of an inch, or 7/8 of an inch. Yeah, don't Google shaft.
60, the hair. Were any decisions made in regard to what testing could or would be performed on those
And
samples?
this is just a shift.
Yes, based on the criminalistics protocol, the root end of the hair would be tested internally in our DNA unit, and if potential testing needed to be done on the shaft end, that would be sent out to an external lab.
And do you know why that is?
We don't perform that type of DNA testing at our lab.
And that's something, you're familiar with the term mitochondrial DNA testing?
I am familiar with it, but I don't really have a full understanding of it.
But as far as your understanding is the type of testing that would have been sort of sent out to an external vendor, that would be, the type was mitochondrial?
Yes, that was my knowledge at the time, yes.
Now, at some point, did you have a conversation with regard to examination of the remaining items in this case, sometime in May of 23?
Yes.
And what was discussed?
It was discussed that I would examine the clothing and some of the other items for biological testing.
And
don't know that.
specifically, there was an item 7-18, which was a gray sweatshirt attributed to Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, from that, as far as sort of an additional analysis or an examination of those clothing items, what is it that you were doing and what is it that you were looking for in regard to your examination of the clothing?
I examined the item for biologicals. In this case, I was looking to determine if there was any blood present on the item. I also did damage analysis of various areas on the sleeve and the front and back of the item. I also took a trace collection from the item and additional DNA samples for that, additional skin cell collection samples from the item.
Now, starting first with, as far as that specific item, 7-18, the gray sweatshirt, what, if any, observations in general did you make when you examined it?
There were red, brown, and brown stains on the item. There was damage from the top of the shirt to the bottom of the shirt, as well as across each sleeve of the shirt. I also noted additional damage on the right sleeve.
Now, each of the areas of damage that you observed, similar to what we saw with the vehicle, were those areas marked as well?
Yes, I marked each of those areas that I was going to do further analysis on with a number.
And there were essentially 13 different areas on that sweatshirt that you had marked, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sorry, just showing you, here's 6 photographs, and again, asking you to look at those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the photographs I took of item 7-18, the long sleeve gray shirt.
And those are sort of the preliminary or overall photographs, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm obviously to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 190 to 195.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hartnett, before I turn to these, I just had one follow-up question. And you had been talking about, or testifying about, sort of the difference between the root end and the shaft end of the hair. You had mentioned that the root end is typically something that would be attached to the scalp. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be in reference to a hair that comes from someone's head, correct?
Yeah, but not necessarily. We don't perform body origin identification.
And so to that point, as far as the root end of the hair that was attached to the body at some point, whether it's the head, an arm, a leg, you don't know where.
Correct, I do not.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish some of these photographs with the jury as well.
Okay.
Ms. Fielman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9789. Ms. Hartnett, putting up on the screen now, it's been marked as exhibit 190. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the photograph I took of item 7-18. It is the exterior front.
And Ms. Fielman, if I could have 9790, the next photograph.
Where the tearing
What's up on the screen is exhibit 191. You recognize that as well, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior rear of item 7-18.
And if I could have the next photograph, Ms. Fielman, 9791. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen now is exhibit 192.
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
That is the interior front of item 7-18.
And lastly, not lastly, for this purpose, photograph 9792. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen is exhibit 193.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the interior back of item 7-18.
And Ms. Fielman, if I could have 9795.
Looks like he's dragged. If you're talking about this, that's cut by the MEs just to get the shirt off him.
Again, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 194?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the exterior front of item 7-18, and it also contains markers that I placed on the item to note areas of damage.
And,
Jamie,
What?
if you notice these areas of damage, do you notice what these doesn't line up with?
Sorry, I gotta look at the screen.
Wait,
Were
weren't the
you
scratches on the outside of his arm, not the inside? Or am I making this all up in my head?
They're on the top side of his arm. So if you want to say that these are indicative of the scratches, where are the scratches on his lower arm?
Yeah.
Because his scratches are from middle of the biceps to the beginning of the forearm. And
Yep.
what is this?
the next photograph would be Ms. Gilman 9796.
Doesn't correspond in
You're
any
doing
way to
on that
the
one?
scratches on his arm.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, what we're looking at here, that's the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt of item 7-18, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so, starting with some of the 13 different areas that's labeled, this starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, goes up to 9, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hartnett showing you another series of photographs. Just ask if you could review those, look up when you finish.
Got a little gold on you now. You can see that up more. Bum, bum, bum. No, it doesn't add up with the blunt force.
Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are close-up photos of the areas of damage 1 through 5.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we begin.
Case Cat, that's a whole other thing. But according to the testimony, that's this was blunt force lacerations. So why are there holes in his jacket? Is that why they called it that he was dragged? Again, it doesn't add up with the story Lally is telling.
Yeah.
Madam Court Reporter, Your Honor, if I may approach just to show the next series of photographs.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and it was a puffy shirt, not a gray hoodie. Have to remember that. Oh, finally, some
Okay.
hard evidence.
Baker, call me crazy, but do you think Lolly could have had all of these photos, stampered and,
No, because they
had
196 through 205.
F
Thank
this up in the beginning because they had pre-screened all of the evidence. Then
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish
Now they have to
some of
mark
those
it
photographs
every day.
for the jury as well.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9811.
they are claiming the scratches to his arm is blunt force lacerations, which would say the arm was impacted with so much force that it broke the skin, which I looked it up in medical journals would always, not always, because there's no certainties in medical, but would highly likely give you subdermal bleeding, which there isn't, because there's no marks underneath the clear cuts to his arm.
With respect to what's up on the screen, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's now been marked as Exhibit 196?
Yes,
Are we
What do
going
you recognize that to be?
that is an area of damage that I noted as area 1 in my notes.
Is, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, photograph 9812, next one. Again, Ms. Hartnett, you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 197?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to this, what are you doing here?
That is a close-up photo of the same area of damage, area 1.
That has some measurement that you're taking with reference to the size of that damage, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you do that respectively with each of the respective areas that you noted on each of the garments that you examined?
Yes, I did.
Is that the sleeve?
So if I could have photograph 9813.
Think so.
Because if that's the sleeve,
Okay,
oh,
this is area
puncture
2, is that
wounds,
correct?
hello.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Let's go in if I could have photograph 9815. Again, what's up on the screen is exhibit 200. Recognize this as what now?
That's a photograph of the area 3 that I noted.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9817. Now, with respect to what's now marked as exhibit 202, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And is that the number 4 area that you noted on the right arm sleeve of Grace Fletcher of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9819. What's up on the screen is exhibit 204. Do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And again, what is depicted in exhibit 204?
That's the area of damage number 5 that I had in my notes.
Can I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The photographs that I placed before you while the stenographer was marking the prior exhibits, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe for the jury, sort of generally speaking, what's depicted in those, ma'am?
These are close-up photos of areas 6 through 11 that I noted on the long sleeve gray shirt.
And may I approach this retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce as the next exhibits. No objection.
And if I may approach the witness just to present another set.
Okay.
It's more likely that he just loves his shirt and wears it too, even though there's holes in it. I do that with some t-shirts because that's my favorite t-shirt.
Baker, this isn't underpants.
Well, Karen won't be taking the stand. She has good lawyers.
She doesn't need to take a stand.
Yeah, what have they proved thus far?
That I'm arguing with a guy on Twitter saying, well, it's clear from the evidence that, what happened, because all the taillights would hit the same spot. No, you can't have a guy fly 5 to 20 feet off to the right and not have the taillight fly. That's not how physics works.
So, Ms. Hartnet, what's contained in these photographs now been marked as exhibits 206 through 217. Those essentially sort of the same close-ups and then a close-up with a measurement that the jury just saw in regard to what you had marked as 1 through 5.
Yes, that's correct.
And this is just 6 through 11 on that same area on the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to the photos that I just placed before you a moment before, do you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
These are the areas of damage 12 and 13 on the rear of the sweatshirt.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm on to introduce in a minute. Okay, just places.
Guys, girls, countrymen, Romans, you've been hankering for a good old taste of Marissa. I need to go to a HOA meeting, so Marissa will run the show way better than I do, and Jamie doesn't yell at her as much as she does at me, so enjoy it. I'll be back, hopefully, when the afternoon session starts.
Oh, cool.
Jude, we won't leave. Marissa, I will leave. Marissa will take over. Hasta la taco.
All right, so what's the over-under on this witness needing the entire rest of the day?
Oh my gosh. Very
Well,
likely.
honestly, I don't think Jackson will drag it out like Lally does, so he'll get right to the point.
We can only hope.
Yep. Is there no sound?
Is it possible to zoom in on the numbers? I can't read them from here. So there's area 2 and area 12 and area 13.
And,
Can you guys
it's similar
hear me?
to that photograph, 9838.
Okay. Sorry, it was going in my ear.
Exhibit 219, up on the screen, that's just a closer image of those areas you marked as 12 and 13, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the other photographs that I had placed before you when the stenographer was marking those, do you recognize in general terms what's depicted in those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are additional pictures of the sweatshirt in which I've also made some notations of areas that need further testing.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Come off the seat. Introduce in a minute as the next exhibit. No objection, though. If I may, I want to just place these before the witness.
It's 222 and 230. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Ms. Hartnett, before I get to what's now been marked in Exhibit 222 through 230, if I could just ask you a couple questions in regard to damage that you noted on this item or really any item. What is the process that you would go through as far as classifying damage to a clothing item?
I look at the macroscopic characteristics of the area of damage, and then I also examine the area of damage underneath the microscope.
And so what would lead you to make that sort of classification as far as something is damaged?
I look at the overall shape. I also look at the fiber ends. For instance, a tear will have rough fiber ends and possibly separation of the weave of the fabric, or a cut, you have even ends without any fraying.
Now, are you able to tell from your examination of those fibers and of those clothing materials sort of what caused those tears and cuts?
No.
Now,
Exactly.
be familiar through your training experience with something called an ALS or an alternate light source?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and what, if any, use it had to you in this case?
An alternate light source is a light that uses a different wavelength that enables visualization of some biological fluids that can't be seen necessarily with the naked eye. On this particular shirt, I did use the alternate light source.
Ooh.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you used that?
I used that light source around those areas of damage to determine if there was any biological fluids that were fluorescing. The ALS did not show any stains.
What kind of stains is she looking for?
Blood, semen. Is it saliva? Probably all of those.
Yeah.
So it didn't show anything, ma'am?
I know, right?
In that area.
Now, with regard to what you had labeled as sort of tears or cuts 1 through 9 that you noted, did you do any additional testing or collecting specifically from those areas?
I collected 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water around those areas of damage.
And why did you do that?
It was told to me that potentially the victim may have been bitten by a dog during an incident. So I was taking swabs of that area to be sent out to determine if there's any dog DNA on that area.
Now, is that kind of testing, as far as canine testing or animal testing, is that something that your lab, the State Police Crime Lab, is accredited or authorized to do?
No, we do not do that type of testing.
And is that sort of sent out to an external vendor then?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that something that you had done on any prior cases or any previous situations where you had collected items and sent it out to a specific lab for animal testing?
I did consult once with an external lab on taking those types of collections, but this is the first time I've collected and actually sent something out for that type of testing.
And specifically in this type of testing and in this case, what lab were those items sent out to?
We use the UC Davis Veterinary Lab in California.
And as far as prior to collecting or prepping or doing anything as far as collecting samples from that, who, if anyone, did you talk to, or what, if any, direction did you receive in regard to collecting those samples?
I'll allow it.
I emailed Terry Kuhn, who is one of the analysts at the clinic, who aided me in how best to collect the sample for their lab.
And what you were directed to do as far as collection, packaging, and shipping, was that at the direction of the UC Davis lab?
Yes, that's correct.
And you performed those functions in conformity with what Ms. Kuhn told you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with regard to those items, did you note, with regard to the clothing items, as far as the gray sweatshirt was concerned, did you note any stains on those areas? On that clothing item?
Yes, I did note stains in those areas.
And then what, if any, testing was done on those stains that you observed?
Can you be more specific what stains you're referring to?
The blood ones.
What I'm specifically referring to is
The ones on the shirt.
Yeah,
The ones that look all bloody are.
you idiot.
Oh dear Lord, I can't.
I know.
She's like, what are you talking about? The stuff he
What
did in
stains?
this case. Oh,
There's stains?
the
Giblets.
items on the gray sweatshirt, item 7-18, as far as any stains that you observed on there. Again, sort of moving on from what you had collected for the UC Davis lab, but in other areas of that item. Well, let me actually first turning back to that. So the item that we were talking about as far as where you collected stains from that were sent off to the UC Davis lab, which item were they collected from and where on that item were they collected?
I collected 2 swabs from the areas around the damaged areas on the right sleeve. I wasn't necessarily taking them from any stains. I did use the ALS to determine if there were any stains there, which I did not visualize. So I was doing that for potential saliva collection from that area.
And thank you for the clarity. I think that was me confusing as far as the questions go. So
Yeah, shocker.
turning away from that area as far as the collection for the UC Davis lab, in addition to that, what, if any, stains did you observe on that article of clothing 718, the gray sweatshirt?
I also observed numerous red-brown stains on that item of clothing.
And so with regard to those red-brown stains, what, if any, testing was done on those stains?
On each of those stains, I performed a blood screening test as well as a blood confirmatory test.
And are those the same sort of initial testing screening test you were talking about before, and then the confirmatory test?
Yes, that's correct. A different screening test was used in the lab than was used at the scene due to a protocol change, but essentially it's the same mechanism.
And was that with respect just to the gray sweatshirt, or were there other items of clothing of Mr. O'Keefe's that you tested with the screening test in the lab and a confirmatory test in the lab as well?
I examined other items of clothing as well.
Now, if I could bring your attention back to what's now been marked as exhibits 222 through 230. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs for the jury.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could first have photograph 9841. And what's been marked as exhibit 222. Again, you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And with reference to your observations of the red-brown stains on that clothing or any other item of clothing, similar to the tears or cuts on the damaged areas that you observed, were those areas similarly marked with some sort of sticker?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it sort of the same linear path as far as numbering, or is it lettering, or how do you denote those?
For the red-brown stains on this item, I use letters.
starting with A and then sort of going through it, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Stillman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9842. Again, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be red brown stain A that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9843. And what's up on the screen, which has been marked as exhibit 224, do you recognize that as well?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Those are red brown stains B and C that I noted on the sweatshirt.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9844. What's up on the screen now is exhibit 225. Those are stains that you labeled B, C, and F, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's just sort of a pulled-out version of that to denote where B and C were located on the sweatshirt. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9846. And what's now on the screen is exhibit 227. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers. And Ms. Hartnet, do you recognize what's up there on the screen as exhibit 227?
Yes, I do.
And these are two other stains that you noted as far as D and E on the same item.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, ma'am, with reference to the other photographs that I think you still have before you that I gave you when the stenographer was marking the last batch, do you recognize generally what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt that was told was belonging to John O'Keefe.
And what's depicted in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the orange T-shirt was concerned in your lab that day?
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll welcome to seek to introduce the next exhibits. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I can read these.
Exactly. Where was this blood at?
Yeah.
People
How did you get all that
like,
blood on him?
yeah. Hope the jurors are taking note and being like, weird.
She's a forensic investigator.
You're really low, Marissa. Maybe it's just me.
Oh, okay. Somebody else mentioned it too.
I can barely hear you, but I can hear you.
Is that better?
A little better.
Trying to avoid the cap.
There you go. That sounds better.
So it's 231 from 241 left. Thank you. Mr. Lally, we have a few minutes before lunch. Do you intend to display some?
I think maybe.
If you do it quickly, do it now.
Okay.
Oh my God.
If you're not, we'll take a break.
Ma'am, let
Joyce, we're
him
gonna take the luncheon
finish.
break.
Jesus Christ. We're never going to get anything done today. Bev, you've been on
All rise for
vacation
the
for
court,
85
please.
days. Chill the F out, man. I can't stand her.
It just, why are we always taking breaks right in the middle of things? This isn't a place where you would break. I would say, okay, let's get your stuff done.
Like,
we'll get an hour
ask him
for
how much-
lunch.
Well, yeah, and
How
ask
much
him how
more
much
you
more he
have?
has. Exactly. Just be like, how much more do you have, sir? Like, do you have
I
like
mean, she's
5
always
minutes,
doing
10
that to the
minutes?
defense.
Yeah, like just let him finish and get it over with.
Okay, to be fair, do we think Lolly can accurately predict how long something's going to take, though?
No, that's true. because, you know, he's really tricked us in the past when he said, oh, only like 30 minutes each witness, judge. And then it was, what, 3 hours a piece. So. You're muted, Marissa. I was wondering why you're so quiet.
Now I'm muted. What the heck is happening?
I don't know. I
Oh.
could see your mouth moving, and I'm like,
Well,
but
yeah,
your
it
mute
was
came
like,
off, and I was like, what the heck?
I
yeah.
don't know what's happening anymore.
Well, as long as we're all clear on it.
Yeah,
There's
I don't know.
not knowing.
I'm just tired. Excuse me.
I'm trying to remember all my kids' birthdays, and I'm like, okay, calculate, carry the 2. How old are you now?
Oh my gosh. I can barely remember how old I am.
I
Yeah.
only remember when it's like whole numbers. And then after that, I'm like, wait, what is it again?
Yeah, maybe Baker's in the background muting me. It's possible. I saw that, Jess. Thank you. I just didn't get to them all. Kind of curious if, like, Bev's up there, like, can we move this along?
She better be. Because she's going to complain.
All rise. Court stands in recess till 1:30.
1:30. That is not long enough.
That's 30 minutes. Wow.
She's doing short lunches now or something.
Yeah.
Because she wants to move the process along.
So annoying. And now we don't have word crack.
Well, I am gonna hop out to go pick up medication from the CVS and or Walgreens, and then I'll be right back. So.
Okay.
No.
Bye, guys. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Do you plan on doing anything? Because I got to jump out real quick and do some work stuff, and I was going to be back.
I did not. I was hoping we would have more to watch, but
I know.
that's fine.
Well,
I will figure out
at least it's
things.
only a half hour. Well,
Yeah.
less than now.
I'll talk to chat and we'll look at some evidence stuff.
All right. I will be back.
Mm-hmm. All right. What do we want to look at? I don't even know. I kind of want to zoom in on some of these shirt things. Ask you questions? Like what questions? I hope. Did you guys see anything that Doink said today? My favorite one. Let me see if I can switch over. Present. Nope, not that. There it is. The detective told us that... Oh, sorry. First, the bombshells are coming. The detective told us that the victim in this case, John O'Keefe, had been struck by a vehicle and we found 2 pieces of Karen Reed's taillight. Oh my word! Karen Reed was caught right away on the very day she hit John O'Keefe with her car. Huh? He's such an idiot. I love it. Oh, that could be it. Maybe the dog nipped John. He immediately voiced he would sue, then fight began. I don't know. It could be. I think the dog got involved after a fight ensued. Sue, I would love to, but I missed a lot of it because I was walking dogs. Let's talk dog breeding. Do we know how that works? Does anybody need an update on that? Because I think I'm good. Oh, good question. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? I say yes, but I'm pretty sure I'll get a lot of people saying no. The investigators, ugh. I don't even know who they all are. Well, we had what's his face on this morning, O'Hare. He got the call to, he was the original one to get the call, like, hey, do you guys have enough people? And then he came and he said using a rake was okay. I don't know much more than that. I didn't get the cross, so apologies for that. I don't have a flowchart of the investigators, just the people that were in the house and whatever. Exactly. Two types of people, those who think Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and those that are wrong. Yeah. Well, also, Christmas time, I don't know about anybody else, but, I mean, we do both, but the Christmas time tends to be like a shit show at my house. I don't know. Usually people end up arguing, somebody gets upset. So the sappy junk Christmas movies are, I just think they're inaccurate. Nobody ends up making up at the end. We just don't talk to each other for a year. Turtle Boy says jurors are checked out and staring at the ceiling. Sounds about right. Aiden tweet. Every piece of evidence presented by the Commonwealth today has just confirmed that the state police planted taillight and a hair in their failed attempt to frame Karen Reed. Not a single juror is buying any of this. One guy had his hand in his face. Two are staring at the ceiling. This is the most incompetent prosecution in the history of lawyering. Yeah. That's pretty much how I see it. I don't think he's wrong. No? Huh. Die Hard is absolutely a Christmas movie. It's integral to the plot of the movie. Yeah, I think so too. I think John spilled a drink on someone. Tempers flared, dog joined in to protect, etc. What did he say those stains were again? Let me take this thing out. Those stains on his shirt that look like cow poop. they were like greenish. I didn't catch what exactly the lady said they were. Maybe he didn't ask. I don't know. Somebody let me know if they caught that. For some reason, we watch both Christmas Vacation and Young Frankenstein in my family for Christmas. You know, I saw something about Young Frankenstein recently. Here we go. Here's a trivia question for Becca. In what year was Young Frankenstein released? I'll give you a minute to answer. Die Hard is a Christmas movie in our house. It's for the boys. Most Christmas movies are super cheesy. They are. They're terrible. The Karen Reed trial proved Christmas is evil. It wasn't even Christmas, though. Marissa thinks she's more likely to be in a hostage situation in a high-rise than be wooed under a mistletoe. It's true. I mean, I think even being involved in a movie like, or in a real-life scenario like Speed is more likely. We don't have mistletoe. Ooh, Gremlins. I love that movie. It's a little scary though. You forget that things are scary like when they're not really until you have a 4-year-old watching them. And then like Finding Nemo is scary because they're sharks. No, I don't really have anything to say about that. Mostly because I haven't been following it that closely. The real question is, what did John know about Hillary? Probably nothing. He could have. That's the real cover-up here. He could have had the Epstein list. Nippy dog protecting kids. I don't know. When I think nippy dogs, I think of like a Yorkie. Not a German Shepherd, but could be. Y'all gonna be sorry when the big man comes down from heaven and proclaims Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I don't have issue with her testing it, the chain of custody issue that have been alluded to by the defense. Yeah. Yeah. Watered down. Oh, it could have been puke. Nope. Legendary got it. He probably Googled. That's way too late. It was 1974. Young Frankenstein was filmed or released in 1974. I can't tell you. Must have seen that movie like 100 times and I have no idea what year it came out. I can tell you every line though. Yeah, I was actually surprised it was that early, so I'm not surprised that some of you were saying like late 70s, early 80s. That's why I asked. Blazing Saddles is a Hanukkah movie. It will be Christmas before the prosecution gets done. Oh, that reminds me. So for those new people that just got memberships and just joined, oh God, I'm falling out of this chair. For those people that just joined Discord under the Lashes Lounge or Jamie's Playground, whatever it's called, at the bottom there is a contest for guessing the end of this trial. And it only goes till the 26th or so of August. So we may have to redo it. But everybody gets a guess. You can't see other people's guesses. And we're going to accept guesses until Friday. And then I'm going to put everybody on a calendar and we can see who's out of the running as we go. You only get one guess for now. I know. I think it's when they play like the scary movies, they're the scary movies. When they play the scary music, he gets a little uncomfortable. And he's like expecting to be scared or something to jump out. I don't know. I'm really behind. Sharks are not friendly. I just saw like on the news that somebody like in Jersey or Florida or something, which they're the same thing basically. They just got bitten by a shark. Yeah. I feel better. I sleep well at night not following that. if you're talking about rackets. Christmas Vacation is awesome. There's so many good parts about that. My favorite is actually like when they're driving to go get the Christmas tree, or maybe they're driving back, and there's the big log truck coming, and they manage to go under the log truck, and kind of drive for a while under the log truck. Mostly because that reminds me, I have a yellow lab and a corgi, and when my corgi walks under the lab, that's kind of how I imagine it. Oh, a drone. That would be fun. The last video was really good. I think I posted it early this morning, but I'll do it again once I get my own screen name here back. Right now I'm under Baker. Ballstorm is Santa Claus. He's a certified expert on Christmas. I didn't know you had German Shepherds. My lab will jump in and referee. So if my corgi gets in trouble and we say, ask her to stop, my lab will come in and like enforce it. He will like snap at her for us. It's weird. Oh yeah, there is Christmas. There is kidnapping in that one. But it was all good in the end. You forgave them. It's all good. You drove to see Animal House? I think I might be missing something. I like when she asks to clarify, like, me or the witness? Like, I know she means, like, do you mean a sidebar? But don't they usually ask to approach for sidebar? Like, and specify? I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's true. Drones are very, very much debated in a lot of things. I guess, like, they're now, you have to get flight clearance to fly a drone. But I mean, in Philly, people, like, swim naked on rooftops. And you're not allowed to, like, fly drones up there, but there's buildings taller that can see it. Here comes my cat again. Look at this guy. It's the worst. Tropic Thunder is a Festivus movie. It's good. We're talking about everything. Anything. I'm gonna catch up a little. How many pillows do I need? I don't know. That's my guest bed. Hi, kitty. And it does have a lot of pillows, but the cat sleeps on that bed mostly. And sometimes when my mom comes out of town. Oh, I'm so sorry. Their labs don't grow up until they're at least 5. At least mine did. He just turned 9. And he's still a puppy. He still plays fetch. It's pretty insane. But his name is Mashton, like in beer brewing, like the Mashton. So we just call him Mash, though. And then we had barley and rye. A whole beer brewing theme going until we had the corgi and named her Maisie. Really want to know what kind of air freshener Karen had hanging from her mirror. That will tell us if she's guilty or not. If it's pine, she must do time. All right. Favorite air freshener scent. It can't be pine. That's disgusting. When you smell pine, like, that means you're gonna die, right? Is it lemon, pine? I smelled maple syrup earlier. Wonder what else Doink is up to today. Let me load that up while we're chit-chatting. home insurance companies are using drones. Yeah, I see them a lot in like surveying, like land surveys and stuff. And also just in real estate in general. Like when they're listing homes, they like to have like that big aerial view. It's kind of cool. Yeah, this is true. No, my cat doesn't need throw pillows, but there's a TV like across from that um on the wall with all the pillows back there. So, we have a lot of pillows so you can like prop yourself up and watch TV in bed. There's also a refrigerator in here. There is a man outside the court wearing a t-shirt with Beverly's picture saying, "Mr. Lally, did you object?" I know. Bev likes to say that. I need to like listen to court in case it comes back. I saw that. I saw on I was watching Tom CPU earlier today. And apparently that guy, his wife makes t-shirts, or she bought t-shirts, I don't know. But she apparently made one for every day he's out there, and he doesn't know what it is until he wakes up. I think that's kind of fun. See, Black Ice, I know, like, I think that's a dude scent. Mary Blast is alright. Yep, see, Black Ice, I guess not, maybe not necessarily always a dude scent, but baby smell, like baby powder. Yeah, labs are ridiculous. Sugar cookie wax I have. Smells like cinnamon rolls. I actually have like the new car smell ones. And they're not too bad, but they kind of smell plasticky. Whatever. Febreze. Yeah, this cat has a lot to say, but he only does this when I'm on stream. And I think it's because I'm talking and there's nobody else in the room, so he thinks I'm talking to him. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. So there's apparently something called in a lab. I'm all over the place right now. There's like a something in certain labs that they have like a genetic disposition. Yeah, it's a genetic mutation gene that causes, I can't see around this cat, to make them feel hungry all the time. The mutation affects 25% of Labradors and 66% of flat-coated retrievers. So it's a legacy from the St. John's water dog. That's an extinct breed that's an ancestor of both Labradors and flat-coated retrievers. So they actually have something in his brain, in their brains, that say, "I'm hungry," even when they eat an entire bag of grass seed, or an entire stick of butter, or whatever. They're great dogs. They're just, mine's stupid when it comes to food, is just loses all kinds of everything. He's just dumb. He would love to show you, but if I play with, watch, I'm moving my mouse on the other screen and he's following it. Maybe that's why they call it a mouse. How come we went back to witnesses that make us snore? Is there a pattern? Is it purposeful? It could be. I mean, I'm happy to see that we have legit evidence coming in now. That's kind of nice. I don't know. yeah, I have to use slow feeders too, but he still like he figured out how to like knock the bowl over and get all the food out, and then he hoovers it up and hacks and then eats it again. I think he thinks like if he vomits, yeah, I'm not going to say it, but he thinks he gets 2 breakfasts that way. Let's put it that way. Every conversation I ever have, I swear, always leads to dogs or cats. I know, he's got to come in, but I feel like Lally's gonna like drag this one out. But he's probably there. Have a great day, Gabby. Yes, dogs' stomach can flip too if they can get bloat. The barrel-chested dogs can. My dog has had 4 foreign body removal surgeries, and after the first one, they took like stitched a piece of his stomach to like his, I don't know, they stitched his stomach to like the stomach wall or his chest wall, so he has less of a chance to flip his stomach and get bloat. Because while you're in there, the Commonwealth is using the bore, snore, ignore strategy. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I feel like they're really just I just all of the I went to Tufts University and I passed all these tests, and then we find out she's like stupid, like blah. I'm gonna then later testify that yeah, I messed it up, and then I had to retest because I screwed something up. Like, why bother saying like all of that educational background BS if you're just gonna say, but I did it wrong. Meh. And then she sent the solo cups back. Why? Can somebody tell me why? Why? Do you think they washed them out and used them again? It's possible. Every time I see Commonwealth, my brain goes to an ad for the network. Yeah. A comparison for what? Thank you. He thinks that he's beautiful too. He's kind of a pain in the butt. I'm looking for I do have to say that the holes in the shirt tell me that those don't look like dog bites. I mean, I think they totally do. Let's see. I'm gonna share this. Oh, what happened? There we go. Look at that. Oh, you can't see it. But look at that hole. This is from Aiden's. But he's right. If the Commonwealth is trying to prove John O'Keefe wasn't bit by a dog, they're not doing a good job. That looks like a dog bite to me. Also, what is up? I don't think you can see my thing, but above it, there's the big hole, and then above the ruler, above that hole, there's like a tiny one. Like, what is that? The cat is a boy. I had to think for a second. He is a tuxedo cat. He's very much wondering who I'm talking to. What is her cat saying? My guess is why. He's wondering when this trial is going to be over. Ugh. No, it does not look like a car impact. I mean, what would cause that hole? Don't clip me on that. The distance between the holes, I don't... Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, I don't... What else could it be? I'm trying to... Can I look around you, sir? I'm trying to find Grant. What did Grant say today? Anything? He's been MIA, looks like. Maybe he blocked me. The defense came with a good opening which put into the mind of the jury that this was a cover-up and Karen was framed. Yeah. So they're waiting to... They're not waiting. They're already seeing all the holes in this case. Oh, I think... Here it comes. Here it is. The bombshell is coming, friends. John O'Keefe's hair was found on Karen's car right below the damage from when Karen hit John and left him to die in the cold. See you at 2 p.m. I hope you're all ready for this. Wonder if he got the memo that they start at 1:30. Speaking of which, we're not back yet. We should be soon. I know, a single hair. A single hair. I don't know what the ruler was in. Might have been centimeters. I think this is what cats do, right? My cat just stares at me. Or he paws at me. He'll probably do that soon. I could buy, it looks like Nailhead snagged the shirt, but not a taillight. Yeah, I know, but he's still watching what we're watching, I think, right? Jamie's back. Eat shit, Grant.
Hi.
We talked about all kinds of things. I don't know if you were listening.
No, I had to make some phone calls.
We've been talking about air fresheners, cats staring at us.
I know, I love him. Look at him. He reminded me of my boy cat that I had. He was a black cat. He just would sit on things and stare at me while I worked.
Well, he thinks I'm talking to myself, or to him, because he doesn't hear anybody talking back. So he's like, "What you saying, Mom?"
I love a tuxedo cat. They're so pretty.
I don't think that you need to watch. I don't know. I think you'll probably get pretty well caught up once the defense comes on and, I don't know, blast holes and everything. There's already holes. The theme of the day is holes.
Mm-hmm.
And we let them do whatever they want with it, and I won't bring up those chats. Jamie, stop booty calling me and get back to work. Legendary.
Oh, was that you? Oops.
What? Oh, I've got sound. Hold on. Hold, please. I gotta hear that. Hold on.
What?
She said I have to do a better job of streamlining, and then I paused it, so I'm switching. Too many things. Okay. Let's see what she said. All right.
Section may be seated.
All right, so we have to do a better job of streamlining all of these exhibits. What I'd like you to do is every day, no later than 8 o'clock in the morning, let Madam Court Reporter know how many exhibits you think there are going to be for the day, because you may or may not know, but each sticker, Madam Court Reporter puts the exhibit number, the date, and her initials, and that takes a lot of time. So if we can streamline that, that would be much better. How many more do you expect to have for today?
May we approach just on that?
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Who is this one now?
What?
This Grant Ellis troll account here.
Could be
I'm sorry,
anybody,
parody.
but you know what? Well, stop it. Stop.
Yeah, I agree, Fed. Like, no, you need to figure that out. You were the one that said we got to mark it as we go, so quit making it sound like they're the ones getting in trouble. And I may be saying that on behalf of the prosecution, but still, be fair. Yeah. Take a lot of time with stickers. Sounds like a good use of time. It must be Brandon, you're right. Oh, I should probably post that we're back, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. I can't get to that right now.
I just want I can do it. It's fine.
Do we have court only one day next week? I forget already. I was so annoyed.
This week, I've only heard this week. I haven't heard what she's doing next week.
I think she laid it out for next week too.
Oh, I didn't hear next week. I just heard this week, which is Tuesday and Friday off.
Oh. I don't know. I don't remember. Let me catch up here.
She better not have. Oh my God, can we just go a full week?
Who's this blonde chick in the blue shirt by Paul?
I have no idea.
I think it's funny that they all bring seat cushions to sit on. Like they're in a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Bleacher seats. Last 2 weeks. Yeah. Maybe I did do it wrong. Or not wrong, but I think I may be thinking of last week and this week.
Yeah, because I remember saying this week, and then the next week it's only going to be, well, Tuesday it was. And then I heard her say full Monday, off Tuesday, full Wednesday, half day, Thursday, no Friday. And I was like, really?
Yeah. Coffin Doper tweeted that sometimes crime scenes are left unattended for years before collecting evidence.
Coffin doofus, you are an idiot. Go crawl back into the hole you came out of. Good Lord, lady.
I was on a jury last week and it was only 1 day long. I was so frustrated by how much time was wasted. I can't imagine how this jury feels. Yeah. I would be really mad.
We can line them up and bring them in.
Okay.
Her sighing though, does she watch us at all? Stop sighing, lady. Every channel has said it. tomorrow and Friday. No court.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Nobody buys her gasoline now.
She's so frustrating.
It really is. Alan Jackson is already seething, waiting to get at him. Get
I
at
know.
her.
I'm waiting for it. I'm so excited for him. I missed you. I missed you, Alan.
All right, could we have the witness, please?
Yeah.
Can you kick all the coppers out of the courtroom, please? Thank you.
Yeah, right? I have this wasted because Lally's so dang quiet. Don't get me started on Fresh Prince, man. I'll just get that in my head all day. Jackson gonna say
All right, Miss Lally.
that'd be fun. Hello there.
Hi, beach gal.
Welcome.
Welcome over.
Will Smith callback.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hart.
Good afternoon.
So with respect to the photographs that were just marked as exhibits of the orange T-shirt, that was item that was marked as 7-1, is that correct? I'm sorry, 7-17.
Yes, that's correct.
So similar to how you had marked off areas of either damage or red-brown stains, was that similar to what you did with the gray hooded sweatshirt? Is that similar to what you did with the orange T-shirt as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And then there were two other clothing items that you examined, being a pair of jeans and a set of sneakers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with reference to the jeans, that was marked as item 7-1, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
What happened to
And
the
with
underwear?
respect to the sneakers, that was marked as item 7-4, is that correct?
Each sneaker had its own item number. One was 7-3 and one was 7-4.
Maybe one or two.
And with respect to the evidence as far as the stickers and sort of the denotations that you had made in regard to either damage or red-brown stains, was that similarly done with respect to each of those remaining clothing items as well?
Yes, that's correct.
You know, may I approach?
Yes.
I really want to know what these stains are.
So Ms. Hartnett, with respect to the jeans, showing you a series of ones.
Was it part of the
8 photographs, do you recognize those?
I know.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs that I took of the pair of jeans.
Enough
And
with
what's
the
contained in those
stickers.
photographs, a fair and accurate portrayal of your observations of those jeans when you conducted your examination of them at the lab.
Yes, that's correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh my God, hurry up.
Introduce and admit exhibits.
All right, and there's no objection, you said, Mr. Jackson, correct?
Hopefully you guys can still hear. I took the booster off. Maybe I'll be talking louder. No, don't leave us.
Yes, please.
I think so.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission, publish some of the photographs in the packet from 232 to 241.
Okay.
Can we still hear Lally?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have, excuse me, photograph 9862.
I'd rather not, but that's fine.
Ms. Hartnet, do you recognize what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 231?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's a photograph I took of item 7-17, the orange T-shirt, and it's the exterior front.
Yuck.
And Ms. Gilman, 9863. And again, Ms. Hartnet, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 232?
If that's
Yes, I do.
all
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the
his
exterior
blood, where did it, where was it?
7-17.
What's that?
I said, if those clothes are all bloody, where was all the blood?
I know. That's really gross. Like, ugh.
Yeah.
I mean, it must have been like diluted blood from maybe snow or something because it doesn't look super dark. But on the other side of the shirt, like, what was at the collar? There's like a dark stain. Ugh. I don't know.
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the exterior back of item 7-17.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9867.
Good point. Only 2 swabs of the whole shirt?
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on sort of the upper right portion of that with the.
Yeah. Oh, it's the logo. Never mind.
Now, Ms. Hartnet, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 233?
Yes, I do.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to any items that you, any areas of this shirt that you marked on.
I marked 3 specific red-brown stains using these stickers and letters A, B, and C.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to keep the zoom in, but go to the bottom left of the photograph. And similarly, Ms. Hartnet, within this zoomed-in portion of Exhibit 233, if you using a laser pointer to draw the jury's attention, what, if anything, you noticed there?
I noted red-brown stain D, which I marked with the sticker, and D on the bottom right.
Yuck.
Last name, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9873. And Ms. Hartnet, what's up on the screen is now marked as Exhibit 239. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in on the upper left portion of the photograph.
Ew.
And again, Ms. Hartnet, if you could, using the laser pointer, just draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, you noted there.
I noted this specific red-brown stain, and I marked it E.
Yeah, like the back shoulder.
And Your Honor, similarly with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked now as Exhibit 242 through 249.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard for me to look at these pieces of clothing. I don't like the bloody clothing part.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9878.
What makes me angry because they held on to that stuff and ruined all the evidence for so long.
Yeah.
And there's just blood all over everything and no blood on the ground. No around him anywhere.
Oh, why are we looking at this again? This black screen. Oh, the shoe print? I didn't see it. No signal. Oh, there it is. Here's the pants.
Ms.
Hartnet, direct your attention of the screen with now the mark as Exhibit 242. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
There's the belt.
That's a photograph of the exterior front of the jeans with the belt, item 7-1.
So it did have a belt.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9886. 9887. And as you testified before, similarly to the other clothing items you testified about, did you
Why is
mark
there a
off,
knife?
certain items of interest or areas of interest on this item as well with respect to the jeans?
Yes, I did.
And that's depicted in this photograph.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9888.
They're lucky jeans.
Zoom in, Ms. Gilman.
They are. They're Lucky brand. They have the shamrocks inside.
Using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to those areas that you noticed or that you marked off in respect to this.
Is that puke too?
I marked off red brown stains A, B, C, D, and E on the front of those jeans.
Thank you.
You.
I know.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Please don't show me under a black light. I thought so too.
Hartnet showing you another series of 5 photographs. You know,
Yeah, you were right about the belt.
do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are photographs of the sneakers, items 7-3 and 7-4.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Now, have they
General
mentioned
Commonwealth seek to introduce the next exhibit.
why the
Okay.
clothing
Thank
is cut? Like, they haven't even said that. They're just letting the jury think that everything was cut up.
Yeah, it should be. It's okay. Hopefully, AJ will clear everything up for us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably Proctor's old
Thank you.
jeans thrown in there.
Mm-hmm.
Just threw some pig blood on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be stuff dripping on each other too.
Exactly. All
With
the evidence
with
is
reference to
compromised
the-
anyway.
Yeah.
It's very compromised because we all know that they took the clothes and they threw them on the floor of the hospital. It's in pictures. We saw it. And then
Yeah.
Proctor just threw him in his car, as you do.
Yeah. Because why would you put them in at this point, even putting them in a Stop and Shop bag would have been helpful.
Yeah, exactly.
Then at least we knew if there was like cucumber DNA on there, we would, well,
Yeah.
just let that one go.
Ms. Hartnett, with reference to the sneakers and sort of the other clothing items that you received, do you recall how or where or when it was that you received each of those respective clothing items? Or how the lab did,
They were received by the lab from the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And as far as the sneakers being labeled with 2 different stickers, do you know why that was?
One of the sneakers was recovered from 34 Fairview Road, and one of the sneakers was recovered from the hospital.
Now, with reference to the photographs that I've just placed before you, have you had a chance to look at those?
These ones here?
Yes,
No.
if you could. And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs there?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the fingernail clippings that were submitted for John
Yeah.
O'Keefe
And do you know where they were
Baker,
submitted
come
from?
back.
by the Norfolk County Detective Unit.
Fingernail clippings.
I
Yeah,
know.
Coach,
Yes.
Ugh.
I'll call them up to please introduce
Why?
the next exhibit.
Defensive.
That's
Looking for
true.
defensive evidence.
Forgot. I'm still like, well, they didn't think anything happened though. They thought he got hit by a car.
Did they check his knuckles for defensive wounds? I don't know. Yeah, maybe they'll find pieces of the tail light under his fingernails too.
Oh, yeah, that's
And Your Honor,
what
with
it
respect
was.
to each of those, I'm
I
not
bet.
seeking to publish those to the jury at this time. So,
Okay.
what else?
We
The
found
lights back on,
microscopic
please.
pieces of taillight under his nails.
Now, Ms. Hartnett, with respect to those stains on the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what, if any, testing was done with respect to those stains?
A screening test was performed on each of the Rembrandt stains on those items. I'm sorry, did you say the sneakers? Could you repeat what items you're speaking of?
With respect to each of those respective clothing items, what, if any, testing was done with regard to any stains you observed on those items?
For the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the jeans, I saw visible red brown stains, which I screened for blood. The majority were also, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood. There was one stain on the orange t-shirt, however, that was too small to perform that confirmatory test. So for that instance, I noted that the stain was quantity limited, and I preserved it after the positive screening test instead of performing confirmatory tests in order to preserve enough material for any DNA analysis. As far as the sneakers, given their dark color, I did not see any visible red-brown stains on the black area of the sneakers, so I used an alternate light source to aid in visualizing any potential blood on those sneakers. With that alternate light source, I tested several stains on the sneakers, one of which screened positive for blood.
Now, with respect to the other clothing items that you were talking about doing the screening test and the confirmatory test for blood, with respect to the gray sweatshirt, the orange t-shirt, and the jeans, what were the results of that screening test and that confirmatory test that you ran with regard to each of those?
The screening test and the confirmatory test were positive.
Okay.
Now, beyond the stains, did
Your
you take
point?
any additional samples from those items?
Yes, I did.
And what were those and how was that done?
For the for each of the items, I picked up any loose trace material, which would be hairs and fibers or apparent hairs and fibers that were adhering to the item. I also did a scraping and swabbing for skin cell collection of the unstained areas, and that involves taking a sterile scalpel and swabbing the areas of the clothing that don't have any visible stains on them, and then taking 2 cotton swabs and swabbing that same area, and then combining those scrapings and swabs for potential DNA analysis. In addition to those, I also took a scraping of each of the materials, and that involves taking the item, using something like a flat metal spatula, and scraping down whatever adhering materials left on the item into a glassine packet.
And as far as those items, once they're collected from the material or from the clothing, what do you do with them from there?
Each of those items is given its own item number. It's a sub-item of the overall larger number used to mark the item, and those are sent to the appropriate units for additional testing.
And as far as preservation is concerned, when it comes to sending something to either the trace unit or the DNA unit, what, if any, steps are taken in regard to preserving those items once they're removed from the clothing and sent off to the other units?
Each of those items would be preserved according to protocol. They are sealed properly, initial and dated with my initials and date. They're entered into our LIMS system, so those sub-items could then be tracked throughout the laboratory, and they're stored in the appropriate storage unit.
Now, at some point, did you also receive items that were labeled as 3-2 and 3-3?
I submitted those when I returned from the original scene.
And what were those, ma'am?
Those were pieces of glass from the bumper and a drinking glass from the crime scene.
Now, did you examine those items?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, examination did you do, and what is it that you were looking for in your examination?
I did a visual examination, and I took photographs, and then I also took a collection from each of the items.
And did you do any testing on those items?
No, I did not.
And what kind of samples did you collect from those items?
I took potential skin cell collection using a swab moistened with sterile water.
And as far as the
She has to use the
samples
word
that you took
moist.
from, as well as the items themselves, what, if anything, did you do with reference to those once you were done with your examination?
The swabs were preserved for testing in the DNA unit, and the original items, the apparent pieces of glass and the drinking glass, were preserved for the trace unit.
As far as those preservations were concerned, is that similar to the preservation process you were describing earlier with regard to the clothing items?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Please
both
be done.
Mr. Lally and Ms. Hartnett, you have to keep your voices up or we have to turn the air conditioning on.
How hard of
Oh
hearing is
my
this
God.
recorder? Because I'm hearing her clearly. Like, how she's sitting right daggone next to them. So maybe if you're not talking while you're trying to listen, it would help.
Why don't you get one of those? What is that thing that used to be on the infomercial? That's, isn't it called like a listen up? Get one of those, lady.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
She ordered her hearing aids from Timu, and we're all in this situation.
I was just thinking because the commercial always showed the old people like having them in and they were like listening to their neighbors, like, and I was like, I want one of those.
I know, I'd be super nosy. Like, wait, what? Can you say that part back again?
Yeah, anyways, yeah, that was.
I may have one moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Why don't they get
Thank you
like
very much,
portable
ma'am. I don't have
mics
any further
too?
questions, John.
Oh, thank God.
Oh my.
It's
Why is
Sorry,
Jamie yelling?
I'm muted.
because
What?
finally Lally's done. You just got back just in time.
Well, I'm gonna make myself some dinner if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
Will
You haven't
No.
had lunch?
Yes, but
Yeah.
switch the form of your question to what, if any, lunch are you allowed to have?
Yeah,
They didn't have lunch yet?
it was
They-
only a half
they did.
hour. It was, yeah,
Oh, only a
was-
half hour. Okay.
yeah.
But what did we see any evidence?
Yes.
Oh.
Clothing.
Jesus. I mean, it was just the bloody clothes. It wasn't anything.
They didn't tell us what it was on the clothes.
Yeah.
They just said, there's some stains here.
And she didn't test a lot of it because some of it was too small to test, I guess, and they didn't really have. I don't know. It was pointless.
Yeah.
But then again, it was his bloody clothes, so if it's his blood on there and they tell us it's his blood, okay, cool. That's why I said, and
Did
we
you
know
say
that.
you used short tandem repeating testing? Because you don't need the full profile if you use that.
I don't know.
No,
what they're
no.
doing.
That's
Oh, and there is a belt. There is
Oh,
a
they
belt
found
on
the
the
belt.
pants. The
It
belt
was-
was on the pants.
It was on the
So.
pants.
okay.
So he managed to puke in his pants over his belt?
I guess.
Did they find
Probably.
puke on it?
Well,
I
that's
haven't
what we're
heard
wondering.
anything.
If all these stains they found on his pants and his shirt and whatever, if that was puke, that she hasn't said. He's just like, hey, here's some stains, and nothing.
Yeah.
We don't know what it is.
And hi to all the Viking Raiders.
Oh, hi, Viking Raiders.
That's
I
Nick's
didn't see
Raiders.
any. Oh, I didn't see anyone come in.
No.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna make myself some dinner. So sorry.
No, you're fine. Let's get to
Cross-examination?
AJ.
Hey, Mom,
Yay.
I'm watching these videos. People do.
I like turtles.
Ms. Hartnet, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sally court, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
My apologies, that was my error. It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sally Port? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Jess.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
All right. Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question, the dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just going to go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight, at that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnet, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if we have it, could I display for the jurors and for Ms. Hartnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's
The arm
covered a bit?
has been
Okay.
cropped.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Any day.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay, and
something
that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sally Port on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be, sorry.
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from that from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, I'm sorry, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I had mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I was just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Calm down, Bev.
On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so I assume, you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. You better
No,
allow
it was
it.
my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or?
Stain, excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit here.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that
What in the
swab
name
from
of
that single solo
holy
cup,
water?
what did
What is happening right now?
So she's just like, eeny, meeny, pick one. And they're like,
Yeah.
no, for cereal, it's from the same spot. And no one thought to take pictures of either of these things.
Nope. Mm-mm.
What is happening in this trial right now? This
I mean, I've
is
got a sore throat. Maybe we're all having a fever dream. You're just with me too.
is this the Muppets? Like, are we watching like the judges in the balcony? Like, what is happening right now?
I know.
This is a cartoon. Like,
You want to take this woman's life away, and you don't have the decency to even say, like, well, I mean, technically it's what they had. The samples, we were pretty sure were going to be quite contaminated with mixtures of DNA. But, I went down and tested, even though it's unconventional, and this is what I got. But keeping in mind that it could be contaminated, I did the best I could.
Yeah.
But you
And
you
she's just
didn't.
like, She's just like, oh yeah, I used a solo cup. I was like, no problem, guys. And I just let them pick eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which one they wanted me to test.
Might as well have just dipped the swab in each of the cups at that point. Like,
pretty much.
Like, what is... this is so dumb. Ugh.
What did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
Good.
Good job.
Glad they have it.
Was there any of the swab, by the way, I should ask this, I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo, from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Oh.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so there.
What?
What the hell are we? Why are we here? Why are we here if we don't know whose blood it is? You guys are hearing this too. I'm not like having a stroke and smelling toast.
What? No. I'm listening, and do I need to baconate and re-listen to that, or is it going to make me stupider? Because
I think it's going to make you dumber, but you are in charge. So if you'd like to baconate, we will support
Baconate, because I was distracted.
Yeah.
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 Let's
maybe
listen
it's
to
not
that
as
again.
dumb as it seemed.
For the jury. Let's go back. All right.
By the way, I should ask this. I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo, from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of what who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police, at the Canton Police Department, in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sally Port at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
They have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not, if you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try it again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looks like it's a normal wear and tear on the car.
Come on.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven other. I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough.
Oh my God.
I guess what I'm asking is, did you've done some damage analysis in the past? Obviously, this was not the first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis on vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it
Then
had
why were you there?
normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay.
But
Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here dumbfounded.
What in the actual, so you don't know what you're looking at. You can't tell if this car is brand new off the birthing aisle, and oh my God, we didn't test anything for DNA. I mean, did Delphi police tell y'all how to police? Because I'm out.
This is
I have
bad.
no idea.
She wants to stay away from it so much because it's just like, it's comical. It's so stupid. Because, if she says, well, yeah, it looks like it's been driven, then what is that? Man, it's fine. Just say it. Good God.
I will be sure to make sure. I'm still dumbfounded. I will make sure Baker knows to read your super chats. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Did you get a butt dial during your testimony? During your testing? Please.
What the F?
Dang it.
Why did
Yeah,
you
he does
take the
always wanna
swabs
go-
when you didn't do DNA on him?
What kind of car was it? Was it a new car? Ma.
I never seen a new car. I don't know what happens.
Same.
Jesus, I made garlic bread, but I smell toast and I taste metal.
Yeah, same.
You
I
have
don't
a
feel
bunch-
comfortable answering that question that this car could have been driven somewhere. Oh my God. Really, lady?
You have a bunch of super
gonna eat.
chats from
I'm gonna
from
look at it while
Brandon.
I'm eating.
Okay. It's starting with the French Viking one.
I'd like to show you an exhibit that you've been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187 with the board's permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the house, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight?
No, duh.
Sure. Is there a way that, can it get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Oh, dear God.
Is that zoomed in enough, or do you need more?
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that?
Yes.
So you don't know as you sit here where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from?
No, that's correct.
Other than the general housing altogether?
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did, that's okay. It was just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms. Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yeah. Transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission. Sure. You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes. I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the lens system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But it's, so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere, that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay. Well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's catch. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay, let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that? Display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, you can zoom in on the area. And a little bigger than that. Actually, all of the zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnet, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Or it's February 1st now. We agreed to February 1st. And my apologies. Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay. And I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact.
Wait a minute. Didn't we spend the entire time
What?
of states saying
Lally
embedded?
mentioned multiple times the glass was embedded in the bumper.
I'm pretty sure it was in his opening statement.
What in the actual hell is going on here, you guys? I mean,
what? And again, it stayed on the bumper while being
Yeah, it wrote
towed.
on the
no
bumper
shot.
all over town.
And I just want to know, does this lady know nothing about forensic science? Where are her stop and shop bags?
I mean, she didn't blink an eye at the solo cups. She handed it back to him like,
Yeah, and
You
she
guys
don't know
go.
who she handed them back to. Jesus, Mother Christ, this case is just getting worse and worse. Why are they bringing... I can't even do a recap of this. It's just stupidity. I'll just sit there for 10 minutes, look into the screen and say, okay? It's just stupidity.
They were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you know where Dayton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dayton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dayton and then towed back from Dayton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dayton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back. One of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if Dayton is, how far would you say Dayton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't know exactly. I was never in Dayton.
Okay, so according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with the blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these five pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this down with the court's permission.
Yeah, say it over and over
Since
again.
from the direct
Not
examinations, you
embedded.
also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car. Correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it was an apparent hair, correct?
And the apparent hair, and I'll try to use that same word I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued?
No.
It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove...
I'm sorry. Should we just end this now?
I feel like we promised that we would continue with the pain. Have you thought about taking a cross stitch? I'm just saying, you get to stab something over and over again to make a nice pattern. It could help.
The hair was just perched. It wasn't stuck to anything. It was just there.
This is the dumbest.
This is such an important piece of evidence, guys. So important. This is, they got her. She's nailed to the wall.
And she's not saying embedded. How in the hell do you drive 30 miles in a blizzard and you keep glass not embedded into the...
How do you tow a car up on a tow truck and it doesn't spill off? It must have those special rear bumpers. Oh my! I thought I thought when we started today, she might. She got some good things in there. She had some things put on screen that a jury could look at and think, yeah, maybe she did it. Jeepers creepers! Now all Lely's lies. I wish I could figure out how to clip things on YouTube because this is just stupid.
Embedded. He said it. He said it in
We just
pretrial
watched
motions.
his opening
Said it
statements where
in
he
his
clearly
opening
said
statement.
embedded.
Yes.
Yes.
And I remember thinking, because we've discussed this, and I remember thinking,
Yeah.
she must have hit, like, to have it embedded in the bumper, you have to have hit him. Like, where was he holding the glass? How hard? You know what I mean? I remember discussing it. So, Lally, you liar.
Bit. And by the way, you found this at the same time that you found the general time, that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those. Okay. Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, yeah, can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in a second. I'll address it. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you those very briefly. Could you take a look at those 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize the first 2 to be exhibits 165 and 173? They're not marked on there, but what you earlier looked at.
Okay.
Do those appear to be those 2 exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second 2 photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same 2 photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objections to Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Can I approach?
Yes.
This sounds like it's going to be fight.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely.
the
This is not
sticker?
an eye contact.
And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on a white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree, it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173. And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could again, just zoom in on that sticker.
Nope.
There is no way.
They fucking. Nope, I can't say that. They changed it.
Oh. What? Yeah, they changed the. Oh
It's
my
the other way
gosh.
around.
It was backward and then straight. What the hell is Baker? We're gonna. We need to dig in. This is ridiculous.
Go back. Wait.
Jamie, you should watch the show. It's really good today. This is the first picture.
3. And And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could again just zoom in on that sticker. Yes, that's correct.
Hartnet, does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved? It's no longer an inverted Z, but a C.
Say yes. Say yes.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see
Well,
the two ends, which may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom point?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
No.
I'm going to sustain the objection, ask it differently.
Mr. Page, with the court's permission, you can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as 259 and 260 respectively, and you take a look at those side by side, and when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
Did they change the evidence?
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh my
Thank you,
freaking!
sir.
Oh Lally, I love you. You beautiful idiot. How? I don't even know what to. I want to make a rant and yell, but I can't do
There's
it.
one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at and ask you a couple of questions about. With the court's permission, exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
What?
Come on, Mary Lou Retton. We all believed in you. What is this?
And Lally, why didn't you see this? Why did you put that picture in?
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took two swabs from the, quote, area around damage, numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use the pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There you go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
You don't do
One
that.
collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeat the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together.
Oh.
And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Jamie, take over.
And you indicated that this was the first time that you've done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either K9 DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No,
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
no.
Nope.
Did you
I'm glad you're
photograph
saying this.
exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes. That overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found,
You broke
quote,
to afford
debris
more Q-tips?
from T-shirt 717 and shirt.
Betsy, 9 freaking spots, and she took samples of all 9 with the same 2 swabs at the same. So she can't determine where, if any, thing were found at either one of the spots. It's somewhere in there. I'm
Okay,
not
Bev.
saying Canton PD needs, or Massachusetts, whoever pays her bill needs a refund, but
Yeah.
Well, also,
swab
how
each
expensive
area.
are Q-tips?
You swab each area with a new Q-tip every time.
yeah, because you
Because
have
what
to
if
go
it
back
could-
and said area 1 swab, area 2 swab.
Well, yeah, because you don't know, what is their DNA of something else on one hole versus the other, and like, come on now. Even we know that.
It's this is
Yeah.
stupid.
718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
With court's permission.
Thank you.
Oh my God, did you use the same swabs for the other shirt too?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt.
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
The long sleeve gray shirt.
All right, so you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you took scrapings from both shirts, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically other than the two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever?
If I was able to pick out a hair or a fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris?
That's correct.
And there was no videotape of the debris, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes.
Yeah, you don't swap. You don't.
Wouldn't mind taking a look at that. That's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contained it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contained the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. If I could ask that be marked as next in order.
You know it.
No, yeah.
I'm happy I'm eating, so I don't yell when they say they kept two pieces of evidence in the same bag. Just because, what could that possibly be? That's
This is how.
people thought that OJ was a forensic nightmare.
And I
When
feel like
even Mo can't
Lolly's
speak, something's wrong.
Lolly is hanging her out to dry because he knew all of this going in, or he should have. And well, ma'am, I don't know if you want to maybe put your resume on, LinkedIn, because you might.
The
need
word she
some
didn't know,
help.
creatinine DNA. She never heard about it, never had training in it. She still did more than Proctor. I can't wait for
Wow.
Proctor.
Oh God.
May I approach? Yes. Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back.
Never heard anything about
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that.
Of course.
For the date.
May I approach? Yes.
Yes, I didn't.
So you got an answer.
My
Right, I
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth.
Yes.
Oh, does that look like what you're looking at? Exhibit 261?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. see if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right, is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's.
Okay. You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
Yes, they're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm sorry.
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together.
Yes,
Stored together.
That's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
Yep.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file, and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence according to the bag.
Thank you. Ultimately, Ms. Hartnet, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer, and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot. So the taillight housing you took on the first?
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions. So I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the salad bar, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach? Yes. I think I have. It's a two-page document. If I can show Mr. Riley.
Yeah, March.
Is that a copy of your submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Crazy.
If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes.
Okay. May I approach one more time now? I have one more document I'm going to ask you to take a glance at. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document, the second document that I just handed?
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with court permission, I'd like to mark the First document's name, again, I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that nice in order. And then the
Chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes, to both.
So the objection sustained.
Why can't she testify about her own chain of custody report?
Because
can't-
it hurts Lolly's feelings.
I don't know.
Bev, come on. You can't provide your own chain of custody. That's why they have a chain of custody, so she can tell you what steps the evidence took.
Unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have the mark for ID for the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the board.
Yes.
Unless you can convince me otherwise.
You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if I think it helped with this.
Okay.
A lot faster with those Post-its
The
on.
witness, I guess. Go back to the witness with those, please.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is.
Yep.
That shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go?
If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes.
There was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on, if you glance at.
Sorry, it jumped.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document? The second document that I just handed.
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with court permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name. Again, I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that nice in order. And then the
Chain of custody. My apologies.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
ID.
You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on page, for instance, page 11, where a tab is.
Yep.
That shows that that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th on page, notated on page 12.
What item are you referring to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
Correct.
And page 17.
Oops. Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange t-shirt. It shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on page, the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, the gray t-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
March 14th, that's what? 40, 45 days after? the incident?
So we need those. They're marked for identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Of course, may I?
Yes.
How, 45 days, 46 or 7 days after the incident is when his clothes are turned over to the forensic.
Before you receive all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And they don't have that for 45 days.
Okay, anything, Mr. Lally?
Just a couple. The vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to the
If you had a loafer on, I could buy it, but a trainer tied down, don't buy it. It wasn't just he slipped his foot into it, and again, the way it was perfectly up against the curb, I don't buy it. Well, let's hear the swabs you took from.
That was a taillight housing that you took from the Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct? Yes.
The objection sustained is to the form.
With regard to those swabbings that you took from the taillight housing, where on the taillight housing did you take them?
I took them from what would have been the exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact. So I did not collect from any of the interior portions of the taillight that would have been protected by the exterior plastic piece.
Now, at the time that you were looking at the vehicle in the Sally Port of the Canton Police Station, do you recall what the temperature was inside the garage?
No, I don't have that information.
Was the temperature the same inside the garage as it was outside of the garage? If you know, was it heated at all?
I don't know if it was heated.
As far as the vehicle itself was concerned, when you saw it in the garage, did you see any sort of frozen snow or ice or anything like that on the exterior of the vehicle?
Not to my recollection, no.
I have nothing further on.
So,
on that limited bit?
One follow-up question.
You didn't see snow on the car after 3 days in the garage. Why, Lally?
Yes.
Jesus.
If you take one more look at that, what's been marked for identification is you. That's the evidence submission form, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Who signed that form?
Objection.
So the objection sustained unless you want to see me at sidebar.
I'll ask it a different way. Statements on the bottom of the form.
Objection.
It's the same question. Do you want to come up? Do you want to come up to saga?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have that, please, Ms. Hartnet?
Let's speed it up. We're behind. Jesus. And I have a guy talking about how I don't understand cases because he watched the OJ trial. Have you just watched a witness being totally
Inept.
Yeah, I was gonna say something else starting with an A and a grape in the end by a defense lawyer because Lally lied again.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, I have no further questions.
All right, Ms. Hartnet, you are all set. Thank you. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor, call Ms. Ashley Valere to the stand.
Oh, please let this be the DNA check.
Little boy.
So, Mr. Lally, would you remove the, good afternoon, would you remove the exhibit that's on the witness stand,
Yes.
please? All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Ashley Vallier, spelled Vallier.
And Ms. Valere, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
All right, so Ms. Vallier, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
What you've been doing is you've had to turn the air conditioning off when we got there.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, Mr.
And,
Lally.
how long have you been employed at the State Police Crime?
Just over 5 years.
And if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work, where did you go to school for that?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Biochemistry and Cell Biology from University of California, San Diego.
And following your receipt of that degree, where did you go from there?
I have a Master of Science degree in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
And once you received that master's, where did you go to work after that?
I worked at the Broad Institute for about 6 months before getting a job at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
As far as your work at the Broad Institute, that's located in Cambridge, is that correct?
Correct.
And what type of work did you do at the Broad Institute?
I worked for the Center for the Development of Therapeutics Department, doing quality control checks on compounds that we think could have potential to be therapeutic drugs.
And so you went to work for the Mass State Police Crime Lab or the MSPCL in early 2019, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you first went to work for the MSPCL, what unit were you initially assigned?
The Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Is that the unit that you still currently work in?
It is.
And so you started with the lab as a forensic scientist one, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what sort of steps or what kind of training did you go through in order to go from being a forensic scientist one to being a forensic scientist two that you are?
A forensic scientist one is the initial job that you're hired as. After you've been at the lab for a year and once you're qualified and signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist two.
Now, within the Trace unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what types of things you're looking at or what types of analysis that you do with regard to working in the Trace unit specifically?
What I do or what the unit does?
First, as far as in general terms, what is a unit?
The unit has a lot of disciplines. So there's
I thought the exact same.
fire debris examination, explosives examination, serial number restoration, gunshot residue analysis, fibers, paint, glass, physical match, trace recovery.
And specific to yourself, what is it that you do within the Trace?
I do gunshot residue analysis, trace recovery, and physical match analysis.
And as far as each of those respective categories, is those are the things that you've done essentially your time there, especially as a forensic scientist too?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, as far as the physical match component that you were talking about, can you explain to the jury, just again in general terms, sort of what goes into that, or what are you looking at, what are you doing in regard to your analysis for that?
Physical match analysis is looking at two or more items that have broken or irregular edges and seeing if they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle.
And when you're doing those examination of various items with respect to that, what types of instruments are you using, or what types of ways are you looking at these from an instrumental perspective?
It's mostly the stereo zoom microscope, which is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so that it can look at larger objects and not just slides like in science class.
Now, over the course of your work with the lab, you're familiar with the lab is accredited, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's accredited by an organization known as ANAP.
Correct.
And with respect to that accreditation, what if any testing or what if any examinations or continuing education do you have to undergo in order for that accreditation, either for yourself or for the lab itself?
As part of the accreditation, analysts that are signed up to do casework do proficiency tests every year.
And have you done proficiency testing over the course of your 5 years with the lab?
I have.
And specifically, what types of areas have you taken proficiency testing in?
I've taken proficiency tests in gunshot residue analysis and physical match cases.
So with respect to sort of each of the various areas of work that you do within the lab, is that correct?
Except for trace recovery, but yes.
And with respect to each of those, as far as the proficiency testing was concerned, you successfully completed each of those?
I have.
Now, if I could turn your attention to, at some point over the course of your work within the trace unit in the lab, did you become involved with the lab case number 22-02184?
I did.
And there's a name that's associated with that lab number as well, is that correct?
A name?
A name as far as a suspect or a defendant or something like that?
Yes.
And whose name is that?
Karen Reed.
And as far as your work within the trace unit, how is it that you came to be involved, or what piece of analysis did you become initially involved in with respect to Ms. Reed's case?
I was assigned to do physical match analysis on, well, many different items.
Before we get to the physical match, was there something, what if anything were you asked to do with regard to some clothing items associated with the John O'Keefe?
I believe I later received debris that was collected from those clothing items.
And so debris specifically, do you recall which clothing items you received debris from?
I do not without looking at my notes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness look at her notes?
Yes, go right ahead.
And did you remember refresh as to which items of clothing you looked at?
Yes, so it was, well, I didn't look at clothing. I just received the debris that was already packaged. So it was labeled as coming from jeans, boxer shorts, sneakers, a gray long sleeve shirt, and an orange t-shirt.
Now, with respect to each of those items had a lab sort of label number associated with it, is that correct?
Correct.
Is it your understanding that the larger piece of clothing would have been labeled 7-something, and then the debris from that clothing would have been labeled 7- same thing, point whatever? Does that sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And so with the specific reference to item 7-18.18, that was debris from an orange t-shirt, is that correct?
Yes.
And specifically, I'm sorry, debris from an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And from your analysis of that debris, what if any examination did you do of that debris that was provided to you within the trace?
So each of these items was packaged in a fold. So I opened up the fold and looked at the items under the stereo zoom microscope and documented it with photos.
And as far as that item 7-18.18, what if anything did you observe as far as contained within the debris from that item specifically?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There was apparent dirt debris, many black, gray, blue, and orange apparent fibers, several pieces of red apparent plastic, several apparent hairs, one piece of green material, and one piece of clear apparent plastic.
And the clear apparent plastic, what if any measurements did you conduct with reference to that?
It measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch.
Now, from your analysis of those items, what if anything, do you know where within the lab they went following your analysis there?
I believe another analyst in the trace unit then looked at those items.
And that would be are you familiar with another person who works in the trace unit named Christina Hanley?
I am.
And so what, if any, training does Ms. Hanley have that you do not have in order to conduct that sort of further analysis?
So Christina Hanley is the trace supervisor, and she is signed off to do casework in fibers, miscellaneous paint, glass. You see the other trace disciplines that I am not.
So essentially, those items contained within that debris were something that you examined microscopically, made observations of, took measurements, and then they went to Ms. Hanley?
Correct.
Now, with respect to, you mentioned a variety of plastic items that you examined, correct?
The initial items that I looked at?
Yes.
Yes.
And what were those, generally speaking, what were those initial items that you looked at?
There were many different items containing that I believe were recovered from an address, but I would have to look at my notes to.
Go ahead.
She seems cute.
So they were all labeled as recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And what types of items were they specifically that you had?
So it was many pieces of apparent plastic and apparent glass and one drinking straw.
And those items were generally labeled as items 7-5 through 7-19. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
And with reference to the process in general terms of when you receive these items, can you explain to the jury sort of your process and what you did and what you looked at as you went through each of these respective items?
Sure. So for beginning a physical match case, you always look at the questioned items first, which are the ones that you don't know where it came from. Like here, they're labeled as coming from the road, so you don't know where their actual source of origin is. And so what we'll do is we'll scan that item into my custody. And then I will document the packaging with photographs. And then I'll open that item and then document that item as it is. And if there are multiple pieces, each piece will get a designator like piece A, piece B, piece C. All this gets documented, written down in my notes and in photographs. If any of those pieces look like they could possibly fit together, then I will look under the stereo zoom and see if they do in fact fit together, and document it if they do. And then once I've finished documenting that, I'll repackage it in the original packaging. And then if there are multiple items, like in this case there were, then once that first item is sealed up, then I'll clean my bench and then I'll open the second item and do the same thing until all of the items have been documented.
And again, if you could describe to the jury sort of the physical process of what you did in this case with respect to these items, as far as how were you looking at them sort of physically, what did you do with those items?
So like I said, I opened up each of these items individually, took photos, took notes, looked at them under the stereo zoom microscope.
I think they found a black drinking straw in the morning.
And then looked at my photos after I had looked at all of them. They'd all been packaged in their original packaging. And I looked at the photographs to see if any of those pieces could possibly fit together. And then once I looked at the photos and saw that it looked like there were possible physical match fits among those questioned items, then I opened up those items and looked to see if they, like in real life versus just on photos, see if they could have a potential physical match. And then if it looked like it did, then I brought them together and looked at that in the stereo zoom to confirm if there was a physical match.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Now let's speed it up again. Mustang McCracken, why did you say that? Now I hear it all the time.
I know, and that's all I can hear now.
Like on you, there's 9 photographs attached.
She just takes such a loud breath. It's like a gasp, too.
Yeah. Why you were excited to get back to this case, Sue? We all were excited. And then Lally thought, I can wait another day.
Sally's like, I'll teach you guys.
Yeah. You're going to miss the days off.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
Item 7-5.
And is that how it was presented to you or shown to you as far as the evidence back that you opened and the items that were contained within?
I mean, this is just a picture of the seal, not the entire bag, but yes.
Do you know how to use evidence seal? Well, Lorraine, no. Auntie Bev isn't biased in any way. She is so fair. That was irony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yay, we're back to trial. Lally, hold my beer.
Well, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photographs directly?
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1905. What's up on the screen is photograph 1905, which is now been marked as Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the evidence back that you were presented with regard to items labeled as 7-1?
That's the seal on it, yes.
Now, just in general terms, as far as the process that you're talking about, sort of fitting the puzzle pieces together, how long and how laborious a process did that entail?
In this case specifically?
Yes.
There were many items to look at, so it did take quite a bit of time.
And if I could have photograph 1908. And do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 263?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that you have from item 7-5?
Those are the 3 pieces in item 7-5.
So 3 pieces from that were all red, apparent plastic pieces from that same item. Is that correct? May I approach the picture? Yes. Oh, another 7 photographs.
I would say, because it's such a, it's something you teach yourself because you want time to think.
Do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The seal and then the items from item 7-6.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed when you were doing your analysis in the lab?
Yes.
You want to come up to introduce the minutes of next exhibits? Okay.
Well, the other one had been the lead investigator for 80 cases, I believe she said. So she should have been there. Oh, by the way, Jamie and Mo, did he show her evidence that wasn't hers again?
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish some of those photographs during this time.
Okay.
I think the last one he tried to.
He gave her a piece of paper and said, "I know what it is, but it isn't mine."
Yeah, I heard her say that.
Photograph 1921.
The Dakaris. No signal. No signal. Turn on your computer.
The computer's like, I'm out.
And it's going to be good. So rotate that. So, it's clear what's up on the screen, and it's, that's photograph 1921, it's 271. That is the evidence bag box that contains the items in reference to lab item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that, as far as the labeling is concerned, these are items that were submitted by the state police, correct? As far as you know.
Yes.
It's from the labeling that's exhibited in labeling that's being shown in Exhibit 271. That actually has an indication of who the submitting agency is and the date that the item was collected. Correct?
Presumably, I don't know because that's not our lab's labeling system.
If fair to say, as far as your observation of these evidence bags as you were opening them or boxes as you were opening them, they had different dates on them. Some of them, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1924.
Good job, Lally.
And again, what's
Really
up?
is, yeah.
Now, what's up on the screen that's now been marked as Exhibit 272. These were the items that were marked within that box or that bag of item 7-6. Is that correct?
Correct.
It appears 2 pieces of clear plastic, correct?
Apparent plastic, yes.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes. Do you know we have half an hour
So we
left?
have another 6 photographs. Those, we're finished.
Remember, she said, let's try to go to 4:30 today.
Yeah, but this will be the last witness because it'll take him at least half an hour. It'll take him. No, she won't be done. There's only an hour left then if he goes to 4:30.
Well,
And they
he
didn't
doesn't
take an
really
afternoon break for the jury, did they?
Not yet.
But the good thing is we're almost live now.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs now?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
The item 7-8.
And again, fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in the lab with reference to item 7-8.
Yes.
How much you confusing this? Okay.
I keep it at 2 because it's just, is that this the evidence you got? Yes. Boom, 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 boom.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos to the jury as well? Ms. Lear, with regard to items that were contained in these writing back boxes that you received as evidentiary items, what's any difference, what's there between sort of color, the size, the shape of the different items that you received?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Were they all sort of uniform as to their color, as to their size, as to their shape, or what, if any, differences did you know?
Some were red, some were white, and different
Between
sizes.
the items that we've already published, or just all of them? And
all of them in general.
So some of the pieces were clear apparent plastic, some were clear apparent glass, some of them were red apparent plastic, some of them were silver colored apparent plastic.
And as far as the size of these pieces of plastic or glass that you had received, were they, how would you describe sort of their physical size, shape, things like that?
Some of them were very small, and some of them were larger. I can't tell you the dimensions without looking at my notes.
And you took measurements with respect to each of the pieces that you analyzed, each of the pieces that you examined, and each of the pieces that you ultimately tried to find a match for, correct?
Correct.
What'd I say?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931.
Let's try to make it to 4:30.
Let's try to make it to 4:30, everybody.
278, you recognize that as the back of the box that contains item 7-8.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1934. What's contained in this exhibit up on the screen, number 279, do you recognize that as contents that were collectively sort of labeled as item 7-8?
I do.
And so from a variety of those different pieces that are depicted up on the screen in exhibits 279, each of them would have been respectively labeled as far as, say, 7-8.1 or 7-8 point something else. Is that fair to say?
So the laboratory numbering system where it goes 7-8.1, that's if you take like a subsample. So if I had collected like debris or something out of this item, that would then be labeled 7-8.1 because it's a new entry in our limb system. These are just the different pieces in 7-8. In my notes, I gave them labels such as piece A, piece B, piece C, all the way down to, however many there were.
You labeled them individually as sort of letters, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1938.
Sorry, excuse me.
If you could zoom just a little bit in on that.
What's that?
The next layer. Let's pick it up on the screen within this exhibit of 282. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that one of the pieces that was submitted within this as far as 7-8 that you examined throughout the course of your analysis?
What is it?
Oh, it was. There's actually two pieces in that. There's the large one in the middle, and there's a very small one up in the corner.
Okay.
What is that?
We approach your honor. Oh, so sidebar. What is this? What part of a tail light is this? Is that the like the parabola
Yeah, that
or
doesn't.
the?
But that was
What is
not.
anything?
The
Hey,
other
I'm
lady
Bosia.
didn't say that she packaged this up because it doesn't go from first lady to this lady. So how are we getting a new piece of what to call it?
So now we're taking a break. Well, we will be caught up then.
Lally.
I like. I really liked the details we got here. Some were large, some were small, some were red, some were clear, some were metallic. Why Bev haven't called him to chambers and said, "You better get a move on, boyfriend." Baker, in case you care, I'm losing my damn mind. I'm blaming you. Hey, Sue, if I had $10 for every lady who have said that to me in my lifetime, I wouldn't be streaming.
Sue, he does it to me every single day of my life.
I would have a slight Colombian marching powder problem if I had that kind of money. But thank you so much for contributing to the Brain Melt Foundation. She's not happy. Well, the problem is she never says it to him. She only says it to the defense. Yeah, you better say, aye, idiot. Yes. Did he just mention Dylan Mulvaney? What the hell's going on? The bailiff is calling them back. His whole case relies on we have this tail light and these pieces, and he's focusing so hard on look at these pieces we found. He's going to tell me how he think the tail light plus girlfriend hit. Yeah. Probably when Project takes us out. Trial is sponsored by.
Why does she have to flip papers in front of the microphone? My God.
Because you can hear it. I don't like tips.
It's ASMR, the trial.
It's the worst ASMR I've ever heard in my life.
Well,
Beachgirl, Lally should be forced to pay. Well, he probably don't make that amount of money, but pay back the millions of dollars he wasted on this trial, especially with his. It's embedded in the tail light.
Right out of his pocket.
And we're live.
You are unmuted.
Good God.
I thought there was
no, Lefty. I like tapping.
I thought there was what do they call it? An Allen hearing in the Fort McKinney case. Do that at some point. Yeah, he's very friends with, and when he came back and he said,
Thank you. Maybe you see the put back.
I approach the witness again, Your Honor.
Yes.
I don't like Michael Jackson, so I don't know. All the witnesses are jokes.
Christ, stop it.
I love Sue O'Connell for NBC Broadcasting. Whatever
You recognize those, ma'am?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Judge Bev, she's in touch with what's happening with the juror and is protective of them. No, because Lally have been wasting 19 days.
Photos that I took of item 7-10.
April?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce you as the next. Oh, there. And again, Your Honor, with court permission, if I could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have photo 1952. And Ms. Blair, what's picked up on the screen is that the bag of box that contains item 7-10.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1955. Again, what's on the screen is that the item contains that.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that a picture cut? I don't know.
Another series of
Yeah,
photographs.
that's what
Do
you-
those before we finish.
That's what you call it, pixie cut.
Dear Lord, I need more cowbell
Chick
and
on-
paper.
It's the lady
I
on the
can't,
stand, man.
I can't speed it up anymore. Now we're live.
Between the gasping, the lip smacks, and the ums, I'm about ready to file complaint with Star Command.
Who are you growling at?
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
Or what do you recognize those to be?
The packaging that item 7-9 and 7-19 came in.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of those items when you received them at your station and within the trace unit?
It is.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce in a minute as the next. Okay. The stenographer is marking.
Yeah, at least they had a ruler. It's the first rulers we've seen in 19 days. I think she's a good Christian woman. She doesn't do any of that. Can anyone call Flux? We might need her professional take on this one. Jamie, we're not going to get another witness today.
Not the way Lally's going. She's really not, like, this shouldn't take this long. She should not take this long to question.
How many?
It's pictures of glass.
Oh God.
Oh.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish what's now been marked as 296 through 309 for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 1958. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that's the evidence bag or box that contains those items that she's testifying about 7-9 and 7-19.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1962. Ms. Blair, now what's been depicted up on the screen and been marked as exhibit 297. Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just for a little bit on items of evidence, please. Now, contained within this are 3 clear pieces of glass or plastic, if you know.
I have to look at my notes to see what I wrote them as.
My other question, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may.
Yes, go ahead, look at your notes.
I just love that we heard Lally on the hot mic go, ay, ay, ay. And some people say on Twitter, said, Jesus.
After referring to your notes, what type of material is that?
3 pieces of apparent plastic.
Griggs to say, are we watching the same trials? Who's just smiling and laughing?
I'm sorry.
I really don't understand where you're seeing all the stuff you're seeing.
The item that's contained above those 3 pieces
I
of
feel like she could care less because she knows it's all phony baloney.
That is item 7-19. That is a black straw.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1964.
Wait, why is the straw next to the glass? Did they throw all
What's
of it
up on
into
the
the
screen,
same
Ms. Blair,
package?
now?
Fish? Potato?
What?
Well,
Car keys?
pretty
I'm
much.
just saying
They
random
just-
words. Maybe I'll hit something that makes sense.
I mean, this whole, all right, every single expert witness and lawyer will have to take classes in lapel mics and how not to hurt my, well, delicate, sensitive ears. Because, no.
I don't know. It doesn't look chewed on, but they are trying to say this straw came from that tall drink she had that day. How long is it? It's again. It would be really easy if you started at 1, but it starts at 1, so it's 13 centimeters long. And I have my trusty measuring thing.
Dusty measuring.
This wasn't the one from her long class. I don't think so.
Yeah, why isn't it started on an edge for 1? But, oh my God, this.
Because she was tall. She was drinking Tall Boys. That's why would you have such a? I don't know. I don't drink womenly drinks. That's only for Kaiser Pineapple and T-Rex.
That's exhibit 299. That essentially the straw next to a ruler.
Dave, you're the lawyer. Tell us instead of asking.
With its measurements, is that correct?
Yes.
David.
Thank you.
It's just to prove cost chain of
Now,
custody.
with reference to the photographs that I asked you to look at before, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos I took of item 7-11.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-11, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your analysis in reference to this case?
It is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Okay.
Okay.
supposedly it's a straw that they found at the scene. They want to say that Karen drank from a high top glass or highball or whatever it's called. Yeah, let's go over to the experts and sit on the porch here all afternoon.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could publish.
Yes.
Well, she did that during the last witness. There wasn't an objection, was what she said.
Again, the declare what's up on the screen is that the evidence bag that contains item 7-11.
Yes.
And the record that's been marked as exhibit 310. It's going to look like it at 1982. And again, declare what's the ticket up on the screen on exhibit 311. Is that the items, the pieces of plastic that were contained within the aforementioned evidence bag and fuse exhibit item 7-11.
Yes.
Now, with regard to the photographs that I just placed before you before, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Photos of item 7-14.
And what's contained in those photographs of item 7-14, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed in your lab when you conducted your examination in this case?
It is.
Thank you. Your Honor, almost to introduce him as an exhibit. Okay. Just going to look at photograph 2009. So I'd like to draw your attention up the screen just for a moment. What's now been marked as exhibit 325. Do you recognize that is?
I do.
That's back in contained item 7-14, is that correct?
Yes.
And so I'd like to have photograph 2012. Again, display what's up on the screen is that's the item that contains labeled 7-14 within that. What's picking on the screen is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in the exhibit bag from the previous exhibits, labeled as item 7-14.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Were you able to review the bulk of those photographs that I just placed before you?
Yes.
And do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
The photos of item 7-12.
If I could have, excuse me, ask those to be marked in the next.
Okay.
Oh. I was so hoping for some fireworks today. People was murmuring about Bukaknik. And then we got the search team guy who was 45 minutes who took 45 minutes to clear his driveway and only look where he was told to look. And then we had lab lady who tested everything with two swabs. It's just skin swabs, doesn't matter.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have a photograph 2015.
Wasn't allowed to put in chain of custody reports.
Just where if I could direct your attention up to the screen, what's contained in what's marked now is exhibit 328. Those, the evidence pack that contained the items labeled as 7-12.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2018. Next, directing your attention up to the screen. And what's now been marked as exhibit 329. Those the items.
Dave, am I wrong, or a simple DUI hit and run like this would be a week in any other state?
Even a murder case doesn't take this long. There's a new one that started, and I seen that the prosecution just rested today, and I was like, man, and we're still going.
Yeah. Why wasn't this done until September 23rd? Well, 2023. Matt didn't get around to it.
Yeah.
No, wasn't this the lab that? No, that wasn't the lab that was so backed up they couldn't test the DNA. That was done one in Florida. Hi, Dad. You don't have to call me Dad. I know I'm slightly older than you. And why are we seeing every freaking piece of evidence? Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, they will claim that they found every single piece of the tail light, which proves she did it, which is effing unimpossible.
Collectively, it's 7-12, that were contained within that evidence back.
They found
Yes.
3 or 4 pieces of red.
As far as those photographs that I presented to you a moment ago, have you had a chance to review those as well?
I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
The photos of item 7-13.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained or labeled as item 7-13?
It is.
Come off it, may I approach?
Yes.
Come on, see if you introduce your business and next. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna call Jesus to his stand. Jesus Christ. This is torture. Now I'm happy we have the day off tomorrow. Uh, 4 or 5 days after, yes. Sue O'Connell, another evidence back. 14 clear pieces of plastic. 4 jurors are holding their hands. 3 of them have their arms folded in front of them.
Woohoo!
Well, it doesn't follow along.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1997. And display what's depicted on the screen in that photograph, which now been marked as 0343. Is that the evidence back that contained the items labeled as 7-13?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2000. And Ms. Weber, directing your attention to the screen, those are the items contained within that exhibit bag from prior exhibits, collectively labeled by the lab as 7-13.
Yes.
As far as the photographs that I had placed before you, have you had a chance to review those?
I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Photos of item 7-15.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what was contained in item 7-15?
It is.
I'm going to come up to introduce this. Okay.
Hey, hold on 1 second, Madam Court Reporter. Yeah.
This is agonizing. I'm just getting back. Is this girl looking for the best chocolate chip cookie recipe? No, it's Brian Higgins has submitted all of his pickup lines, and he's looking through them if anyone will. So far, 7 hours in, none has been good enough. Well is still his best pickup line, followed by does your clothes say angel? No, made in heaven because you're an angel. I can't even get my.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Lally, those are the last exhibits we'll be doing today.
Thank you, Beth.
I'm assuming if I can have photograph 2072.
Jesus Christ, I'm happy for Beth for once.
No.
No! Screen,
I want to get out of here. This is.
recognize this as the evidence
No,
back
that
contains,
means
item
we're never
7-15,
going to end.
That's now been marked as a 253.
We're never going to end.
I do.
Anyway.
And Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2077.
Well,
Again, Ms. Ware,
Whoever is the one
what's
who
up on the
decides.
screen are those the items that were collectively identified by the lab as item 7-15 from that evidence back contained in the prior.
Yes.
Thank you.
know what? That we're already
Now-
ending for today.
So Larry, as far
You can
as your
present all the
analysis
evidence,
of
just
what's
do a big
concerned with
master.
regard to each of these items, and we'll get to that a little bit, I think, the next time. But with regard to the labels that you assigned to them as far as letters of the alphabet, A through whatever letter that you went, when you were conducting your sort of physical match analysis, how was that shown on a particular piece, or did you label those pieces, or how were you able to sort of quantify it?
The pieces that were large enough to, I printed out labels from a label maker with the lab number, the item number, and then the piece that the letter that I assigned it, so ABC, and my initials, and those are on the pieces.
And then as far as those pieces were concerned, if you were able to find some consistency between, say, piece A and piece B, and you were able to sort of fit them together, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize that sort of physical method?
Within the same item, if there were two pieces that fit together, I documented that with photos, wrote down my notes, and then if it was within the same item, I held it together with tape and then repackaged it still together as a single piece.
And as far as these consistencies or the matches that you were examining or looking for, was that solely within piece to piece, or at some point did you also look at sort of a larger piece as far as a housing unit for a tail?
For this case?
Yes.
Yes.
And with regard to pieces that you had sort of put together, what, if anything, were you able to do with regard to some of those pieces and the tail light housing, item 3-1?
From those items that we just saw, I was able to piece one larger piece with many of those pieces all fit together into one piece that I then called piece 1. There were some other pieces that also fit together among those question ones that I called pieces 2, piece 3, piece 4, and piece 5. Piece 1 was a physical match with item 3-1, the tail light.
Your Honor, I think that may.
Okay.
All right, so, mixed delay, we're going to have you back on Wednesday. Okay, but, I'm going to ask you to wait, jurors, so we don't meet tomorrow, we'll meet Wednesday, and we'll go a full day Wednesday with an abbreviated lunch and sometime between 4 and 4:30. So please do not discuss this case with anyone, don't do any.
I would
Bev,
go out.
why cannot we do, oh my God.
Be here or read anything.
Why can't
about
we
the case,
finish
please
direct?
I know we took a long time today with getting exhibits in before you, but it's a very important part of the case.
Absolutely
and it does
not
just take
important
some time,
because
so we
it has
appreciate
nothing to do with
All right,
how
we'll
he
see you on
passed away.
Bev, you suck,
You
you
are
suck,
muted.
you suck.
Can we just stipulate saying yes, all the tail light is what they claim was found at the scene. It still has nothing to do with how John O'Keefe passed away, because they haven't connected those tail light pieces with an impact on a human form, because there's no physical DNA, there's no evidence on the car.
Thank you, maybe see the court still is.
So you are all set, you can go.
So I was just talking to Mix Valaire about whether I needed to call Lawrence Court for her or not. So you are all set. Thank you very much. All right. You don't need me for anything until Wednesday? We'll see you Wednesday.
Foot, all rise.
I need you to chip, chop, chip and stop taking so many
Yes.
vacations.
One, what did we learn today? We learned that
Nothing.
the search team didn't arrive at the scene till 2 hours and 23 minutes after they were alerted. And even though their report stated all 7 of them arrived at precisely 5 o'clock, they arrived everywhere from between 4:55 till 5:35, I believe. And then they stayed at the scene till 6:15, combing the yard very rigorously. We know there were 5 other police officers there. Well, only 2 of them were known. And then we know they found 4 pieces of tail light no, 4 red pieces of tail light and 2 clear pieces of tail light. Why didn't they find the last 39 pieces of tail light? They found a shoe very, very conveniently placed up near the curb, which was a trainer. And I'm pretty sure even though I have a pair I just slip into, they don't come off like that. And chain of custody isn't something, that's Lally's job.
Well, did you just, I mean, he had a CSI person stay, well, basically I used one, swab because we are out of Q-tips. I mean, how is he going to blame the snow with the one use of swab for 84 different areas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, the most heinous part was he testified that he found pieces up on the lawn, he found pieces down on the road, but he previously testified all evidence was found within an area this big, 1 foot. How does all the plastic just fall down? And again, the second witness, besides testifying that she absolutely knows nothing and doesn't do anything, and she was the one who wanted to tell that housing because, I don't know, and she didn't know how to remove it, and some guy just yanked it out of the car, even though you don't have to do that. It's, I believe, 4 screws you just have to, and it's a Phillips head. It's really easy to remove. You just have to unplug and all of the lighting is in a multi-stick, so it's not even that hard. Well, not Mo, Jamie would have to call her dad, but that's no surprise. And if we look on the bottom of the picture, Nicholas sent me something I've looked at before and said, that makes sense if this is going to open. That's not what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Present. Add this. Because when I see this, what's this? As Nicholas says, Primark.
Yeah.
It could be a lighting thing, but it looks like someone popped the light because she would have admit her tail light was cracked. But did they put a pry bar in here and yank the rest of it out?
Of course they did.
It sort of looks like it.
Yeah.
I have no doubt.
And I believe when we saw this, the photo from out at the walkthrough, you can see a pry mark over here too, but that's when they removed the housing because they were totally inept at that job as well. And then we had the magic hair that clung on for a trip out of town. Well, it didn't cling on from a trip out of town. It actually hung on from the night before at Fairview 34, going back to the house where it snowed very much, worst snowstorm in history, parked inside the garage, turned back, hit John's car, left, came back to the house, stood outside with snow falling on it. We saw the picture of that car filled with snow. I'm going to find that picture again, just because she went out and got Carrie and
Jen.
And Jen. And then they went home to get to leave her car because she was hysteric. But when we saw the car outside the house that morning, because remember that picture from the driveway? If I can find it again. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Come on. Here it is. Just because it's really small. This heroic piece of hair stuck to the side of this car. And the glass stayed on this bumper, even though you can see there's snow on it. And it's driven around, and when it melts, it just stays there.
Yeah. And then she easily just picks it right off. It's not like she had to pry it off or dig it out.
I think he's on the defense because he said he didn't want to get involved in this and didn't want to testify. Yeah, they should have told us. Well, they did.
Well, the tow truck driver's on, isn't he on both of theirs?
What about the rock? What rock? And the hair that changed position. Where's the broken tail light? Well, you can kind of see it's white on this side, which they claim is because the tail light is totally gone. But you can also tell if you look on the video that the snow is coming from the right side. So it could just be because the light is cracked and there's a buildup of snow. We don't know. Kathy Daffer is saying they will prove the packed snow is what kept the glass and hair on the car. Kathy Daffy, when that melts, what happens then?
That's not packed.
Yeah, because it's supposedly there now, and then she moves it in the garage. Or doesn't? No, she doesn't. She drives back. I mean, come on now. Or it was sitting in the garage, then it got snow on it, then she drove it back, and then she drove it back over there, then she drove it back to her parents' house.
And then it was towed from her parents' house and stood in a garage for 4 days before the crime scene investigators came and found a hair that changed positions between two photos.
It's very coincidental. It's not a coincidence.
And we may have gotten the blood in those solo cups. We took a swab of one for a reason and then never did any testing.
I miss Doink.
I have to head out now. Sorry about that, but I've got person. You guys join me tonight at 7 p.m. It'll be Nightly Newsy News, and then I'll be on with Shizzy. So see you there, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Bye, Mo.
Bye.
AJ almost done. He has some questions about John's shirt. This is the area of the shirt that was confirmed to have no dog DNA whatsoever. The scientist explains how she sampled the entire area in question. Yeah, with 2 Q-tips in the wrong fashion.
She didn't.
This damage was caused by metal Karen's car.
No, it wasn't. Doink.
Doink says
Doink,
so.
what are you watching? What are you watching? What are you doing while you're watching this trial?
Hey. I'm busy with Karen Reed trial, but please, friends, allow me to deliver this message again. Do not, for any reason, attempt to influence my reporting in attempt to provide cover for misconduct. Not only will I ignore you, but your efforts will make me more interested. I'm just saying, Jamie. Don't do it. He will dox you.
Doink. Bring it on.
Sometimes I wish I was so retarded. Life would be way easier.
You know.
I like turtles.
Well, Doink have almost a constant gives and go going, so he can pay for. He fell out with some of his friends in the anti-Karen Reed side, so him and KDP, not KDP, Karen P is going at it right now, so that's not good. And he was betting on that Lindsay girl being the first apparently she's angry at him too.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. Well, he's just like Randy Orton. I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. I understand. Was the hair in the tail light? Otherwise, I don't understand what it proves. No, it was.
That's what
on
I
the-
said, Russian bot.
It was a Russian bot who said it. It was
Oh, sorry.
unknown.
Unknown.
It was on the side of the car. Maybe Marissa already have it up. Is this one?
Well, a lot of it doesn't. Well, let me take that back because I have a hard time even giving a crap about this hair at all because this was her boyfriend. This wasn't some random person. And even a random person, I wouldn't care that much. But it's just on the car. It doesn't prove a thing. His head never hit the car, according to the Commonwealth.
I'm not sure what, if any, that theory is now.
No, because we heard dragged. We heard all kinds of stuff.
This is the hair. Just you can see the ends are curling out from the car on the rear quarter panel. That's a pretty good good hair that can hang on, because this must have been there from January 29th at 12:30 at the latest. It was put on there, and then it hang on for 5 days with snow melting off the car, with wind gushing against the car, with snow pelting the car. It stayed there. It was the sweet little hair that could.
No.
Yeah, and the hair looked white. Well, maybe he had some gray hair.
It was a magic hair. Can you hear the neighbor mowing the lawn? That's what he mows the lawn like every other day, and it is annoying.
And nowhere near where they claim they claimed he broke the tail light right above it, but why should his head? So his head was under the tail light, or how? Today I feel dumber than I did before.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think he had a beard. I really can't understand where Lally is going and what his theory is in this case. I can't see where we're going. And this is factual evidence. This is hard science. And I
Like
just can't see
one
it.
single hair to me, and this is just me, proves nothing to me. It doesn't tell me anything. It doesn't say, oh man, you can't get away from that.
And JJ, yes, if it was sticking with blood, but they didn't testify that there was any blood on it. There was nothing holding it on. Yeah, if there was, again, she swapped the car. They found no traces of any material connecting it with John, other than that piece of hair. There was no blood on it. There was no trace DNA from an impact. Yeah, and it wasn't tested because it would be destroyed. Maybe the people who come in from Florida will testify to it. That hair is tested, but it's only tested on that less certain DNA that proves it could have been John's hair. So yeah, exactly as I said, I have long white hair all over my car because I had my daughters out driving with me last weekend, well, previous weekend, and they shed like a dog in the summer.
Yeah.
Hard for the state to do it right, I guess. Yeah, it's again. I really don't understand where he's going with this case. Again, a day full of witnesses who doesn't help him. They don't. Well, the first one wasn't bad. Let's be honest. he put tail lights at the scene. He talked a little bit about what had happened was, but the problem was there's no log of it. Lally is the guy who is in custody of everything, and then you have these two science chicks, and the best you get out of them is the glass wasn't embedded in the bumper.
Mm-hmm.
He said that so many times during the hearings. All the
Yes, he did.
anti-Karen Reed people have talked about it so much, and now not so much. And they are saying,
No.
"Oh, with all this evidence, all the free Karen Reed people are grasping for straws." What case are you watching?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Uh,
Because here's the thing too, is like all this evidence that she tested and brought it, like not all of it is null and void to me also because Proctor, he was, I mean, the way he handled things and collected evidence, he contaminated everything. So not one thing that you test is going to prove anything to me. And I hope the jury sees that.
Again, I don't understand why the hell what we're doing.
Mm-hmm. And once he comes in, which there is a rumor that the Commonwealth isn't going to call him, but that'd be really because the defense will. And once he comes in and all of this stuff is put to light, everything these people talked about is going to mean nothing. Because when he tells everybody how he handled all this evidence and how he collected it, good luck.
I'm just trying to see if I can find what he actually said. I'm at the Ruber accident.
Goal of the examination of the scene is examination of specifically some analysis and engineering within the state. Michael here, Sergeant Bureau Mechanic of the State Police. He's an examination of texture that he's able to recover from that. Essentially, the vehicle travels over 60 different. Within that is Miss Maureen Hartnet, sort of housing from that vehicle. Pieces of the tail light that were a specialized mission that from his that is still ongoing. And Mr. O'Keefe is transported in that area over the course of from these.
Sorry, I'm just
different
trying
of that
to figure out
the area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of it. It's hard to.
Here we go.
Now, from these different pieces, it's hard to also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a. From these different pieces, it's hard to also snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn in the street. Now, from these different pieces, it's hard to also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well.
Oh, you said on the bumper.
The cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall. And Mr. O'Keefe is observed, same right hands, that's in lacerations, observed by the medical forensic consistency.
I know he said it. I know he said it before.
Oh, here it is.
You'll hear testimony from another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and
defendant's
glass pieces that were found.
No, he said embedded in something else. It was probably one during the prelims.
Size, that were found the same pieces of plastic contained and how she fit the various pieces of broken consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, the DNA samples that were taken from assistants with Mr. O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe pulls that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, the taillight DNA was also sent to there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent preliminary investigators, this test chart from that body examined in regard to that Mr. O'Keefe. Dr. Irene scored a pathologist, a forensic radiologist, which then leads to a subdural, as it was observed. This is very good.
Is it in the end?
Reiterate what I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the second degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with a car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, I know he said embedded multiple times, but this time he said in the bumper, probably because he's in chat.
No, I think it was in. I feel like it was one of the last hearings we watched because we were discussing it. So I was like, how is that possible?
Yeah, because we've been talking about this for half a year.
Yeah.
Russian bot, that's what we have been discussing for the last half year. How someone can hit him so hard and embed a piece of glass but not break a bone. But now we found out there was no embedding of glass.
Yeah, it was
Might have been pieces embedded in his clothes. Did we get any testimony that she found tail light in his clothes? The clothes that wasn't turned over for 47 days?
Yeah, because that is supposed to be a thing, because I've heard it here. Microscopic pieces of taillight on his shirt. You haven't heard that yet.
Yeah.
Because I was listening to somebody, and I remember them saying, well, I know sprinkling taillights around the yard, but how are you supposed to sprinkle microscopic taillight on somebody's shirt? Like,
yeah,
that's why they think she's guilty. And I was like, okay.
This is just every day we watch Jamie, it just becomes worse. I can't wait to go to trial here tomorrow. Hopefully, it's something good. I need some something better than this to watch because this is absolutely horrendous. I'm sorry to say, it's really, really bad. But
it's it's Lally. It's not the case. Like, this would be a really good case if we had somebody other than Lally.
Yeah, who didn't waste an entire day with nothing.
And didn't. Yeah, you're bringing in all 105 of your witnesses.
Yeah,
and just wasting time.
Again, all his witnesses are not testifying what he tells that what he's supposed they would testify to.
No, they never do. And then the defense gets up and tears every single one of them apart.
Yeah. How can you be this bad? I really don't understand it. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the defense's case is going to be epic.
Yeah, I hope so.
I cannot wait when they have these experts come up. The FBI experts or whatever.
The jurors will buy this BS and Karen goes to the Grey Bar Hotel, F. Lally and the system that enables him, and F. bias Bev too. In all reality, after this S show, she should call him to her office and say, brother man, you're going to pick it up by the end of this week. We know that was the Treehouse case where the judge said, you get 3 more days to the state. You've been dragging it out for so long. You get 3 more days. Yeah, but you'll get 3 more days with your closing arguments. She should call him to her chambers after today and said, by Friday, we turn this over to the defense. If you're not done, I'm going to do a direct indictment. That's the only reasonable thing to do right now, because he's wasting everyone's time constantly.
Well,
so
somebody needs to realize, like, start picking the witnesses that are going to make your case. Stop calling everybody and just putting in the stupidest evidence. Like, I get that, okay, the chick that, like, took all, like, you have to see all that stuff. I'm sure that the defense wants all that in there because the chain of custody is a big deal. But you don't have to sit there all day and, like, just... Oh my
no
God,
one
drag it
go
on.
through every effing picture of nothing. If you have the law, pound the law. If you have the facts, pound the facts. If you had nothing, pile up a lot of BS and hope no one shovels through it. Exactly.
Well, that's what happens.
Well, she's probably going to sue somebody. I don't know who.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's going to take her forever to recoup all that money back, if she ever does.
I think what she was shaking her head at was how stupid today was, because he's just keep going over the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
even...
and there's no chain between the scene and the lab. The funny thing, because that's what Aussie Insider put up this morning, was chain of custody of the phone. It just showed up in Proctor's pocket. Carrie Robertson says she gave it to someone, but if you watch the movement on the phone, it doesn't add up with anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, her husband wasn't a police officer because she was never married. She had money beforehand. She was a successful businesswoman and a part-time professor. But still, her family has exhausted all means. I think the Free Can Read group has raised like 300K for her. But that's still just nothing.
I mean, that's like one day. I'm sure.
Yeah. It's so crazy expensive having the team she's having, but I just can't wait for them to be able to go.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a murder case, she won't get any money anyway.
Yeah.
So even if she's the beneficiary, well, probably the kids would be the beneficiaries because they adopted those 2 kids, or he adopted those 2 kids. So
yeah, I doubt she was on anything. She was just the girlfriend.
Yeah, and they'd only been back together for 3 years, and they weren't living together. They were on-off living together. So
yeah. So
yeah.
usually your beneficiary would be probably the kids, so not her.
So yeah.
Or like his mom or something, or brother. You wouldn't put just your random girlfriend on there, usually.
Well,
unless you're like, it's been a girlfriend for a very, very, very long time, but not just like your casual girlfriend.
I just don't understand what we've been wasting a day for again. It's infuriating.
Well, it's infuriating for me because they're not calling Proctor. Proctor should be before all of this.
Yeah.
So that he can tell you what he brought in, and then you go to these people to say, what they're doing. But he just knows Proctor is going to be the death of him.
Yeah, sadly, no such luck. But Jamie, we have the day off tomorrow. We were so looking forward to getting back in the game, and then we forgot how Lally was. But
yeah.
Still, thank all of you for being here, doing all the stuff, and liking all the things, and supporting the channel. Jamie and I will be back, if not before, on Wednesday, 8:50, where we're gonna sit here again, looking like two big question marks, saying, "Why, Lally? Why?
Huh? Huh?
Who?"
He's saying, Lally, I'll tell us what we'll do.
Yeah. The rest of you, go have fun.
John, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
You see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get man.
You called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.